Thanks, Karen. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We're assembled today for the purposes of taking public comment on legislation pending before us on a number of bills this morning. Before we get started with the committee's agenda, we'll begin with committee introductions, and we'll start with House Chairman Chiazzo.
Good morning, everybody. Let me mute the live stream, which is a little bit delayed here. Thank you. Representative Chris Chiazzo, House District 28. Beautiful, wet, soggy, dreary West Scarborough, Maine this morning.
Okay, Representative Riley.
I am Representative Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook, and it was rainy in Westbrook, and it's rainy up here in Augusta.
Representative Wood.
Good morning, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Okay, Representative Kinney.
Good morning, I'm Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99 in Western Waldo County, and it's raining pretty good here in Knox.
Representative McCrate.
Good morning, I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick, and it's bright and sunny here and sort of like, no, I'm kidding. It's rainy. Morning.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Representative Corey. I represent House District 25 in Wyndham. I'm a little ticked off at Jay McCrate right now for getting to be the funny one instead of me. So.
Representative Supika.
Good morning, I'm Laura Supika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of Bangor. And I was also going to make a Representative McCrate's joke, so I'll just say it's always sunny in Bangor. So.
Great, and I think that's it. And my name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate. With us today, we have our committee analyst, Janet Stocco, and our committee clerk, Karen Montel. So before we get into the agenda, we'll go over just a few pieces of information regarding the electronic committee meeting procedures. So that people know, this meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People in the Zoom meeting waiting to testify in the attendees list cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. When it's your turn to speak, we'll bring you into the panel. Once here, you'll be able to unmute yourself and turn your camera on. And just as a note, sometimes it looks like you're being dropped when you're coming into the meeting, so just be patient and then you'll be let in. As another reminder, the audio for this meeting is being streamed online at the legislature's website. And for those who wanted to submit written testimony, that's also publicly available on the legislature's website. Regarding the chat function of the Zoom meeting, it's just a reminder to everybody, this is for technical assistance only, and it's not a place for any substantive work, and certainly not for any debate. When we get to the bills that we're hearing today, as usual, we'll begin with the sponsors, followed by co-sponsors, and then those registered to testify in advance of the hearing today. For members of the public, when called upon, please remember to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. And so that people know our committee proceedings for the day, we're going to begin with LD 1518. Which is an act to support Maine's tasting rooms and restaurants during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think if we have Senator Jackson, I'm not seeing him at the moment in the room. I think he was just there, but after we complete the hearing on LD 1518, we're going to take all the 4 sports betting bills and merge them into one hearing as we normally do. And we'll begin with the sponsors for each bill speaking, as well as co-sponsors. Then we'll move to the public testimony portion. And during the sports betting, because there's 4 bills, we'll allow people 4 minutes to speak on each bill, or in the hearing, 4 minutes to speak in the hearing, and you can just clarify which bill you're testifying on. So with that, we'll try to track down the bill sponsor, and then we'll get started in just a minute.
Mr. Chair, he's trying to get back on to the meeting.
Okay.
He got booted off. I just
That
got a
was
call
me.
from his office.
There he is. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so with that, I will open the public hearing on LD 1518, an act to support Maine's tasting rooms and restaurants during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we'll recognize the sponsor, President Jackson. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the committee. Sorry for being a little late. Strange, I got one piece of technology sitting here spinning and the other one is working. So I guess you gotta have more than one or backup or whatever, but appreciate your indulgence. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the great honor of serving as president of the Maine Senate. I proudly represent District 1, which is northern Aroostook County, stretching roughly from Caribou North to St. John Valley. And I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1518, an act to support Maine's tasting rooms and restaurants during the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the past months, this committee has passed several bills that provide some much needed relief to Maine restaurants and brew pubs in order to help the workers and small business owners in the industry weather the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to the flexibility and creativity that brewers have shown over the past year, the industry itself is continually growing and demanding new approaches to regulation. Many of these changes could have staying power beyond the current pandemic. Just a couple months ago, your committee dealt with Senator Lucchini's bill, LD 306. I also had something similar to that was brought to me by a constituent from First Mile Brewing in Fort Kent. And Senator Lucchini, took the issue into LD 306 along with a number of other things. And thankfully, all of you on that committee, in my opinion, did great work to try and, make, a helpful change to restaurants and breweries. The proposal before you today aims to address another issue that's been brought to me by constituents actually from Caribou. In this case, they currently hold a brewer's license and would like to open a totally separate facility with a bowling alley, which many of you might know. I'm a big fan of bowling. We don't have anything anywhere close in Aroostook County anymore, and so this is a huge, huge opportunity. But the three-tiered system of liquor distribution in Maine does not allow for a manufacturer to have a financial interest in a retail license, except for narrow circumstances. This bill would add to those narrow circumstances, allow for in-state manufacturers to be able to retain a retail license in Maine. There's a section of this bill as written that deals with the suspension of food sales requirements for restaurants till January 2022. That was actually what I referred to earlier, the bill that this committee already took up in Senator Lucchini's bill. So that's not obviously needed in this bill. Earlier this month, the Bangor Daily News article highlighted the fact that Maine now has the most breweries per capita of any state. It seems to me that people of all political persuasions can agree that we need to adjust our policies to build on the strength of this growing industry that so many young Mainers have dedicated themselves to. I believe this policy is a good place to start. I trust that the committee will do its due diligence, come up with a common sense solution that benefits entrepreneurs across our state. And I just, Joe Gervais is here today to speak more to it, but they're a part owner in a brewery, and now they want to have their own facility, and it just seems, I mean, honestly, at first, I really couldn't understand how you couldn't have another liquor license in a totally separate facility. So I'm hopeful that the committee can come up with something, because obviously this is a big economic opportunity for Northern Maine. I mean, another restaurant, another place to recreate. You know, I mean, it's a good economic attraction thing. So anyways, I'll leave it at that and answer any questions, and Mr. Gervais will definitely give you a lot better insight into what's going on.
Great. Thank you, President Jackson. Any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Okay, next up, we'll move to public testimony portion of the hearing. And just a reminder during the public testimony to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. And a reminder that public testimony is limited to 3 minutes. So we'll begin with Joe Gervais, followed by Cheryl Timberlake and Kate Knox. So welcome, Mr. Gervais.
Hi, thank you. This is Joe Gervais. I reside in Stockholm, but I work in Caribou for Northern Maine Brewing Company, and represent CS Management as well. And basically we have our owners, we have a wide group of owners in Northern Maine Brewing Company. There's 13 of them in different lines of business. Most of them never really intended on staying in the restaurant industry. But recently we've had one of our owners that enjoys the restaurant business and wants to invest in other restaurants, namely a bowling alley, where he wants to have a bar and a lounge as well. We found that with the current tied house laws, we're blocked because you either need to be over 51% ownership or under 10% ownership. And he's at 25%, and you know, it just doesn't make sense to us that, you know, he even though he's involved in this business as an investor, he would like to continue investing in the community and bring something else to the city of Caribou with jobs and tax base. Right now, it's a derelict building on the outskirts of town that he'd like to fully renovate and get some tax base and for our city, as well as jobs and revenue as well. So that's basically what we would like to do. We've got other calls in the near future. We've been asked to invest in a hotel opening or reopening in Presque Isle, and another one in Caribou that he would like to invest in. And if this isn't changed, just kind of block his long-term plans and investing in the local community.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gervais, sorry. I guess just a question. So you were told that the ownership had to be over 51% or under 10%?
Correct. To get a second restaurant and lounge license. Now, the alternative is that we open another brewery in each location, which is a little silly. There's a workaround like that. So we would have to open a nano brewery. So we'd have to get federal approval and state approval, go through Department of Ag, get a license through them as well, and then ferment, I believe it's 20 gallons of alcohol a year, which seems like a big hassle just to get a restaurant lounge license, to have to open another brewery in order to do all that.
Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I just wanted to ask you to repeat your who you're representing, the group you're representing. I just missed it.
Northern Maine Brewing Company and CS Management in Caribou.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gervais.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Cheryl Timberlake, followed by Kate Knox, and then Director Minio. So welcome, Cheryl.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Cheryl Timberlake, a resident of Mount Vernon, the Executive Vice President for the Maine Beer Wine Distributors Association, here to testify in opposition to 1518. While we understand and appreciate President Jackson's desire to assist and resolve his constituents' issues, we cannot support the bill and wish to explain some of our opposition points. Our comments will only focus on sections 1 and 2, the prohibited financial interest sections. We have no comment with respect to sections 3 and 4, and I believe President Jackson just indicated that the committee has already addressed those previously this session. The goal of alcohol regulation is to balance price, product availability, and competition within the marketplace. Regulation is designed to protect consumers against unlawful sales practices, excessive sales promotion, alcohol abuse, and access to minors. Prior to Prohibition, brewers owned retailers lock, stock, and barrel, the origin of that phrase. The industry was vertically integrated and brewers controlled retailers and their sales and marketing practices. As a result, those brewers and the captive retail outlets would overpromote and oversell their products, which led to widespread abuse and deep-seated societal problems. The retail outlets became tied houses, meaning that they were owned by a particular brewer and only sold that brewer's products. State regulatory systems have recognized that this unquestionable relationship between availability price on the one hand and consumption and abuse patterns on the other are important. Expanding the availability and lowering the price of alcohol and consumption and abuse will always rise. For all these reasons, the state has adopted a 3-tier system with tied house prohibitions, and the system has worked remarkably well for over 80 years. American and Maine consumers specifically have unprecedented choices in the variety of beer industry, especially in the craft segment, which has benefited from these laws. Last session, this committee addressed a bill from their era's recodification, NLD 2088, which is now Public Law 665. And attached to my testimony, which unfortunately I did not attach, Janet did a wonderful flow chart that shows the diagram of the various financial relationships and the statutory references. In addition, in Maine, there may be questions that we would like the committee to address with respect to legal and the federal issues. On the legal front, in section 3A, it says in-state. We believe that may create a Granholm issue. And with respect to the TTB, they have very specific tied house prohibitions in the US Federal Code 627 and 633 that we'd ask this committee to look at. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session. And again, this wonderful flow chart that your analyst has created. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee at this time? Great, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Kate Knox, and Kate will be followed by Director Minio. Welcome, Kate.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Kate Knox. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm here testifying before you this morning on behalf of my client, the Maine Brewers Guild, in opposition to LD 1518. We're grateful for your interest and your ongoing work in supporting our industry members and for the recognition that a fast-growing industry can only remain competitive with regular reconsideration of the laws by the legislature. We're also proud of our members who continue to innovate, expand, and grow their businesses. However, what this bill proposes goes beyond what would be helpful for Maine brewers and, in fact, may hurt Maine's beer industry as a whole. Put simply, if an existing brewery owner would like to open a second or a third or more locations, there is a path for that business to do so. And this is how many of Maine's breweries have grown. For example, Sea Dog Brewing, Sebago Brewing Company, and Gritty McDuff's. And while we are not opposed to a careful, studied look at limited rights of ownership across tiers, we would discourage the committee from passing LD 1518, which, as drafted, would currently undermine and substantially change the rules, not only for the brewing industry, but for the bar, restaurant, and wholesale industry as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions if that's helpful. I think Ms. Timberlake did a very nice job reviewing for you, and we share the concerns around tied house laws, and ownership across tiers is potentially problematic, especially for small craft brewers who we represent. So we thank you for your consideration, and we thank you for all the work you've done this session to help support our industry through the pandemic. And I'm here as a resource if it's helpful.
Great, thank you. Any questions from committee members at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Director Minio from Bablo.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. Representative Cayazzo, before you start the clock, I want you to know that I timed myself this morning and I'm about 20 seconds over, so apologies up front. I'm going to do the best I can. Yeah, you'll give me the hook, and no, you will. Senator Lucchini, Representative Cayazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations, and I'm providing following written testimony neither for nor against LD 1518. This bill proposes to accomplish two things. It would suspend until January 1 of 22 certain minimum requirements for income to be derived from food sales for restaurants licensed to sell alcohol. It would also allow a licensed in-state manufacturer of liquor to have a financial interest in a single retail licensee, and allows a retail licensee to have a financial interest in a single licensed in-state manufacturer. Additionally, the bill provides for an interest in the retail establishment, but the type of retail establishment on or off premise is not clear. Under the definition of retail establishment 28A, section 227, it defines retailer as both on and off premise establishments. Under current law in section 1355A, an in-state manufacturer is permitted to have an interest in a single chapter 43 on-premise establishment. Historically, Maine liquor laws have been guided by the provisions of the three-tier system, and this has been sustained and maintained over time. Specifically, the three-tier system was developed in response to the dangers of the tied house model that dominated the alcohol market prior to Prohibition. Under the model, alcohol manufacturers were able to consolidate market power by leveraging economic advantages over smaller competitors. This vertical integration of alcohol production and sale led to rampant oversupply of alcohol and disregard for alcohol regulations. By contrast, within the three-tier system, alcohol travels through at least three independent levels of distribution before it is purchased by the ultimate customer, that is the consumer. While the contours vary, every state, as well as the federal government, prohibits ownership across tiers in order to maintain a level economic playing field. A wholesaler may not own and operate a retail license, and a retail license may not own and operate a certificate of approval license, and that's often an out-of-state manufacturer or importer, or allow any other integration between the tiers. In the evolution of 1355A, the legislature made a singular exception to the three-tier system by allowing an in-state manufacturer to own and operate and have an interest in one Chapter 43 on-premise license. For example, a brewery may have an additional license for a brew pub, attached or unattached. The issue of cross-tier ownership by a Maine manufacturer beyond a singular Chapter 43 exception has been discovered and addressed in the past, and these are some examples of this discovery. I'm not going to read all the words in these two examples, but these are two independent examples of what we mentioned before, where we have worked with a manufacturer to do what they're looking to do to gain more footprints other than a one Chapter 43, and we've found a path for them within the framework of the law. In summary, the changes in this bill would defy the three-tier system and promote vertical integration among the tiers, thereby replicating a system that was prevalent during the pre-prohibition period. This sets up a potential for undue influence between the tiers, in particular the first tier, the manufacturer, and the third tier, the retailer. And I'm out of breath. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify. And I did my best, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Minio. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Minio. I'm earning the title quickly as the Grim Reaper, so
No problem. No problem.
Just a quick question: Has has the party in question come to Bablo and asked for some discussion on how to achieve their goals?
We've had at least one phone call that came from one of the owners. We understand there's 4 owners in question in this here that President Jackson mentioned. One of the owners called Larry Sanborn, who I think the committee knows, our enforcement licensing manager, just talked about what the issues are. They knew they had a challenge, and Larry gave them this path for setting up brewing systems. I also understand, in practical purposes, we understand that may not be the most likely thing or practical thing to do when you're talking about a bowling alley, although may not be a bad idea. And there are 2 hotels that the one owner did mention to Larry that they were interested in buying, and of course would have liquor licenses. So they did come to us. We presented the path. They weren't accepting of that, but we want to continue working with them. We hope to find a way. We'd like to think we can, but other than that path that I just described to you and in testimony with setting up brewing systems, and that Kate Knox talked about, there is no other path that we know of within the current framework of the law.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Director Minio.
You're welcome.
Okay, that concludes the list of people who are registered to speak this morning on LD 1518. So with that, I will close the public hearing. Okay, next up, we are going to merge all 4 of the sports betting bills, but I'll turn that over to Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will begin opening the public hearing for LD 1352, which is an act to regulate sports betting. LD 1404, which is an act to legalize sports betting and strengthen public education. LD 1405, an act to regulate tax and control sports wagering. And LD 1527, an act to ensure proper oversight of sports betting in the state. We will begin with sponsors, and I will start with President Jackson again, sir. Floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Representative Chiazzo, Senator Lucchini, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. You are a very efficient group, I'll tell you that. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the great honor of serving as president of the Maine Senate, and I proudly represent District 1, which is northern Mercer County, stretching from Caribou North to St. John Valley. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1405, an act to regulate tax and sports wagering. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill today as the committee looks to move forward with sports gaming regulations in Maine. Last session, I introduced 2 bills on this topic for the committee's consideration. Proposal for you today is similar to LD 1657 from the previous session. In the end, what the committee come out with last session, while it wasn't exactly what was in my bills, I was certainly happy to support. Legalizing and regulating sports gaming would greatly benefit Maine on several fronts. First, it would provide a legal framework for something that is already happening, unfortunately, on the black market all over the state. This would allow the state to generate revenue for something that's already happening in Maine and is already generating revenue in neighboring states, most notably New Hampshire. As you can see in the bill, some of the revenue would be distributed to the Gambling Control Fund, the Gambling Addiction Prevention Fund, harness racing facilities, and the Higher Stakes Fund. Revenue would also go to the Agricultural Fair Promotion Fund, a new fund established by this bill to support Maine's agricultural fairs that have unfortunately been hit particularly hard during the COVID-19 pandemic. The remaining revenue from the wagering receipts would go to the general fund. Second, this bill requires the provider to be affiliated with licensed and regulated brick and mortar Maine businesses, more often simply referred to as tethering. I believe that this approach is good for Maine businesses and jobs while increased property tax and sales revenue for the state. As it stands now, sports betting is already offered in 21 states and the District of Columbia. I believe it's time for the state of Maine to move forward with legalization and regulation in a way that supports the state's tax coffers, takes control of the black market, and supports existing businesses here in our state. I know that there will be plenty of others to speak in much greater detail on this bill. And in any case, I want to thank you all so much for your time. I know you have a long Friday, rainy morning, and I'd happy to take any questions if you have of me.
Thank you, President Jackson. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you again, sir, for spending your morning with us.
Have a great day, everyone.
Maybe we'll take you up on that bowling league up in Aroostook soon.
Sounds good. I'd love to have you out.
Up next, we will recognize a Representative Roche, and he will be presenting LD 1527. Representative, when you're ready, sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Caiazzo and his team, members of the Committee of Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Tim Roach. I am representing District 7 Wells. I apologize for the mask thing. I am in school today, happily. We don't have committee meetings today, but I do have to wear it. It's my distinct honor today to present to you LD 1527, an act to ensure proper oversight of sports betting in the state. I had a whole thing prepared, written out and all that stuff. And one of the things I have coached for many years and been in education many years, and I actually hate preparing speeches and reading prepared things. I think it doesn't from the heart. Then I like to do things from the heart. I will say this as a athlete and a coach and all this stuff, I'm actually not a gambler. Never really have been. I'll admit to you, I'm not lying. I dabble a little bit with it, but certainly not at the level of anyone else. If I've spent $100 in the last year, that would be a record. And I find it very ironic that tomorrow, being Kentucky Derby Day, I love the Derby, and we're presenting on gambling bills right now on the day before one of the biggest gambling days in the United States is tomorrow. The reason I bring this bill forward for me is, and I know I'm a rookie here and the legislature, but it was brought to me by a constituent, asked of me by a constituent. And I looked up and I saw that this bill had actually passed, pretty much similar bill to this had passed before, but had been vetoed. I do want to say that one of the things I did notice as soon as he brought it up to me was I started to look around, and I am on the southern tip of Maine, as you guys know, and the amount of people that actually leave here to go gamble is unreal. And then I saw a tweet by Governor Sununu of New Hampshire soon after I was presenting this bill, where he said how proud he was to put $10 million into education from online gambling. And I'm like, wow, how much of that money came from towns like Wells, Kennebunk, even as high as Biddeford and Portland, people who drive down to New Hampshire and make bets. And I worry that money is leaving. At this time, we need money in this state. And here is a perfect example of how we can make some money, bring in some revenue for our state. The other thing is that I want to stress is that it's being done all over the state. You don't really hear of, in the old days, when it was supposedly the mafia controlling all this stuff and all these things happening, you heard of things like, bookies and all this stuff and police doing investigations. When was the last time you've ever heard of anybody get in trouble for their pools and their things like this that they have for different events? Why not make this legal? It's happening anyway. Why not go ahead and make this a legal thing to do in the state of Maine and bring in the revenue that we need? I want to thank you all for your time. I must admit that the one thing I was nervous about, this is my first presentation ever as a rep on a bill. I was nervous about pronouncing the name Lucchini and Caiazzo, although I know both names from being in athletics. I do know that much I know. And I just want to thank you very much for your time this morning. And if you have any questions, I'm certainly open to that.
Thank you, Representative Roche. I'll say the timing with the Kentucky Derby, nothing's happenstance in Augusta. So Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Coach, for coming in and testifying and having us be your first bill. This is great. It's good to see you. Thank you. I have a question where your thoughts would be if we brought in college sports into these wagering, just out of curiosity.
Sure. My bill my bill does include in college sports because it is happening still. I would never want anything to go in the high school level, obviously being a high school football coach. And Representative Kinney, I do appreciate you calling me coach, not rep. I no offense to anyone, but I love that title as much as anything. But and
I can call you that now because Coach Reed is no longer with us here. So
I heard that.
You get to hold that title, no problem.
I do believe that it's important to include it because it does regulate it. It gives us a legal way to do it, and I do believe that we should have college sports included in it. You're not seeing, in my meetings leading up to this bill with different groups, they have great control over how this is done. There's not that point shaving, what they like to call point shaving or rigging of things, is just not happening anymore as it was in maybe some days. So I just think at the college level, it's also important. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Representative Kinney. Any further questions from the committee for Coach Roche? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Welcome. We appreciate being your first committee presentation. You did a great job.
Thank you for your time, and I really do appreciate it. Have a great day, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we have Senator Baldacci, and he will introduce LD 1404. Senator, when you are ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Lucchini and distinguished members of Veterans and Legal Affairs. This bill that I am presenting was actually the minority report bill of the last session. And the reason I am submitting it is because Bangor is the home to Hollywood Slots. There are over 400 employees there. The city of Bangor built the Cross Insurance Center without state or federal money. The source, the $65 million bond that we approved in 2012, the annual debt service is paid by the annual income that the city receives from Hollywood Slots. So there is a huge fiscal and economic point here for the city of Bangor and the greater, because it's not just the slots. This is, as I said, the financing mechanism for the Cross Insurance Center, which before the pandemic was hosting, in the course of a year, hundreds of thousands of people from all over Eastern and Northern and Central Maine to numerous events. It's an important center for commerce, to attract commerce, retail. Bangor is the second largest, has the second largest taxable retail sales in the state. And a lot of it has to do with people coming here for various activities. So having the casino on a stable footing is very important to Bangor and the greater Bangor region. And I wanted to make, so this report was endorsed by a minority of this committee, but I am asking that it be considered by the whole committee so that bricks and mortar establishments, which are Bangor and Oxford County, can make sure that they are not put out of business when we legalize it. So I understand this was a bone of contention, but I'm asking the committee to realize that the significant economic impact in Bangor isn't just with Hollywood Slots, it's with the financing of the Cross Insurance Center, which the city, as I said, did without any money from the state or federal government. And obviously that financing, we think, could be endangered or impacted negatively by not giving the bricks and mortar facilities a preference or a leg up. So, and I appreciate, as this conversation goes along, I'm going to be a broken record on the fact that the annual debt service goes to pay this bond. And it's very important to the city of Bangor. The Cross Insurance Center was approved by 75% of the voters in the city of Bangor. So this is not like this crosses all lines in terms of this region. This is not about a party issue. It's really just about economic issue for our region. So I want to, and I included that the money would go to education, but obviously that's up to the committee, however they want to do it. But I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for being here. my question, and I don't know if you know the LD number from the 129th, that this was the minority report, or if Janet could find that for us for the work session, that would be great.
Yeah, I don't know the LD number, but I took it exactly from the minority report based on conversations I had with people in Bangor about what they would prefer.
Apparently Janet said it's LD 553. So thank you very much, Janet.
Thank you.
She is fast.
Yeah. I'm happy to answer any other questions. And I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Wallacci. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator, for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, the last bill sponsor will be Chairman Lucchini, and he will be presenting LD 1352. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate. And as the chairman said, I'm here to present LD 1352, an act to regulate sports betting. So we've heard a bunch today. For a little bit of background, in May 2018, the Supreme Court struck down PASPA, enabling states to regulate sports betting within their borders. And I think since then, as some people have alluded to, I think 28 states or so have legalized, including our neighbors in New Hampshire. After the Supreme Court decision, I initially put in this bill as a concept draft to try to get people together in 2018 to work on some legislation. However, that was a rough year legislatively. I think that was the summer of shutdown. So we weren't able to get it through, but then last session, as Janet pointed out, LD 553 was the work that this committee did. And we did it really in response to the fact that there's a huge illegal market, I think, as people know, in the sports betting world. And we wanted to offer Mainers a safer way to be able to bet on sports without turning to the illegal markets. If you go online and look up sports betting sites, you would think that it's legal to do it, but these are offshore sites that really there's no regulation, and who knows if you'll ever get paid or if there's any recourse if you get burnt. So that, as was talked about, that legislation that this committee worked on was enacted by the governor, or enacted by the legislature. Unfortunately, it was held after our session for 6 months, and then eventually was vetoed by the governor last year. So this bill is very similar to what we worked on last time, and I tried to address some of the concerns in the governor's veto letter. So the bill, just to go over some of the highlights, we intentionally were inclusive of all Maine's current gaming facilities. So we allow physical sports books to be located at Maine's casinos, the commercial harness tracks, as well as off-track betting facilities. And we also made sure to include the tribes who've been repeatedly left out of the gaming discussion. So not only did we allow those facilities to have a brick and mortar physical location, we also allowed them to offer a mobile service if they wanted to. In addition to those facilities being able to allow mobile, we allowed freestanding mobile from qualified mobile providers. And in order to be one of those providers, you have to go through a rigorous application process through the Gambling Control Unit in the state of Maine, which includes financial suitability checks, criminal background checks, and all the requirements by the Gambling Control Unit. And we have mobile services that currently offer services here in Maine, like daily fantasy sports, and they pay taxes to the Maine into the Maine General Fund. So this would allow them to expand into mobile sports betting. This bill also would have a tiered tax rate, so it would assess a 10% tax on physical locations, and then it assesses a 16% tax on mobile. So we go 60% higher tax than on mobile than on retail locations. And that is in part to recognize the fact that retail locations invest in physical property here in the state and hire people. We also make sure to have dedicated funding to problem gambling. And we require all locations, both physical and mobile, to comply with player protection protocols, things like self-exclusion lists. We mandate child support interception. We require posting of responsible gaming and things of that sort. I think to Representative Kinney's question earlier, this would allow for college sports, but I think we have an exception. I'll have to relook at the language that we decided last time. I think we had an exception for Maine-based universities, so there wouldn't be betting on that. Some other states have done that as well as a protection against any of that stuff. So ultimately, we did vote on the bill last session. We felt it was more of a free market approach, similar to how sports betting is conducted in most countries around the world. I think we're going to hear a lengthy discussion about tethering of licenses today from people in the public portion of this hearing. I've read some of the testimony already. This bill is technically and does not require a tethering of licenses to a physical location. Under a tethering situation, mobile providers could only enter Maine's market if they signed an agreement with a physical location. So ultimately what happens is the physical location will require the mobile app to pay them a fee just for the privilege of being allowed in our state, which is often called a mobile access fee. So ultimately tethering would raise the cost of the online service, and that cost is passed on to the bettor in the form of getting worse payouts and worse odds. So while the host license gets a subsidy from the mobile app, it is the tens of thousands of Maine bettors, our constituents, who will be paying that by having worse odds and payouts from their bets. So again, this bill, rather than having a tethered system, we allow for untethered, so that, but we effectively tether them to the state by having a higher tax rate, and with the understanding that the Gambling Control Board can determine eligibility of licensees, not the existing facilities. We've heard a lot about ADW and how people wish there were more providers. I don't know why we would cap the number of providers, but if the committee wants to talk about that, I'm certainly open for it. So with that, I'll conclude. I just think this offers a safer, regulated system for Mainers who wish to bet on sports. It will help Maine's retail gambling locations. There's no evidence that an untethered model would hurt physical locations, and it would raise revenue for the states. I think our committee did great work last session, so hopefully we can continue down that road. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Lucchini. Representative Wood.
Was Representative Kinney up before me, her hand?
I saw yours first, so I'm trying to be respectful.
I am too. Thank you, Chair Chiazzo. Senator Lucchini, so LD 553 is the bill that went forward last year, and this is pretty much the same thing with a few changes.
Yeah, it's very similar to LD 553. I made a couple of changes. I submitted the language a while ago, so I can't remember exactly, but we were more stringent on making sure that marketing can't be directed at children, which was a big point, rightfully so, that the governor raised. And I think we did something with the crimes to accommodate the veto letter, because those were two of the larger objections, I think, in the veto letter.
Will we in the work session see the veto letter to see what were the other issues that the governor brought forward?
Yeah, we can make the veto letter available.
Yes, Janet has already said yes.
He's probably already sent it to everybody. She's very quick.
And one last question. I don't know if you can answer this or if in the work session, but Senator Jackson's bill, he made reference to LD 1657. And so I'm just wondering what's the difference between that and the 553?
I don't have it in front of me, but I'm guessing Senator Jackson also submitted a very similar bill last session, which our committee killed. So I don't know if he's still in here, but that may have been what he was referencing. I can't remember the number. But last session we had, I think, 7 or 8 bills on sports betting, and we did a few weeks worth of work sessions, just taking the ideas from all of them really and merging them into one bill. It wasn't like my bill was just a concept draft, but it was used as the vehicle at the time. So,
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Just trying to understand the history. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if your LD might have been a lower number than President Jackson's, and that since that's what the committee tends to do. That's what.
yeah, I think that was it.
My question goes to the tethering versus no tethering. You mentioned that there'd be, if we tether, there will be worse odds, worse payouts to the gamblers. Without the tether, though, there's a higher tax rate. Won't that also be passed along to the ones that are gambling?
Yeah, it could be. I think basically the minority report last session just took the majority's bill and then added tethering. So the tax rate was actually the same. And then on top of that, they applied the tethering. So by virtue of, I guess, making it more expensive for the online apps to provide the service, that fee gets passed on to the consumer. So, but I think, yeah, to your point, the higher tax rate will also get passed on.
Thank you, Representative Kinney. Any other questions for Chairman Lucchini? All right, seeing Representative McCray.
Starts with a J.
Too many screens.
Senator Lucchini, is there any risk of, within this type, the sports betting, of an entity being able to cut out another entity from being able to do this, which has been an issue in advanced deposit wagering? I just don't know enough to know if that's a risk here, and wonder if you know.
Well, I'm not really sure if they could cut somebody out necessarily, because the sport, unlike, I mean, what we've seen in ADW is that Churchill Downs has decided to not send their signal to Maine providers because they're upset about an RFP that was awarded to a competitor. It's not, I mean, obviously that doesn't build great relationships with the state of Maine when you do something like that. With sports, I think it's different because it's the leagues who control it rather than one entity. So hopefully they won't be able, there's not a company that would be able to do that. Yeah, the ADW situation seems to be fairly unique in that. But if we did do a tethering model, that would limit the number of operators, and it would be the retail locations who get to choose which operators are allowed to participate here in the state of Maine, because they signed the deals with them. I've always felt that we can simply license as many providers and give the citizens competition, and let there be, competition on providers rather than allowing the industry to choose their own competitors.
Thank you.
But Chairman Lucchini, there'd be nothing, I don't know why they would, but there would be nothing preventing a national organization from partnering with a bricks and mortar if they so chose, right?
Yeah, totally. Because brick and mortar facilities would likely have to partner. I mean, because we allow them to have two. We give them the benefit of two. We let them have a physical location and a mobile. For instance, Penn Gaming, they own Barstool Sports, or a portion of Barstool Sports, which is the mobile provider, and they do a great job with their mobile stuff from what I've heard. So, I mean, that seems like an easy partnership for them.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Lucchini. Or Senator Lucchini. So let me get this right. So if we do untethered, then the state essentially licenses who the state wants to work with. And if we do tethered, then essentially the brick and mortar places would decide who they want to work with. I guess maybe this is going to be a question for sort of the gambling control people about whether or not we lose oversight of that, ADW by it going through the brick and mortar facility, or if we still maintain that kind of control. Do you know?
Yeah, I think the way the bill's written, we put in a lot of oversight in kind of the committee's majority report last session, and the minority report literally just took that bill and added tethering. So there would still be some oversight, but I think that's a really good question because, if it is just the locations, deciding essentially which mobile provider is going to pay them the most to be able to be allowed to enter the main market. That's, no offense to the casinos, but I think that money would be better to come to Mainers rather than to like the casinos to get that higher percentage pay for being able to participate in the state. I think,
Yeah, that
I've
sounds
always,
like
what's
pretty
that?
good deal. That sounds like a pretty good deal for the casinos.
It is, and it's like a good deal for any of the, because really what this bill does, we're picking winners on who gets to conduct sports betting.
Yeah.
And then if we tether it, then they really are winners because they get this bonus fee. And then also something the committee should look at probably is whether or not, if we just choose an OTB, one of the OTBs, for instance, and let them have a license. I have a feeling some of them may just immediately flip the license. So I think that's something we should look at too, where perhaps sports betting licenses aren't transferable. That would be my preference, where we're going just by picking winners. I've had a number of like restaurateurs and stuff call me and say they'd like to get into sports betting, and I think they do a phenomenal job with their locations. But the way these are written, we're really just picking winners, which is I hate ever doing that stuff. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Representative Corey. Any other questions for Chairman Lucchini? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for presenting your bill.
Thank you.
That concludes all the lead sponsors. If there are any representatives in the attendee room who wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand and I will bring you in. And if they're up, I see Representative Falkingham. And so I will bring in Representative Falkingham. Give him a second to come in. Representative Falkingham, when you are ready, sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm sorry I showed up late. I just want to make sure. Are you doing LD 1527?
We are, sir. We've combined them all into one public hearing. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm all set then.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Representative Billy Bob Falkingham, and I am here to testify in favor of LD 1527 as a co-sponsor. In the 129th legislature, a similar bill passed the House and Senate with overwhelming numbers. At that time, the governor vetoed the bill. The Senate overrode the veto 20-10. When it came to the House, it fell a few votes short, with 85 members voting to override and 57 supporting the veto. That was 2 years ago, and since then, we've had time to realize that Maine really missed the boat. This bill is about allowing adults to participate in an activity that is going on widely in other parts of the country. It's not our job to be the morality police on the issue of gambling. If that was the case, then we would have to vote first to end the Maine lottery today. However, we won't and wouldn't do that. The state brings in an incredible amount of revenue from the Maine lottery, so I will focus my testimony today on revenue. In this bill, a facility sports wagering licensee must remit 10% of the licensee's adjusted gross sports wagering receipts to the state, and mobile sports wagering licensees must remit 16% of the licensee's adjusted gross sports wagering receipts to the state. 1% of adjusted gross sports wagering receipts must be deposited in the general fund for the administrative expenses of the gambling control unit with the Department of Public Safety, and 1% of the adjusted gross sports wagering receipts must be deposited in the Gambling Addiction Prevention and Treatment Fund. The remaining adjusted gross sports wagering receipts remitted to the state must be deposited in the general fund. There is a mountain of future revenue out there for the state if this bill passes. We have lost so much already. Let's not wait any longer. Please pass LD 1527. Thank you for your consideration. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Fockingham. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Up next, we have Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Representative. I wanted to testify on LD 1405, so I'm not sure if this is the proper time or not.
You are very proper, Representative. We've combined them all into one public hearing. So, and just so you know, we can hear you, but we can't see you. And if that's okay with you, then you can proceed when you are ready.
I am trying to fix that. Bear with me. Here we go. Here I am.
Perfect.
Senator Lucchini, Representative Cazzo, and members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Representative Donna Dorr, representing a portion of our capital city in House District 85. Welcome to my district. If we were at the State House, we would be in my district, but we're here in Zoom land. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1405, an act to regulate, tax, and control sport wagering. For many years in Maine, summers meant swimming in our lakes and ponds, enjoying our wonderful state's natural resources, and attending local agricultural fairs. For as long as I can remember, harness racing has been a mainstay at Maine agricultural fairs. There is nothing more fun than watching a race with family or friends who have a horse in the race. Under LD 1405, sports wagering companies coming into Maine would be required to work with brick and mortar businesses like tribe-owned facilities, casinos, commercial tracks, or off-track betting facilities. By supporting this bill, we keep more of the money that is spent on sports wagering here in Maine. We employ Maine residents, we generate tax revenue, we purchase goods from local businesses, we support our local communities, we support our agricultural fairs, and of course, help preserve Maine's harness racing industry. Thank you for supporting this bill, and thank you for your time. I will be glad to try to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Representative Dorr, and thank you for virtually hosting us in Augusta. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
I think that concludes sponsors and co-sponsors. If there are any other representatives or senators in the attendee room who wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand and we will bring you in. Okay, seeing none, we will proceed to the public testimony portion of the hearing. Just a reminder to those testifying, please state your name and who you represent, where you're from and who you represent, if anyone, and you will have 4 minutes to speak on either 1352, 1404, 1405, or 1527, one or all of them. So we will start with Mr. Jeff Morris. I will bring him in. He will be followed by Steve Silver and then Rebecca London.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir. We can. When you are ready, sir, I will start the clock.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Lucchini and Co-Chair Chiazzo, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Morris, and I am the Vice President of Public Affairs and Government Relations for Penn National Gaming, the largest regional gaming operator with 41 facilities throughout the United States, including Hollywood Casino, Hotel, and Raceway Bangor. We have retail sportsbooks at nearly half of our properties and currently offer online sports betting in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Illinois. We anticipate we'll be operational with our mobile sportsbook in at least 10 states by the end of this year, all under the Barstool Sports brand, which we acquired a 36% stake of roughly a year ago. While my submitted testimony includes significant details on the benefits of sports wagering in Maine, I'd like to focus specifically on tax rates and limiting retail and mobile sports betting to existing gaming operators. We appreciate your hard work, Chairman Lucchini, and support a majority of the framework of LD 1352, but prefer the tethered model in Senator Baldacci's LD 1404 for reasons I'll summarize in my testimony. I want to emphasize that sports betting is a low margin, highly volatile business. On an average $100 wager or the handle, $95 goes back to the bettors, with the casino receiving $5 or hold. We must then pay a federal excise tax, state tax, and an array of operating expenses, betting data, labor, promotional spend, marketing, etc., resulting in approximately $1 in actual revenue. We think a 7.5% tax rate for retail wagers and 10% for mobile wagers strikes the right balance and allows us to be more competitive against the rampant illegal market, which pays no taxes or fees. We also believe it is critical that the operation of retail and mobile sports betting be limited to existing gaming operators and our mobile platform skin partners. And while the number of skins permitted varies by state, New Jersey, Iowa, Indiana, and West Virginia allow at least 3 skins per licensee, ensuring a competitive market. Notably, New Jersey and Indiana, even when adjusting for population, are the leading revenue-producing states, and sports betting helps drive visitation to the existing operators. For example, in Indiana, where we've seen an incremental boost of 27% to our table games and slot volumes in the area next to our Barstool Sportsbook at our property in East Chicago, which obviously strengthens the overall gaming tax revenue for the state. The gaming industry also has well-established, rigorous compliance and responsible gaming protocols in place to ensure a safe wagering environment for consumers, both at our facilities and on our mobile platforms. We are required to undergo extensive federal anti-money laundering training programs and have been identified as financial institutions under the Bank Secrecy Act. We have in place extensive and extremely labor-intensive security systems and sophisticated customer identification procedures, which includes reporting suspicious transactions while further regulating, supervising, and monitoring anti-money laundering operations. Allowing an unlimited number of licensees in Maine, many without such an established framework of security, could result in significant regulatory burden for the state and fraudulent activity or predatory practices. This was the case in Tennessee last month, where unlimited licenses are allowed. A fly-by-night company got a license by claiming they had strong internal controls. They did not, and criminals were able to launder tens of thousands of dollars before anyone noticed. This same company, tied to a payday loan scheme, withheld sports betting winnings to pay off the loans of some customers. This company, frankly, has no incentive to follow the strict rules that casino operators and their tethered skin partners must follow, because they don't have anything to lose. Whereas we have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the state, employ hundreds of Mainers, and consider our gaming license a privilege, not a right. As I've testified to in previous sessions, this is again why we believe tethering licenses to the state's licensed operators, as outlined in Senator Baldacci's bill, similar to how most successful legal sports betting states do so today, is the right model for Maine. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you, everyone.
Up next, we have Chairman Steven Silver. Good morning, sir. When you are ready, I will begin your clock.
All right, good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Piazza and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Steve Silver. I am a resident of South Portland, an attorney and chair of the Maine Gambling Control Board. I'm not speaking on behalf of the entire board today, but as both a citizen of Maine and chair of the board, I have a vested interest in ensuring that all forms of gaming are done safely, fairly, and legally. So I feel like it's my duty to put my background to good use and serve as a resource for you all, considering all 4 bills. Some of you already know me. My confirmation hearing wasn't too long ago, but for the new members of the committee, I started my career as a sports reporter for the Las Vegas Sun. During and after law school, I've written a lot of academic and media articles about sports wagering. And in 2018, I created the state's first course at the University of Maine Law School, teaching about federal and Maine laws on sports betting and fantasy sports. So I have no outcome in the stake of either of these individual bills, but it's my personal belief that Maine should join the majority of states in legalizing sports betting. And with that, I want to hit on 4 points, and then I'll be happy to answer questions. Number 1, New Englanders want to bet on sports. All right, since January of 2020, sports bettors have wagered $459 million in New Hampshire. That's resulted in $15.5 million in tax revenue to the state. All right, that's more than $1 million per month. In March alone, New Hampshire took in nearly $56 million in sports wagerings, and that got them almost $2 million in tax revenue. Now, there's only about 1 million adults in New Hampshire, so it's safe to surmise that there's plenty of Mainers who are going over the border to wager. And drive a little further south in Rhode Island. Since November 2018, they've had $555 million wagered there with about 25 million in tax revenue. Number two, mobile is king. All right, we've seen from New Hampshire, about 85% of their wagers are done online. States like New Jersey and Pennsylvania, more than 90% of the wagers are online, and nationally that average is about 81%. So this means that any bill moving out of this committee must contain an online component, particularly in a state with our geography, and frankly, with the pandemic still going on. All right, in-person wagering is going to be a small chunk. Number three, legalization has not harmed the sports leagues. All right, so despite hearing in court, right, and in front of different committees in Congress for nearly a decade that sports betting would destroy the integrity of their games, it hasn't happened. The opposite is true. Almost every professional sports league and team has embraced legal sports betting. Some of the teams host sports books in their venues. Other teams, owners, and the leagues themselves have partnership deals with the sports books. The NFL just sold its data rights to Genius Sports for about $250 million per year. They've got 3 partnerships, a tri-exclusive, whatever that means, partnership worth $1 billion over 5 years with sports betting operators. And even at the NCAA level, the University of Colorado has signed a sponsorship deal with a sportsbook operator. So the harm just hasn't played out. And number 4, lastly, the black market is still thriving. We saw in Portland, right, the sports betting ring, a man was arrested for a $20 million sports betting ring. It's happening. A legalized market is the only way to reduce criminality. And with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions and can make myself available for the work session.
Thank you, Chairman Silver. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Silver. I'm thinking about the smaller brick and mortar, the OTBs, for example, and I hear your statistics about so much done online. Do you see them remaining in business with this? How do we do it all?
Well, I mean, they're in business now without it. So adding it isn't going to change that. In fact, it only has the potential to increase revenue for those brick and mortar locations. You're going to obviously the key here is going to be tethering or untethering, and that's going to be the theme of the day. I don't have an opinion either way about that, other than, in any industry, forget sports betting, right? An open market with free, open competition is going to serve consumers better. What you do see in other states is a lot of partnerships, right? So even though online is king, there's a number of online operators who are going to want to have a physical presence in Maine, if for nothing else other than the signage, the visibility, and the fact that Maine is slightly unique in that with the older population and kind of the traditions of, wagering at the racetrack or going to the physical casinos, I think you'll see maybe a slightly higher percent of the population who will go to a physical location. And here in Maine, those physical locations, the closest, are often those OTBs, right? I mean, when you think about the geographic spread from Oxford to Bangor. So, I think there is a way that everyone can get a piece of the pie, but this is not slots. And I know I just read off a whole lot of big numbers, but I want everyone to understand this isn't like slots, with billions of dollars. The revenue stream will be millions, but it's not going to be game changing for any single operator.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you, Representative McCrate. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Silver, you said that probably the big discussion today is going to be about tethering and untethering, and that you didn't have an opinion one way or the other. So I think you're the perfect person for me to ask. Can you give me a brief layperson's definition of what tethering means?
Sure. So let's start with untethering, right? Untethered just means it's an open market, the bills, I think all 4 bills have 2 systems. So there's a license fee and a tax system for a brick and mortar sports book, right? That's what we think of when you see pictures, you know, of all the TVs in the room with the odds on the wall, and you walk up to a ticket counter and you place your bet. There'd also be an online component. So that's a higher license fee, a higher tax rate. And those brick and mortar facilities could have both. And in fact, I think all of them will have both based on, you know, the way the market plays out. And what that means is it's up to the state and the gambling control unit to determine who's a viable licensee, right? You've got to apply for a license, and the gambling control unit vets that, investigates that, and issues the license. And that's open to the universe of operators that want to come in and meet the state's requirements. A tethered system means that that universe of operators who want to come here cannot do so unless they sign an agreement with a physical location. So those physical locations can set their terms, whether it's the highest bidder or there's other components to those terms. It just limits who can come and operate in the state of Maine. You know, and there's a fee involved. What that amount is, I don't know, but it means that the operators will pay a fee or enter into some revenue sharing with a physical location for the ability to get an online license.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Yeah, I think, Mr. Silver, if you could join us for the work session, that would be very helpful. And I'd also be interested in getting a little bit more detail, certainly not today, but at the work session, getting a little bit more detail to the pros and cons of tethering versus untethering and some of the pitfalls of either or system, whichever one we evaluate. Just a quick question. Do any other states allow OTBs to conduct sports wagering?
Well, conduct meaning they have a physical location there?
Yeah.
I'm
sure there are tethered, there's 2 approaches, right? The tethered and the untethered.
Yeah, I mean, most you see at existing racetracks, right? But as far as actual OTBs, yes, I'm not saying it's different systems, right? So you look at some states, the OTBs are owned by the operator of the racetrack, right? So the racetrack has the license, but you know, I'll go with a broad yes and couch that with that. But when you think about operating, what they're doing, and I think this is important for everyone to understand, right? They're not opening a sports book and suddenly getting into that business themselves. They're going to license it to an online operator or to, you know, a sports book to run the physical book, right? Provide the odds, provide the data. So they're sitting back and licensing essentially a white label product. They're not getting into it themselves.
So there may be banners advertising, let's say Oxford Casino, but it's being run and processed by the national vendor, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Silver? All right. Seeing none. Thank you, sir. We look forward to seeing you at the work session for sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Rebecca London, and she will be followed by Suzanne Goucher and then Barry Norris. So Ms. London, when you are ready, I will start the clock for you.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo, Senator Lucchini, and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca London. I'm a resident of South Portland, and I'm a government affairs manager for DraftKings. I'm testifying today on behalf actually of BetMGM, DraftKings, and FanDuel. And while we are competitors in the marketplace, our 3 companies, we share the goal of creating a viable, successful, and safe sports wagering market here in the state of Maine that includes an online component. Consideration of all 4 of these bills today gives your committee the opportunity to eradicate a thriving illegal market and establish a well-regulated industry in the state by providing consumers with key safeguards and generating tax revenue for our state. Many people have already said this today, but this is an industry that exists in Maine. There are sophisticated offshore sports books that if you Google many consumers would have no idea that they are placing wagers with illegal operators. And it's no longer, you know, your corner, someone in your local bar who's taking money and paying odds and that sort of thing. So through our collective experience across the country, we've found that transitioning customers from that illegal market that they currently use takes a well-regulated market that permits real competition, allowing for an online marketplace with multiple qualified and experienced operators. I've submitted written remarks today, and we look forward to working with your committee and other stakeholders so that we can bring legalized sports wagering here to the state of Maine. I would also add, Representative Kinney asked about college wagers, and I know that most of these bills prohibit wagers on Maine teams. We have a small technical correction that we can provide for the committee where our understanding of the current reading could potentially prevent folks from wagering on events like March Madness or the Frozen Four, in which Maine teams are participating. So our technical correction would be just that if the committee decides to not allow wagers on college sports at all, or excuse me, on Maine teams at all, that Mainers can still wager on tournaments in which Maine teams participate. And one last thing too is it is important to know that college wagers are happening in the illegal market, and any barriers to converting users to the legal market, like not offering college sports, it is one way to deflate the market and prevent them from entering the market where they have consumer protections. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you have. I know you have a busy day, so I won't take my full 4 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. London. We definitely appreciate that. The Fridays have been long for us lately. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, Ms. London, you're not taking a position on a particular bill. You're taking a position on the issue of ending illegal sports wagering.
That's correct, Representative. For us, it's important that Maine legalizes sports wagering and allows for a competitive market that has an online component. And besides that, most of these policy decisions are up to your committee for what you believe is best for the state of Maine, and we stand to work with you to accomplish that goal.
Follow up, Representative McCrate? No? Okay. Any other questions for Ms. London? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. London, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Up next, we have Suzanne Goucher, followed by Barry Norris, and then Denise Terry. So Ms. Goucher, when you are ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo and Chairman Lucchini and members of the committee. My name is Suzanne Goucher. I'm a resident of the town of Manchester, and I am the president and CEO of the Maine Association of Broadcasters, which represents the 160 free over-the-air radio and television stations that are federally licensed to serve the state of Maine. Over the past year, the restaurant and hospitality industries have garnered the most headlines, but I'm here to tell you our industry took it on the chin just as badly. Famously, the Gleason Radio Group in Auburn and Norway went out of business just about a year ago. Luckily, one of my board members was able to buy up the licenses and put the stations back on the air, but I could point to 7 or 8 or 9, excuse me, I get a little emotional about this, 7 or 8 or 9 other radio stations and television stations and groups that might have faced a similar fate were it not for the Paycheck Protection Program and similar aids to industry. I mean, I surveyed my members about a year ago, and some of them reported revenue drops of 75%. So I'm here today to testify generally in favor of the notion of legalizing sports gambling in Maine, insofar as it can open a new line of revenue for my stations. Every little bit helps. And so with that, I will finish out of respect for your time and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goucher. Any questions from the committee?
I want to thank Representative Corey. It isn't a Zoom without a spouse, a kid, or a pet.
We get a lot of those these days. Yes, thank you. Thank you indeed.
Welcome.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Goucher, for your testimony this morning. Up next, we have Barry Norris, followed by Denise Terry, and then she will be followed by Jonathan Nabavi. So, Mr. Norris, when you are ready, sir, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair Cazazzo and Senator Lucchini and the honorable members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Barry W. Norris. I reside in Union. I'm here this morning representing the Maine Association of Agricultural Affairs as their executive director in supporting LD 1405. I've included in my written testimony a letter signed by the presidents of the fairs supporting the bill, as well as a quick fact sheet for your review. I've chosen to use this format in order to save time this morning rather than attempting to get all of the facts and figures within the allotted 3 minutes. As you're well aware, our fairs rely heavily on the revenues generated from harness racing as well as gaming operations. Without this support, at least 20% of our fairs would likely cease to exist in the near future. As Maine strives to showcase every aspect of agriculture and in doing so offer each fairgoer a member and all-encompassing educational experience, the fund that this bill would provide would make it possible for our fairs to expand these educational opportunities for their fairgoers and members as well. Without the anticipated revenue income from 2020, which was eliminated due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the previous fair season was economically devastating to all of our fairs. All of our fairs continued to struggle as they work towards providing a blue ribbon fair experience this year. Some fairs will look differently than in previous years, but they will be going forward and guaranteeing that every fairgoer will have a memorable time in 2021. On behalf of the members and staff of the 26 fairs across our great state, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration. I'll make myself available for any questions you may have now or at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. I didn't think Representative Kinney would let that opportunity go by. So, Representative Kinney.
Of course not. I absolutely couldn't possibly do that. Thank you, Mr. Norris, for being here. It's good to see you again, even if this time it's virtual. It was nice to see you in person not that long ago.
Thank you, Representative.
So I'm guessing you're referring to LD 1405, President Jackson's bill, where he mentioned the Ag Fair Promotion Fund.
That's correct.
That caught my attention very quickly when President Jackson proposed that as well. And I do hope you will be able to be with us with the work session. And I'm looking forward to looking at the additional information you've sent, because I absolutely agree with you 100%. Our ag fairs have been struggling, some of them for years, and last year was just devastating. And I do hope we can do something to help them out. And isn't that so? Gotta have a question.
I appreciate that, and I will be available for the work session.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Norris. Any other questions for Mr. Norris from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Next up, we have Denise Terry. She will be followed by Jonathan Nabavi and then Dawn Barbarino. Ms. Terry, when you are ready. Ms. Terry, I don't know if you can hear us or not, but if you can, your microphone is muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes. We can hear you, but we can't see you, but that's okay. If there we go. Now we're good.
I always seem to have a difficult time with that. Okay, distinguished chairs and members of the committee, my name is Denise Terry and I reside in Falmouth. On behalf of my family and all the employees at Scarborough Downs, I appreciate the opportunity to explain the importance of LD 1405. I agree wholeheartedly with everything Mr. Norris has said previously, and also with the other comments that the Maine OTVs and harness racing industry will provide following my testimony. So I'm not going to go into detail about those things, but I think it helps to understand the struggle my family has faced trying to preserve our family business and racing in Maine in the history of a particular provision of the bill that is directed to the Downs circumstance. When my mother took over Scarborough Downs following my stepfather's death in 2001, the track had not had a profitable year for several decades. My mom could not sustain the losses, so as the first woman owner of a main racetrack, she worked hard and made the track marginally profitable. In 2003, Mainers voted to allow slot machines at both commercial racetracks, but the referendum was written by the new owner of the Bangor Raceway and included provisions designed to make it impossible for the Downs to ever get slot machines. The strategy worked, and eventually the Downs had to compete with casinos in Bangor and Oxford County. The loss of revenues was far more than the Downs share of revenue shared by Bangor operation through what's called the Cascade. As the business declined, we sold assets, including the track's timber, parcels of land, and eventually the entire parcel, using proceeds to preserve the operation. Eventually, we reached an agreement with the industry to step aside and operate only as an OTB, hopefully with sports wagering to allow a modern, well-capitalized track and entertainment center to replace the Downs. One component of that agreement was a provision in a 2019 industry bill to amend the OTB licensing statute 11, Maine Revised Statute Section 275D, to allow commercial tracks that close at the industry's request to continue on as a full OTB. The legislature passed the bill, but in a technical revision, rather than include that provision in Section 275D, it was placed in a separate section not incorporated into any statute. We were told the change was made because it was felt that the provision would likely only apply to us and so it not need to be in statute. As a result, the law under which the Downs received its OTB license exists in public law, but not in Section 275D. That has created unexpected ambiguity because bills referring to OTBs have specifically referred to OTB licensed under Section 275D, which would suggest the law does not apply to the Downs or that it does not qualify for the benefit or license the law allows. The Downs need sports wagering in order to compete, and we need the law to include OTB's license under Public Law 2019, Chapter 626, Section 16, because of the peculiar history of the law and its application to the Downs OTB. Everyone in my family and our company is very proud of the hard work we've done to help harness racing through difficult times. LD 1405 will give the entire industry, the horsemen, breeders, fairs, tracks, and the OTBs a chance to compete in the modern digital age. I respectfully ask for your support, and I would, of course, be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I will just say again, I've said it before on mic, but I will say it again. I want to thank you and your family for all of the hard work and dedication you've had to our community in Scarborough. It's been, you guys have been a great partner, and we look forward to having you there for a long time to come for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Jonathan Nabavi. He'll be followed by Don Beberino and then Gary Sagres. So, Mr. Nabavi, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Lucchini, Chairman Piazza, and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Nabavi, and I serve as Vice President of Public Policy and Government Affairs for the National Football League. On behalf of the NFL and its member clubs, we appreciate the opportunity to share with the committee our position on the legalization of sports betting in Maine and our support for LD 1527. There is no greater priority for the NFL than protecting the integrity of our games and the welfare of our players. Fans, players, coaches, and personnel deserve to know that we're doing everything possible to ensure no improper influences affect how our games are played, and that we are taking all appropriate steps to ensure that participation in our games is not subject to unfair and unwarranted allegations related to sports gambling. To protect the integrity of NFL sporting contests and the participants in those events, there are 4 core standards for sports betting that we would ask this committee and the Maine legislature to consider. 1, a legal regulated sports betting environment with substantial consumer protections. 2, protection of content and intellectual property, including from those who would attempt to steal or misuse it. 3, fan access to official, reliable league data. And 4, adequate resources, monitoring, and enforcement tools necessary for law enforcement to protect our fans by eliminating the illegal sports betting marketplace and penalizing bad actors. We believe that effective legislation must ensure that illegal sports betting moves to a legal regulated market and minimizes these potentially harmful impacts on consumers in sports. The provisions in LD 1527 address these important issues and contain consensus language shown to have industry support from various entities across a number of state legislative initiatives. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to working with you as you consider the future of sports betting in Maine. I would ask the committee members to refer to our submitted materials for more information regarding the NFL's position, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nabavi. And looks like we have Representative Corey.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. Thank you for being here, Mr. Nabavi. What is the NFL doing to ensure the integrity of their games?
Thank you. That's something we spend a lot of time and effort working on, and I'm glad to talk a little bit more about it. Since, certainly we've seen the rise in popularity of sports betting across 26 jurisdictions now that have legalized. We're doing a lot internally, training over 15,000 staff, all personnel from the league office, clubs, players, about our policies, what to watch out for, approaches by unscrupulous actors, and making sure they know that it's not okay to bet on sports betting. We've also engaged with a number of third parties to work on monitoring so we can see exactly what's going on in the marketplace. With this all being online, there's really an opportunity now for us to address issues when things legalize. And that's why ultimately we're here today in support of this bill. So it's a big part of that effort. And then, finally, working with partners to pass on, through our either our commercial agreements or through legislation, making sure there's good policy that helps us sort of police our own game.
Thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question?
Please. Representative Corey, go ahead.
Yeah. Great. What are some of the trends in sports betting legislation that we're seeing around the country right now?
Thank you. Yeah. So, obviously this is incredibly popular, and I think we're very gratified to see that, for a long time, this was something where only casinos had interest, but certainly all sports leagues have an incredible interest in this too. Out of the question you just asked about protecting the integrity of the game, we're gratified to see that, the use of official league data is something that legislators across the country and are starting to include in legislation, whether it's certainly been enacted in a number of recent states in the past, as well as other, important priorities such as information sharing, which we talked about, and the ability for us to object to certain prop bets that we think might be sort of objectionable out of, public policy, or, we don't want to see betting on injuries or things that are penalty related.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Nabavi? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony and being with you this morning.
Thank you, Chairman.
Up next, we have Don Barberino. He'll be followed by Gary Segree and then Dan Walker. Mr. Barberino, when you are ready, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and members of the VLA committee. My name is Don Barberino, and I operate the Waterville and Sanford OTBs, and I'm speaking in favor of LD 1405. LD 1405 is a tethered sports wagering bill that puts Maine business first. Tethering means that mobile operators must be affiliated with a brick and mortar gaming enterprise. This is a common practice throughout the country. At this time, every state with established gaming operations requires mobile to be tethered to their casinos, racetracks, and OTBs. Sophisticated gambling states such as West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey tether mobile to their bricks and mortar. And they do this because these companies have large investments in their states. They employ hundreds of people, and it makes sense to try to support them rather than bring in outside competition that will invest no money into those states. An untethered bill will allow an unlimited number of mobile operators into the state who would simply flip a switch and be in business. No investment, no employees. They would have an incredible competitive advantage over the brick and mortar and would dominate the market. We would not be able to compete, and it might not even be financially feasible for us to try. Mobile wagering accounts for 85% of all sports wagering business. An untethered bill means brick and mortar could potentially be shut out of this revenue stream revenue needed to offset the expenses of operating a land-based retail business. The brick and mortar companies invest in Maine, employ Maine residents, pay taxes, utilize local vendors, and are members of our communities. Ironically, these large corporations, DraftKings, FanDuel, and others, would be happy with a tethered bill. It's common practice in other states. It's just a market access fee. And it would be great support for our established businesses. Support a tethered sports wagering bill. Let's not be taken advantage of by multi-billion-dollar out-of-state corporations who have no interest in Maine other than how much money they can take out of it. Please support LD 1405, a tethered sports wagering bill. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barberino. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Gary Segree, and he will be followed by Dan Walker, and then James Day. So, Mr. Segree.
Yes, good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Caso. My name is Gary Segris, and I represent the Brunswick OTB, and I'm here to testify today in favor of LD 1405. I've been in business since 1993 when I opened the Winners Sports Grill. I opened Winners Off-Track Betting Facility in 1996. And it's been difficult the last X number of years for all of us. And of course, last year with the pandemic, it really hurt everybody. On May 14th, 2018, the United States Supreme Court passed a bipartisan bill on a 6-3 vote to legalize sports wagering in the United States. They left it up to all of the states to make their own decisions. At the present time, there's between 23 and 25 states that have legalized sports wagering. With the anticipation, there'll be up to 35 states by the end of this year. I think it's really important that Maine gets involved and keeps the revenue in the state of Maine instead of going to New Hampshire and all over the country. Connecticut is going to have sports wagering. Governor Lamont projects that they'll have sports wagering up and running by September 1st, which will include the OTBs in the state of Connecticut. We are losing a lot of revenue at the present time to New Hampshire. Some of my customers that are driving right by Winners in Brunswick, they're going from Booth Bay to Seabrook because they can wager on sports wagering. So the state is not only losing revenue there, they're also losing revenue at the state liquor stores because they're buying their liquor in New Hampshire. When they go to Seabrook, it's right the next exit. Coming back from Seabrook, it's the first exit, and they stop in there also. So it's a double whammy for the state of Maine. I think this state is ready. I understand the governor last year wanted to wait a year and see how other states were doing. I think if she looks into it today, I think most states are doing extremely well. Most of the states have tethering. One of the few states that doesn't have tethering is the state of Tennessee, and that is because they have no legalized gaming in Tennessee. There's no casinos, there's no horse racing, so their bill is an untethered bill, but they don't have anything else in their state. I know Senator Lucchini has done an excellent job when he was in the House, and he does an excellent job now as the chair of this committee. I really feel that the state of Maine is ready to move on, and basically in layman's terms, and that's how I am. I speak from my heart. I don't write anything down. I probably couldn't even read my own writing if I did. I think we're ready now to move on and get into the 21st century and keep the revenue in the state of Maine instead of going every place else, whether it's offshore, illegal, or whatever, or to New Hampshire or wherever. I think we're ready to do it. And with everybody working together, I think we can be successful. It'll bring a lot of needed revenue into the state of Maine. And I apologize, I did not, when I mentioned Senator Lucchini and Representative Carrazzo, I always say it wrong, I'm sorry, and also the distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to try to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sagris. And don't worry about the name. It happens all the time. And I apologize for mispronouncing yours at the beginning as well.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Mr. Sagris. Yeah, I was going to point out that Representative Chiazzo mispronounced your name too, so fair enough. So it sounds like is this fair to say your number one priority is let's get sports wagering in Maine? And your second would be tethered. Is that a right, fair way to say it, or have I misunderstood?
No, you haven't, Representative. That's how I personally feel. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would just like to say one more thing, that I wanted to congratulate Senator Lucchini on his alma mater winning the NCAA championship in women's basketball.
I'm sure we'll hear about that soon enough.
You probably will. He does an excellent job, and it's been a pleasure working with him the last several years. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Sagris as we have him here? No? All right. Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have Dan Walker, be followed by James Day, and then Michael Cushings, but I don't see Michael in the room, so we'll go on to Henry Jennings. Mr. Walker, the floor is yours, sir, when you are ready.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Dan Walker, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Churchill Downs. And as you know, Churchill Downs is the parent company of the Oxford Casino. Churchill Downs is proud to operate and invest in the Oxford Casino, the surrounding community, and the state overall. Pre-COVID, the casino and the hotel employed 450 people with an estimated investment of nearly $17 million in direct pay and profit and benefits. The taxable property value is approximately $50 million with an additional $600,000 in sales and use taxes. In short, Oxford Casino is a significant contributor to Maine's economy. So today we testify generally in support of the sports wagering bills, more specifically in support of LD 1404. There are numerous factors for us to consider when deciding how and where to participate in sports betting, as there are numerous factors for you all to consider in crafting legislation. From both the state's perspective and the business perspective, sports betting must be set up in a sustainable way that does not oversaturate the market or overtax the business, which operates, as you've heard, on very narrow profit margins. The structure must be one in which the business remains profitable while generating tax revenues for the state and deterring bettors away from the black market. Churchill Downs has been working in several states under various structures and brings insight into how sports betting can be regulated to allow businesses to be successful and revenue to be generated for the state. Currently, Churchill Downs operates sports betting in Arkansas, Colorado, Indiana, Michigan, Mississippi, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. And operating TwinSpires.com, their ADW provider, also provides Churchill with tremendous insight into the operations and costs of online wagering. Churchill favors a competitive model with limited reasonable restrictions overseen by the Gambling Control Board. A sustainable approach would be to authorize sports betting at casinos in Maine that already have gaming experience and expertise. Casinos should have the authority to operate online sports betting, which offers the most opportunity for growth. The tax rate and license fees must be reasonable, given the narrow, as you've heard, again, on the narrow profit margins on sports betting. Additional revenue sharing will quickly put sports betting upside down because of the thin profit margins. A highly technical business model like sports wagering comes with high costs for recruiting and retaining top-tier talent, equipment expenses, and other operational overhead. Add in the cost of sophisticated marketing to bring in new customers, and the business can easily lose in profitability when taxed at a high rate. Additionally, legal sports wagering will compete with black market operators who can remain more competitive because they are not paying taxes. When bettors remain in the black market, legitimate businesses lose and the state loses out on tax revenue. So Churchill will continue to monitor the status of sports betting in Maine, the tax rate, the licensing fees, revenue sharing, and other components of proposed legislation before making any decisions here. Given our vast experience in online wagering and our diverse portfolio We have us as a resource as you work through how best to implement sports betting in Maine. We remain hopeful that Maine will take its time in deliberating a structure that will allow business to grow through a competitive process, leading to a sustainable revenue source for the state. Thanks. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I hope you submitted your testimony in writing as well. We had a little bit of a glitch in there. You froze up for a couple of seconds.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, that's okay. Any questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have James Day, and he will be followed by Executive Director Jennings. So, Mr. Day, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the VLA committee. My name is Jim Day. I am president of LRI Inc. We do business as the Winner's Circle Off-Track Betting in Lewiston. I'm a resident of Scarborough, and I'm speaking in favor of LD 1405. Tethered or untethered? If I leave you with any valuable information today, it is for you to insist on this bill being tethered. While you've heard from Mr. Barberino regarding supporting Maine businesses that pay Maine taxes, hire Maine employees, and invest in the great state of Maine, I want to discuss some other important issues that heavily favor a tethered relationship between the online companies and the brick and mortar facilities in the state. This would be a new industry in the state, but it is not new to the billion-dollar companies like DraftKings, FanDuel, MGM, and the like. When they partner with us, they bring to us a professionalism that ensures the business is run with years of experience right from the beginning. They have relationships with the leagues and have contracted with their official data to make the wager results accurate and without flaw. They have experience in setting odds. They have experience in marketing to the customer and creating the correct fan experience, which we cannot compete with, but we can partner with. Without their partnership, we are limited to our resources and are far less experienced in this area. This is one of the major reasons that all states that have existing wagering facilities and have an active sports betting industry have required a tethered relationship. While some might think that a tethered relationship reduces competition or reduces opportunities to the players in the state, I would argue that the estimated 10 relationships that will be formed, one per facility, brings all the competition that Maine can handle. New Jersey, the leader in this industry, allows more relationships per facilities, yet all that they have offered are not fulfilled. There are 20 online companies in the state, and their population is only 7 times ours. If you are still concerned that we are limiting competition, then increase the number of relationships each brick and mortar facility can have, allowing more into the state. But please do not pass a non-tethered bill that will hurt the in-state businesses. Finally, DraftKings, FanDuel, MGM, William Hill, and the like all expect this relationship to be tethered. They are in the state now negotiating with facilities in advance of the bill being passed. Giving them 85% of the business without a financial commitment within the state and leaving your in-state companies with the leftovers. 15% is hardly enough to even call a business when divided by 7 to 10 of us. After a year plus of COVID, we do not need to be at this disadvantage. All states that have established gaming businesses have tethered their online relationships. Again, I repeat, all states that are currently operating online and have brick and mortar gaming businesses have tethered their relationships to protect their in-state constituents. This is an important concept in day for Maine OTBs and other facilities that participate in this bill. A tethered relationship is a must for our survival. I encourage you to vote to pass LD 1405. I'm happy to take any questions, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of you. And as one aside, Mr. Cushing could not find his link and unfortunately cannot testify. He has submitted his written testimony, and I hope you'll take the opportunity. He is president of the MHHA, the Maine Harness Horsemen's Association. So again, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Day, and thank you for giving us the information on Mr. Cushing. Senator Farron, welcome.
Hey, thank you very much. One of those days of jumping between transportation and VLA back and forth. So it's all good. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Mr. Day, for your testimony. You know, obviously the tethering piece has always been one of the things with these bills going back and forth. And I know we have some new members and I'm still wrapping my head around a little bit. Could you explain, go into a little bit further detail specifically about the tethering and the relationship with the mobile operators?
Sure. The mobile operators need to make a relationship with the brick and mortar companies. And this relationship goes both as a partnership in the online business that they will generate out of the state of Maine, as well as the retail business. They offer invaluable services to us at the retail level and partner with us at the retail level. With all due respect to Senator Lucchini, I do not think that the fees that are associated with the tethering is passed on to the customer. It is a partnership that is formed. It goes both ways. They do need to be licensed by the state of Maine and the Gaming Control Board and go through a scrutiny. Even if we were to form a partnership, that doesn't allow them to enter into the state unless approved by the Gaming Control Board, or at least that's my understanding, the way all these bills have been written. Right now, it is one, it's called a skin, I guess, but it's one relationship per facility or license, and it could be made more. The relationships would then change. There would only be one that would be your retail partner, and the others would come in at some lesser partnership level, but still be allowed to come into the state. So there's plenty of competition. You know, I was testifying at the ADW level, and this likewise, we have always said that competition is good. I do not see this as a restriction in competition on the tethering component. Senator Farron, did I answer your question well enough? Okay.
Thank you, Senator Farron. Any other questions for Mr. Day? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for spending your time this morning with us.
Okay.
Up next, we have Executive Director Jennings from the Department of Ag. Mr. Director, when you are ready. Let's see, where are you? There you are, sir. The floor is yours, sir, when you are ready.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, Representative Chiazzo and Senator Lucchini, members of the committee. My name is Henry Jennings, and I work for the Maine State Harness Racing Commission. We've submitted testimony neither for nor against LD 1405, but I think it's probably more proper to say neither for nor against sports wagering in general. The main purpose of submitting testimony today is to point out that it is likely that the advent of sports wagering will essentially create more competition for limited wagering dollars in the state of Maine and adversely impact wagering on harness racing, whether it's at the track or at an OTB. And the wagering that occurs on harness racing is incredibly important to the industry itself, but also supports all 26 of Maine's agricultural fairs. So with respect to sports wagering, to the extent we have a view at all, it is that at least LD 1405 seems to recognize that sports wagering will probably reduce revenues for both harness racing and the agricultural fairs. And so to the extent there's a preference for any one of these bills, I think that the department is clear that 1405 would at least recognizes that there's going to be a negative impact and tries to compensate for that. So that I'll conclude my testimony there and be happy to attempt to address any questions.
Thank you, Director Jennings. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jennings, for being here. It's nice to see you on my new committee. I've been seeing you in Ag for from the start, from your time with the pesticide, Board of Pesticide Control, then
Yes.
being able to vote to appoint you to your current position with the Harness Racing Commission. You kind of touched on it a little bit, the piece in LD 1405, where it does touch to help with the ag fairs. Do you think that will help with the Harness Racing Commission as well? I apologize, the bill is 27 pages long and I haven't printed it off, and looking at it on my cell phone has been a little difficult to read, but I'm getting a paper copy eventually. But is that going to help with the harness racing as well? Because I do want to make sure that we are protecting our harness racing industry as something that's near and dear to my heart. I remember going to Lewiston back when that was a harness racing track.
Well, absolutely, I think so. It's the only bill of the four that recognizes there will be a negative impact. There's, the percentages are pretty small. It's 0.55% or 0.55% would go to harness racing purses. 0.55% of the tax would go to the sire stakes, and then 0.4% goes to the and I may have these wrong, but I think goes to the Maine Fair Association to help promote. So again, those don't seem like big numbers to me, but at least there's some recognition that both of these segments of the agricultural and rural community are going to be negatively impacted, and so hopefully there will be some offset of those losses in LD 1405.
Director Jennings, if you could submit those for work session, those percentages for work session, so we have accurate numbers, that would be appreciated.
Oh, they're right in the bill, LD.
They are. Okay. All right. Apologies for that then. Any other questions for Director Jennings while we have him here? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
That concludes our list of pre-registered participants. If there's anybody in the attendee room wishing to testify that hasn't testified yet, please raise your virtual hand and we will bring you in. Okay, seeing none, then we will conclude the public hearing on LDs 1532, LD 1404, LD 1405, and LD 1527. And now that public hearings are concluded, I will turn the gavel back over to Chairman Lucchini.
Great, thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. So I think we have a few language reviews that we can do before we take a break. Our work sessions today look like they're scheduled at 1 o'clock. So we'll kind of go through these, I think it's 3 language reviews, Janet, and then we'll take a break for lunch and caucus, and then we'll come back for a number of the bills that we have this afternoon.
Okay, the first one, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I always forget about the mute. So the first one today is LD 670, which was the act to increase the lobbyist registration fee. This was a unanimous of those present report. There were 2 individuals who didn't have an opportunity to vote on the bill. If you remember, this part, subsection 1 of existing law provided for a fee. I forget the original fee. Oh yes, it was a $200 fee, and the lobbyist registration fee went up to $250. Now remember, these are registrations that the lobbyist does jointly with the employer, so it's a $250 fee for each employer that the lobbyist is registering with the Ethics Commission. And there was also an increase for the lobbyist associates from $100 to $125. So this looks like it's all new language, but it's just rewriting the language in a little bit more of a straightforward manner to clarify that it is a per employer fee. And also because there was going to be an addition of a subsection 2, when you do that, you can't leave the existing language in, you have to make it subsection 1. So you have to rewrite it all as new language. So it's not that it's totally new, it's just the way it has to be structured when you make this amendment, because what you wanted to add was a fee waiver provision. When the Ethics Commission originally proposed this to you in response to a request from the committee, they had written it as a waiver that would be available if there was economic hardship to the employer or the lobbyist. I spoke with the Ethics Commission and they actually meant economic hardship to the employer. So that is how it's drafted here before you. Now we can add back in lobbyist if you want, but I just wanted to clarify that was what they actually meant. And this is the fee waiver provision that allows them to apply to the Ethics Commission and ask for the waiver and provide the information the Ethics Commission needs to make that decision. Then there is also, because the fee is going up, there is a fiscal note that includes allocations to allow the Ethics Commission to pay to use the money from the increased fees, because it goes into special revenue funds. They can't just put the money in there and never touch it. This allocation needs to be in there to allow them to use the money. So this summary had the old hardship to the lobbyist or employer. So I'm going to fix that and make it match the text of the amendment, as long as it is okay with you all. So then the fiscal note does just say that they need to have an allocation to allow the Ethics Commission to use the additional revenue, which is why these numbers are in the fiscal note.
Great, thank you, Janet. I think the recommendation from ethics is what I was thinking. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think that looks good.
Okay.
Any issues from anybody on that language? Okay, seeing none, I think we'll move on to the next one.
The next one is LD 706. If you remember, this was a constitutional resolution to propose amending the Constitution to lower the voting age to 16 years of age. This was a divided report, and what you have before you is the minority ought to pass as amended report. The individuals who voted for it, their initials are listed here at the top. The amendment was basically to clarify in the question that's sent to the voters, if the constitutional resolution gets enough votes in the House and the Senate, it would clarify that it isn't lowering the voting age for every single election in Maine directly, because several of those elections are not governed by the Constitution. They would be governed by statute. So there would potentially, depending on how the legislature feels in the future, be additional statutory amendments in the future affect the other elections. So what this does is it clarifies in the question to the voters that they would be changing the voting age for governor, state senator, and state representative at general elections, as well as constitutional amendments, direct initiatives, and people's veto referenda, as well as any legislation that's passed subject to approval by the voters at referendum. And then there is a fiscal note. This is a fiscal note we see all the time in this committee because it's a constitutional resolution. It would appear on the ballot. If there's enough questions on the ballot, that requires an extra page, and that's more printing and delivery costs.
Great.
A lot of ifs in that statement.
Great, thank you, Janet. Are people on this report good with that language? This was the minority report of 5. So the initials are up there at the top. So if we don't have any issues, we can send this one out to the floor.
Okay, and the last one is also a minority report. This is LD 921. Let me blow that up a little bit. This is a minority report of 2. This is an act to eliminate the Maine Clean Election Act funding for candidates in gubernatorial races. This was a fiscal note only amendment, but the fiscal note does require an appropriations and allocation section. So it does actually amend the text of the bill in the sense by adding this section. So what it does is it decreases the allocations to the Maine Clean Election Fund because there's no longer a need to pay out money towards gubernatorial races for those candidates. It's probably explained better in the fiscal note. So because they won't need distributions for those gubernatorial candidates, then there would be a less of an allocation out of this fund. But it also indicates that there would be fewer qualifying contributions collected. So there would also be a loss of revenue to the fund, but you can see the numbers are different. So the loss of revenue would be shadowed by the loss of allocations out of the fund as well.
Great, thank you, Janet. Are people on this report good with that language?
Looks good to me.
Great, thank you, Representative Kinney. Great, so we will report those 3 bills out. And they'll be at our next session, whenever that is, so. Great, I think, so Janet, that's all for this morning, correct?
As far as I know, unless you added something without telling me.
I could have by accident. No, I think, so now I guess that's it. We'll break for lunch and a caucus, and we'll probably caucus around 12 if that works for Representative Chiazzo. And then we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock, it looks like, and we've got a number of pretty much all absentee ballot bills. We're trying to keep them grouped so we work them simultaneously. Right.
There's one non-absentee ballot bill. Well, two.
Oh, really? Okay, good.
Just to add a little spice to your effort.
Now, our committee varies on topics from bill to bill in such a way. It's all right. If there are any questions or announcements, we can adjourn or recess, sorry, for the next hour, and same link will get you back. So, all right. See nothing, we'll recess. Oh, Representative Corey, did you have? Yep.
Just really quick, I have to go do a sentiment at 12:45 at the local prison. It's only a mile away, but that should hopefully put me back in committee. I'm hoping by 2. I'm hoping it doesn't take any more than half an hour to do it, but good. I just want to explain why I'm going to be gone right at the start. Thanks.
Great, thanks for that.
Representative Corey will do our best to move as many bills as possible before you get back. I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
You might want me around for a couple of these.
Right.
All right, with that, we'll recess till 1. Okay, we'll get started in a couple minutes once we get a few more members in the room. Sorry for the delay to everybody in the attendees list. Okay, so we've got this afternoon's agenda. We have a number of work sessions on the list to go through, but I think we'll begin. We have Director Minio here so that he can get in and out. We have one language review on an alcohol bill, LD 714. So I think, Janet, we'll start with the language review if you're ready to go.
Certainly, LD 714 it was originally an act to support the recovery of Maine craft spirits industry. When it went through the revisor's office, the amendment, they suggested adding to the title. So it's going to say an act to support the recovery of Maine's distilleries by allowing the sale of cocktails for on-premises consumption. It'll also add an emergency preamble because it was a concept draft without an emergency before, and he wanted this to be implemented quickly. And then the meat of the amendment you've seen before, where it allows the distillery or small distillery to have samples of its products mixed inside of a cocktail. It could only be sold at the distillery or their additional licensed locations. It can't contain more than 4.5 ounces of spirits. And then in response to a request from Bablo, we changed this second paragraph a little and are checking to make sure everyone's still okay with it. And the change is to clarify that while the distillery can purchase wine or spirits that it didn't manufacture through an agency liquor store, it has to make sure that those are only ingredients in the cocktail. They're not going to be selling those things separately. And so that's the change here. And that mirrors what you did with the cocktails for off-premises consumption earlier this year. And then there is a fiscal note required, and it's just a minor cost increase.
Great, thank you, Janet. And so just on that changed language, really, we just wanted to make sure it mirrored the cocktails to go thing, so that it wouldn't allow a distillery to take somebody else's product and then just start selling that in their facility. Really, it's just for those ingredients with the product that they manufacture. So if they did another product, that would be operating where they should have like a bar license or something. So Director, if you're on, does that look okay to you?
That looks great. And you said it exactly the way I would have said it, Senator. And that was our concern. And that's why I was, I guess, fairly emphatic during the public hearing that this new language, by calling this an ingredient, would preclude, I guess, the tasting room becoming what we all know as a bar. And, the extreme example would have been they buy Jack Daniels, for example, when Jack Daniels is there and they're serving Jack Daniels and Coke, which is a popular drink. And I didn't think that was the intent of the legislation or what the committee wanted. So we thank you for addressing that. Thanks, Janet. Thanks to the chairs.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Director Minio, for working with Janet on that to make it easier from the enforcement side. So
thank you.
Great. Any questions on that? Okay. Seeing none, we'll report that out. Thanks, Director. So I think that should be ready to go for the next session day, most likely. So everybody knows whenever that gets officially scheduled. Okay, next on the list, we will take up, oh, actually, yeah, we'll take up LD 948, an act to support Boys and Girls clubs through lottery revenue.
At the last work session, we went through the bill analysis, and there was a proposed amendment from the sponsor to, instead of have a new ticket game that would sponsor, or excuse me, that would benefit Boys and Girls Clubs, there would instead be a new amendment drafted, which would use unclaimed lottery prize money for after-school programs. And he was going to have some additional detail about how that would work, which he did just send by email, and I can go through with you if you want. In the other thing that happened at the last work session was there was a request for more information about how much unclaimed lottery prize money there is. And Deputy Director Mickey Boardman did send along an email with that information, and it's been posted on the electronic LD file for the bill. So I'll take my direction from you on what to do next.
Great, thank you, Janet. I guess to the committee members, is there a preference on how we move through this at this point? Okay, we currently only have 5 that we can see visibly, so we aren't in a position to vote or anything, but we can continue to work through. And Janet, can you remind me the LD number? I just lost the page. Sorry.
Sure. It's 948.
Okay.
It's an act to support Boys and Girls Clubs through lottery revenue from Representative Collins.
Vote or anything, but we can. Representative Supika.
Thank you. So the last time we spoke on this, or last time we had this bill in front of us, we were gonna hopefully get more information, and then I never really got more information until very recently. So I haven't had a chance to really understand or look over the amendment. I wouldn't know like what an amendment would be. So I think that there's a lot of still, with or without an amendment, there's still a lot of like unanswered questions, and like that. First time kind of recommending this, but can we get a report back on, what, because there was talk about a charity, like a charity fund or something along those lines. It was a late night last time, so I can't remember exactly how it was described, but I was wondering if the department would be able to look into that and kind of report back with a letter and let us know what something like that would look like, so that we would be in a better position to make a decision, in the future, if this was a road we wanted to go down as a committee.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Supika. I think that's definitely an option that we can do that I would be supportive of, is like perhaps writing a letter to Director Minio and the folks at Bablo and seeing if they can think about, or maybe talk to our vendor and see if there's a way we could do a charity ticket that's rotating or something in a process, so that charities, since we have so many charities now or groups now trying to use the lottery to generate revenue for them, perhaps we can explore a way to have a rotating charity ticket. I don't know if we do a lottery to get a lottery ticket, but it would be a way to do that. And if the Bablo comes back and says it's not feasible, then I think it's not feasible. But I do think if we were to just take money out of that fund, it would just end up being creating a giant fiscal note, because it is general fund money. Ultimately, that comes from the unclaimed lottery fund. Representative Supika.
Okay, then I would do a motion ought not to pass.
Okay.
With direction to get a report back from the department.
Okay, thank you. So motion.
I second that.
Great, thanks. It's a motion ought not to pass by Representative Supika, seconded by Representative McCrate. And the letter would be what we just talked about, Representative. And are you good with that, Janet? We'll just send that over to Bablo.
Yes, when I usually will draft the letters at the end of the session, so I may ask for a little bit of clarification, but I think it'll be okay.
Okay, yep. Yeah, no immediate rush on that. Okay, so now,
You want the report back in the second session?
yeah, please.
Okay.
Okay, any other further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote, and the motion in front of us, let's just make sure, yep. Okay, the motion in front of us is ought not to pass, and we'll also send a letter to the Bureau. Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to a roll call. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini,
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren,
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle, Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney, Representative Kinney, absent. Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey, Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dollar, Representative Dollar, absent. 9 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 4 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Unmute. Okay, thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present, 9-0, and anyone absent will have until noon on the second day to cast their vote. And we do have a number of committee members who are serving on multiple committees. I know that are super busy or presenting elsewhere, so we will have people in and out all day, and it's that time of session, I think. Okay, so I don't see Representative Corey, so I think we'll skip beyond the ongoing absentee bill, and we'll move to the department's omnibus bill, LD 1363. Janet, if that works.
Certainly.
And the kind of interesting thing with this bill and the other 6 or 7 bills on the agenda is that this one kind of encompasses all the other bills. So Janet, as usual, has done an amazing job of kind of analyzing all of them and also pointing out at times where something may be in another bill. So it's going to be a little bit confusing because we're looking at multiple bills that do the same thing that are in this bill generally. So thank you, Janet, for your awesome work, and I can turn it over to you.
Let's not do that again. Okay.
Help us navigate this maze.
I'll do my best, although hopefully the Secretary of State's office can help as well.
Yeah, and actually, now that you mentioned that, I can bring in, I think the Secretary said that Julie would be here today. I can bring her in case there are questions from committee members.
Is that easier without screen sharing or no?
I think I can do it.
Okay, so LD 1363 is an act to amend the laws governing elections. I tried to put them in some sort of order, so it's not exactly following the order of the bill, just in the way that it worked in my mind. So sorry about that. You can see how my mind works. The first groupings are changes to the law that involve ranked choice voting. So section 1 of the bill repeals and replaces the definition of elections determined by ranked choice voting in order to remove a conflict created by the enactment of 2 laws that amended the same section in different ways. And that's supposed to say the 129th legislature. It wasn't that long ago in the 29th. And this is sort of a good way to start because it points out what has been brought up in the committee in the past, and what really matters with LD 1363 in particular is if you have 2 different laws that affect the same statute, even if they do almost exactly the same thing, By passing both, you do technically create a conflict that does have to be clarified later. It's not as if nobody knows what the law is and nobody knows what to follow. It's just that they technically have a conflict. So Chapter 320 in 2019 added language to the definition to clarify that an election that would be subject to ranked choice voting wouldn't go through that tabulation if there were only 2 candidates. It also put a period at the end of paragraph B. And then in Chapter 529, enacted later on in the same legislature, 2 new paragraphs were added, paragraphs D and E, to allow presidential elections to be subject to ranked choice voting. And they obviously didn't have a period at the end of paragraph D, they had a semicolon. So technically we have a conflict here. And so LD 1363 uses the more comprehensive definition from Chapter 529. If we were in person, you'd probably straw vote this, but I'm imagining that's harder online. So I'm going to pause for direction from the chair.
Sure. Thank you, Janet. I guess, yeah, normally we would just kind of straw vote if people are good with this, but I think we would, is the question which format we'd prefer to have?
No, I think that this one's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
This is the kind of thing that would be in an errors bill. You're not really changing any substance of the law. You're just making it so that when people look up the law, they don't have 2 different versions of the same thing. Both versions are good law. So I'm just wondering, for going through the bill, do you want to stop and vote each one or just proceed?
I think we'll probably just proceed.
Okay. In the past, sometimes you did stop and vote each one.
Yep.
So Section 11 of 1363 involves the order of offices on the ballot. So under current law, there's a prescribed order that's listed in the bill analysis of the precise order the offices have to appear if they're part of the election that year. And the bill would authorize the Secretary of State to modify the order to allow ranked choice voting contests to be printed on a separate side of the ballot from plurality contests. And in her testimony, the Deputy Secretary indicated that this is necessitated by the current tabulator software. Moving on to Section 12 of the bill. This is an amendment that involves presidential primary ranked choice voting tabulations. So Section 12 of the bill would indicate that batch elimination, which is a process by which multiple candidates are simultaneously defeated in a single ranked choice voting round, if it is mathematically impossible for those candidates to be elected. So under the bill, batch elimination would not be used for presidential primary elections for any candidate who receives more than 100 votes. So they would continue on to the next round. It also would require separate ranked choice voting tabulations, both statewide and for each congressional district. In the testimony from the Deputy Secretary, she indicated this would help the parties with allocating their delegates. And then in addition, in her testimony, she proposed a further amendment involving ranked choice voting in presidential general elections, which would amend Section 803 of Title 21A. And it would provide that under current law, the governor sends a certificate of the winner to the archivist of the United States and to several other places. And the way that the current law is written, the certificate is for the person who has the certificate's obviously to the winner, but it also lists the number of votes that each candidate received, and the amendment would clarify that it's the number of votes received in the final round of the ranked choice voting tabulation. Sorry, I was getting myself a little confused there.
So that's in the Secretary of State's bill, right? Correct.
It's not in her bill, it's in their testimony. It's a proposed amendment. It would be in addition to 1363 if you approved of it.
Okay, gotcha. That was what kind of my question was. Yeah. Cool.
It's on the last page of our testimony if you wanted to look at it.
Okay.
There are also several changes in the bill that involve parties and party qualifications and the things that qualified parties do. So the first item is in Section 4 of LD 1363, and it would modify the requirements that a previously qualified party, meaning a party that had its party designation listed on the ballot in either of the 2 preceding general elections. So the bill would modify the requirements that such a party must satisfy to remain qualified so that it may participate in future primary elections and have its party designation printed on the ballot in future general elections. So under current law, the party has to have municipal caucuses in at least one municipality in 14 counties, both in the year it was on the ballot, in any interim election year, and then by March 15th of the primary year. That would be the same in LD 1363. In addition, the party has to have a state convention between certain dates set by statute, both in the year it was listed on the ballot and in any interim election year. That would also remain unchanged. But the third requirement of current law, for the party to remain qualified and to appear on a new to participate in a new primary, beginning with the second general election after it qualified, it has to have at least 10,000 enrolled party members who voted in the prior general election. So starting in second general election, if there are less than 10,000 enrolled party members who voted, they wouldn't maintain their ability to stay as a qualified party. That's current law. Under LD 1363, the Secretary of State proposes to have an alternative. So either the party's gubernatorial or presidential candidate received at least 5% of vote cast in the state in the most recent general election for that office, or beginning with the second general election after the party qualified, at least 10,000 voters were enrolled in the party on the date of the prior general election instead of enrolled and voted. So that would be the change. Give it two options, and then the option about 10,000 voters is a slightly more lenient option. They just have to be enrolled and not also voting in that prior general election. In her testimony, Deputy Secretary of State indicated that prior to 2009, instead of having the party enrollment or party member voting requirement, there was this 5% threshold for a gubernatorial or presidential candidate, and that was the way that a party retained its qualified status. You should know that you also have before you and set for work session today, LD 1061. Originally drafted, that bill would only amend the requirements for new political parties to qualify to participate in a primary. So it wouldn't amend this provision we're talking about here. It would just talk about how do you originally get your qualified status. However, at the public hearing, the sponsor proposed amending LD 1061 to eliminate also the requirement that's here that's affected by LD 1363. So the sponsor of 1061 proposed eliminating this requirement that you have to have 10,000 members of your party that are enrolled and voted in the prior general election to maintain your status as soon as you're 2 general elections out from having qualified as a party. I did have a question about how this provision is meant to work. The way that it's currently drafted, it says that either you have these 10,000 voters that are enrolled in the prior general election, and that requirement only applies starting the second general election after you qualify, or your gubernatorial or presidential candidate had at least 5% of the votes cast. That does not have a delay to begin only the second general election after you qualified. So I wasn't sure if it was intended to have both be delayed or not. The way it's drafted maybe is exactly how it was meant. And so I just did want to pose that question to make sure everybody's on the same page. It would be easy enough to make both of them only be the second general election, but that's up to you all.
Okay, thank you, Jen. I think this is a great question for Deputy Flynn. Yeah, if you can weigh in, that'd be great.
Good afternoon. Our intention, I think, was to have it start at the second general election, the same as the other qualifications. So either way, they'd have, almost a 4-year period or over a 3-year period to meet that qualification. So that way, if they are, a party that maybe has a strong gubernatorial candidate, they'd get that in that cycle, or if they didn't and they had a strong presidential candidate, then they could get it in the second cycle. So I don't know the best way to draft that, but that certainly was our intent, to have that delay apply to both methods.
That's easy enough to fix. It just depends on if the committee wants it.
Yep. Thank you, Deputy Flynn, for clarifying that, because I think I would probably prefer this over the numbers version, and obviously anybody in the committee can weigh in. But this does both. So instead of under current law where you have 10,000 enrolled party members that also must vote, we kind of soften that up to just 10,000 voters were enrolled at the party at the time of the previous election. Is that right, Julie? Yeah.
Yes, and part of that is really an efficiency method for us to make that determination, because the towns have the equivalent of 9 business weeks after the election to enter voter participation history. So we would have that quite lengthy period before we could determine if a party had retained its qualification, whereas we can look at enrollments right after the election and know that they're at the 10,000 or not.
Right. And it seems that that would give more flexibility to the minor parties as well, in that they don't actually have to have them turning out to vote, but just have them enrolled, and that can just be held consistently and turned over. And then it also gives them that second buffer of the way we used to do it with the coattails provision. Okay. Any other questions for Deputy Flynn while we're on this one? Or like we kind of said at the outset, this one overlaps directly with LD 1061, which is Representative Fecto's bill on this topic as well. So we'll kind of, Janet's going to kind of flag when we hit those types of things.
Okay, the next part of the bill in my order of analysis is section 6 of the bill. And that involves the party's determination of voter eligibility to participate in the primary. So under current law, a party must notify the Secretary of State by February 1st of the election year of the enrollment qualifications, that's a quote, to vote in its primary election. If no notice is received, only the party's own enrolled voters may vote in the primary. Section 6 of LD 1363 would change that provision of law to specify that in addition to its own enrolled voters, a party may only authorize unenrolled voters to vote in the party's primary. It would also specify that each voter may vote in the primary election of only one party, and it would require the Secretary of State rather than municipal clerks to establish procedures to ensure that voters are offered ballots for the primaries in which they are authorized to vote. As I'm sure you're all aware, from Monday, there is conflicting legislation. So the 2 semi-open primary bills, which are LDs 231 and 303, would each repeal this section of law and replace it with a new statute that authorizes unenrolled voters to participate in any one party's primary election without requiring the authorization of that party in advance. In addition, the open primary bill, these are my names for them. I'm not meaning to mischaracterize them. That's just how I think of them in my head. So the open primary bill, LD 1121, would amend this provision differently to provide that it does not apply to
Aaron, because he was chewing on them.
I gotcha.
So if any of these 3 bills is enacted, it will conflict with this section of LD 1363. I'm not going to speak for the Secretary of State, but she did indicate a willingness, I think, to eliminate this provision that you might want to check on.
Yeah, I think either to Deputy Flynn or I think it's hard to see everybody. I think we may have Secretary Bellows as well, but I think that was brought up in testimony that it may be best just to strike this entire provision and let it kind of ride on whatever happens with the open primaries bill.
That is, this is Secretary Bellows, and that is what I said in testimony. I think that it would be fine. This was language that we didn't believe would have a substantive impact, but more was administrative. I don't know if Deputy Flynn wants to add anything.
I think we just were trying to clarify the language. It has that sort of odd reference to Section 144, which we interpreted it to mean that you couldn't allow, one party couldn't allow another party's voters to vote in their primary, subject to the restrictions in 144, which is changing parties. I just don't think it was worded very well. So we were trying to clean that up. But if you're, if you end up supporting 231 or 303, that's fine. We don't need the section anymore.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, we have at least a dozen bills that conflict with each other at the moment, so it's making everything a little clunky. but I think if removing it's okay with you, then that may be something we want to do, and we'll see what happens. If the other bill should fail, then maybe we could address it through floor amendment or something later. So I assume this one will take a while to make its way through the system because of its length. Any questions from the committee on this section 5? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure we're keeping a running list of the amendments so that maybe Janet can come back at the end and give us, or I'm trying to keep my list, but I don't know if I'm keeping up. So I just want to make sure we at the end have a way to kind of go back and make sure that we capture all of them at the end, if that's possible.
Yeah, I'm keeping a list as well. I think ultimately, where we aren't doing like straw votes, it will be a little difficult, but we may just have to quickly kind of run through them. Yeah.
It might take me a little longer to talk because I'm trying to write them down too.
Yeah, okay.
Between all of us, somebody will get it. So the next part is sections 8 and 9 of the bill. And these involve presidential primary elections. So these sections of the bill change the date by which a qualified party must notify the Secretary of State that there's a contest among the party's presidential primary candidates, and changes that date from November 1st of the year before the presidential primary to October 1st of the year before the presidential primary. So it moves it back 1 month. Similar to section 6 of the bill, these sections also clarify that a party may only permit unenrolled voters, not voters enrolled in another party, to vote in its presidential primary election, and also that an unenrolled voter may only vote in one party's presidential primary election. These sections also change the time period for candidates to qualify by petition to appear on the presidential primary ballot. So under current law, petitions may be circulated from November 1st to December 21st of the year before the primary. Under the bill, they may be circulated from October 1st to November 20th of that year, at which time the petitions must be submitted to the registrars of voters for signature verification and then filed with the Secretary of State by December 1st. In her testimony, the Deputy Secretary explained that these changes will provide additional time, both for candidates to have the signatures on their petitions verified from municipal clerks and for the Secretary of State to administer the petition and election process. LD 231, one of the open primary bills we were just talking about, it's actually semi-open primary, depending on your phrasing or how you characterize all those primaries. That bill would repeal section 441 subsection 2, which is amended in 1363, and replace it with a new statute authorizing unenrolled voters to participate in any one party's presidential primary election without the authorization of that party. So that's similar to the issue we just talked about before. So there's kind of two things going on. There's both the timing of the petitions to get on the primary ballot, and then there's the whole question about, is this an open primary or is this up to the party to decide? If that makes sense. And it's not going to be as simple as just changing, just taking out a section, because unfortunately section 441 subsection 2 does both the timing and the well, we could probably take out 441 subsection 2. I could probably work with Deputy Secretary Flynn if that's what you wanted to do. We could probably make it work. I have faith in us.
Could it be amended, Janet, to leave the timing in, but just and address just the issue? If we go with semi-open or open primaries, it just amend it to reflect that?
Well, I was thinking we needed the timing because it does change a date, but that date is really about the notification about who can vote in the primary. When I look at it closer, it's very similar to section 340, which we talked about earlier. So you could just, if you take out that part of this amendment, you could just, I guess what I'm trying to say is you could strike that part of the amendment and maybe just put it in a different subsection, which I think is probably what you're saying. I don't know. It's a little confusing. We could work on it. We can make it happen.
Okay. We'll add it to the list, and at the end we'll go through it point by point if we need to.
Yeah, it may be that this is one that you can't necessarily fix, because I do think the Secretary of State's office wants to change the date by which the notice is due. So it may just be that if there's a conflict, there's a conflict, and that can be fixed in the errors bill, because if the whole reason for the notice is eliminated through another bill, it doesn't matter what date this bill says it's due, if that makes any sense. I can only see a few people's faces and they look like I'm speaking German, so.
No, that makes sense. Senator Lucchini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So could we write, I mean, I think this may be one where we just have our analysts work with Julie and Shenna to hash it out if possible. But if we were to set a date just for the notification, I guess if the other law later says that, I guess it would, yeah, never mind. It's tricky because it would just conflict with each other. So yeah, we'll have to just work around the language. And if not, that's what the errors bill's for.
Yeah, I think it could work. I do. I have faith in it. It's hard to talk about in the abstract, but I think we can. Whatever you want to do, we can make it happen. So then are we ready to move on? Okay, so then the next group of changes are the topic of the day, the changes related to absentee voting. So section 13 of the bill involves absentee ballot drop boxes. Making sure I'm on the right page myself. Okay, so it enacts a new provision of law regarding the authority of municipalities to obtain and install absentee ballot drop boxes for use by any voter who wishes to return an absentee ballot without requiring contact with an election official. So I tried to break down the substance of this provision into different questions. So who may use the drop boxes? Under the bill, LD 1363, any absentee voter, including voters who are assisted in reading or marking their ballots, as well as voters whose absentee ballots were delivered or returned by a third person, would be able to use the drop box. You may ask, why are you pointing that out? And that is because this is a change from current law, which only specifically authorizes the use of a drop box by a voter who voted without the assistance of an aide and who originally obtained their absentee ballot from the clerk in person, by mail, or via delivery by immediate family member. So that's a slight change in the law. Well, depending on your interpretation, slight or large, but it is a change in law. Would an absentee ballot box be required? As I read 1363, no. The municipality may obtain the drop box. Number of boxes and location, the municipality may, without additional approval, employ one drop box that's located outside either the municipal office or the building where in-person absentee voting is occurring or able to occur. In addition, the municipality can seek approval from the Secretary of State at least 90 days before the election to install an additional drop box or boxes at other locations in the municipality if they drop boxes meet the requirements that are going to be discussed below. As far as accessibility, under the 1363, the drop box must meet the Secretary of State's accessibility guidelines. It also must be bolted or securely fastened to a building wall or a deck or landing, or if it's not next to a building, it has to be, secured to the ground. There's a couple of options given. There also has to be periodic monitoring of the drop box when it's in use for an election, either by law enforcement, municipal staff, or a surveillance camera. The collection mechanism has some security requirements, so the slot must feed directly into a secured locked collection box, and only the municipal clerk or a designee may have keys to that box during the absentee voting period. The slot has to be designed to prevent people from reaching in to remove the ballots, and to protect the contents from rain, wind, and snow. It says the elements, but I had to put the snow in because we're in Maine. The slot also must have a locking mechanism to prevent additional deposits of ballots, and that locking mechanism would obviously be in use when the polls close. It wouldn't be in use when you are allowed to deposit your ballot. There's also provisions about the removal of return envelopes. So the envelopes must be removed from the box and delivered to a secure place in the municipal clerk's office, either by the municipal clerk, him or herself, or by a team of 2 people designated by the clerk. So if it's not the clerk, it can't be just one person, it have to be 2 people. The removal must occur on each day that the staff is working in the office. Any other days that are necessary if the box is going to be over full and you can't put any more ballots in. And also at 8 p.m. on election day, which is the time that the polls close. The persons who remove the envelopes from the drop box have to initial or sign a log form that's designed by the Secretary of State, and they have to indicate the time they empty the box. The drop box must be locked by either the clerk or the team of 2 designees at the time that the polls close, which is 8 p.m. on election day. The box also has to be labeled an official absentee ballot box, drop box, and if there isn't a label right on the drop box, it could be on a sign nearby. If the box isn't affixed to the municipal office, it also has to be labeled with the name of the municipality. And there is a permission, but not a requirement for any additional signage to be around the box to instruct voters on absentee voting requirements. The bill also prohibits any other uses of the drop box. So during the absentee voting period, it's not supposed to be used for other business, but if other things are deposited in there, the bill does indicate that the clerk or the designee should deliver those other items to the appropriate municipal official. So the penalty for using the box out of your time is not that your things get dumped in the trash, they will deliver them to the correct people. There is conflicting legislation. So as amended by the sponsor, this is not a conflict. As amended by the sponsor, LD 1276 would be identical to this section of LD 1363. By contrast, LD 1165 would authorize the Secretary of State to provide secured drop boxes to each municipality. Those drop boxes would be accessible only by the municipal clerk and would authorize only the individuals who are currently authorized by law to return absentee ballots in these drop boxes. To remind you, the people currently authorized by law are people who don't have the assistance of an aide, either in filling out their absentee ballot application or in marking the ballot, and who also either personally or through an immediate family member pick up their ballot or who have it sent by mail. So not if they have the ballot delivered to them by a third person. LD 1575, which will be heard next week, so you haven't seen it yet, similarly would authorize only the current voters who are allowed to use a drop box to use those drop boxes. It would also authorize multiple drop boxes per municipality, and it would require disclosure of the location of those drop boxes on the notice of election. And furthermore, LD 1575 would require the Secretary of State to adopt rules governing access to and security of drop boxes. So those are the 3 bills that have a different approach, although 1276 does now have the identical approach if you go with the sponsor's amendment. During the hearing and in the testimony, the Maine Town and City Clerks Association expressed concern about the staffing required to monitor and receive absentee ballots from the drop boxes on election day, because remember, either the clerk or 2 designees has to go and retrieve the ballots. They also had concern about the potential political pressure that might be exerted on municipal clerks to seek authority for additional drop boxes in particular neighborhoods, and resulting increased staffing required to monitor those additional drop boxes and retrieve the ballots on election day. And they also indicated that if you have multiple ballot boxes, then you have to develop secure methods to transport the ballots that are retrieved from those boxes to the town office or the polling place on election day, or even prior to the election day if they're going to be stored until election day. Did have some drafting issues that I actually explained more clearly in the other bill, because I didn't know which one you would do first, LD 1276, but there are some inconsistencies between this provision and current law, not only about who's allowed to use the absentee ballot drop box. Remember, under current law, people who have their ballots delivered or returned by third parties and who use the assistance of an aide in marking or reading the ballot are not allowed to use the drop box. So you'd want to clarify that and make the 2 sections consistent. And also current law talks about only the municipal clerk being able to access the ballot box, and you'd want to change that because under this bill, the designees can access it as well. Also, the accessibility guidelines, anytime I see guidelines, if I always point out to you that if you want those to be enforceable, they should be adopted through rulemaking. If they are indeed just guidelines, then that's fine. They can stay as guidelines, but that's something to consider. And then also I would request permission to work with the Secretary of State's office to streamline the language. I think it could be tightened up a little bit, maybe made a little bit clearer, at least the way my mind works. You don't have to agree with that. And that's all I had on the Dropbox.
So thank you, Janet. So these, just to be clear, these got the chart basically. Are you saying those were in statute or rules or guidelines? Just trying to clarify which part was guidelines, that it may be
It's
better to stronger.
It's only the accessibility guidelines.
Okay, gotcha.
Everything else is right in statute.
Okay. So I don't know if Deputy Flynn, if we still have you here,
Yes.
would that be something we'd want to throw into rules rather than guidelines, the accessibility guidelines?
Well, I think we're going to be referring to the ADA requirements. So and they call them ADA guidelines. So I think if we reference that in the statute, that following, Department of Justice accessibility guidelines, that I would think those are enforceable. But the problem with rulemaking is that things change, and if the feds change theirs, we have to change the rules. So
Yeah, I would say that if the goal of the guidelines is to point out enforceable other rules that already exist, then that's not an issue. Then my issue doesn't matter. Because it's the other law that makes it enforceable. It's just that the Secretary of State's office is helping people understand what the requirements are. But if there's some kind of different guidelines, technically enforceable, they need to be in rule or statute. But it doesn't sound like that's what that is.
Right, so if the DOJ stuff is enforceable, then we could just reference that through this.
Yeah, I guess I would like to, if you're willing to have us do that, work with the analysts to just make sure that how we're referencing it is workable. Otherwise, then you're right, we should put it in rules.
Okay, yeah, I think we can do that for sure.
And I just did, if I could, I wanted to point out one thing on the analysis that I think sometimes people don't pick up on. It is not only the clerk who can retrieve the ballots singly, because in the law, the definition of the clerk also refers to any deputy clerk or assistant clerks who are authorized to do those duties. So any of those officials, the clerk, a deputy clerk, or an assistant clerk, is authorized to retrieve the ballots by themselves. They're sworn, obviously sworn officials of the town. But if it's two other, somebody else, then it's two people would have to do the retrieval.
Okay, so if it's not one of those clerk, deputy clerk, sworn officials, you would have to send two people?
Yes.
So, okay, thanks. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask for a repeat, Janet or Julie, what is in this bill, 1363, would allow anyone to deposit? It's not limiting it to the third party or the aid. I guess I just need clarification on who can use it? Who can deposit the ballots?
I think that because the current law only references a voter or an immediate family member of a voter being able to deposit it in a drop box, this bill is not amending that. So I think if the legislature wants to open it up to any voter returning a ballot that way, you'll need to make some changes to the language in order to do that. And I think the problem is if a third person goes, let's say you had a ballot mailed to you, you could drop it in the drop box, but as the voter, but if you give it to a third person who's unrelated to you and they drop it in the drop box, the ballot hasn't been witnessed, which if it's handled by a third person, it requires a witness to make sure that that's the ballot that the voter handed off. So that was kind of the concern. Likewise, when a ballot's been assisted, there's also a witness that's required. So if you're just handing it off to another person to deliver it back, and then you don't know that it's been handled by a third person if it's not brought into the office. But
Right. So Janet, does back to the analysis, did one of the bills make that broader and this keeps it as is? I'm getting confused.
I slightly disagree with the Deputy Secretary's interpretation. I absolutely agree that that might be the intent of the way that the provision is written. But if you look at the bill, it does say delivery to an absentee ballot drop box or drop slot pursuant to this section constitutes delivery to the clerk as provided in section 754A. And 754A allows a voter who uses the assistance of an aide or a third person to deliver the ballot back to the clerk. So that's why I interpret the bill as drafted as expanding the number of people who can return their ballots. It doesn't mean you can't amend it and change it so that it stays with the same limitations, but that's just the reason I interpreted it that way. It's absolutely easy to fix that and do whatever it is you want to do going forward.
I guess I see that.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Well, so just following up, how should it be, Julie? What would you like to see? The way you described it, as opposed to?
I mean, it's awfully hard to, it would be hard to enforce, I think. I mean, someone is going to put it in a drop box, and I don't think we want to set up a situation where someone's ballot's not going to be counted because it get put in a drop box. But I think this is going to be a policy question for you all to decide. I believe that the states that are using the drop boxes it is more open to anyone being able to return it.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I would prefer that ballot handling be done by family members, not necessarily a third person, but that doesn't really get into my question. My sort of biggest concern here are changing the age of the election clerks. Currently, like I believe, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, we have it in there as people that are 17 years old, and that's essentially what we're striking. And I believe that's there because people were able to register when they were 17 because of being able to participate in a primary election because they'd be turning 18 years old by the general. Now we're talking about changing that to 16 years old. But the reason we changed it to 16-year-old, I believe, was because of the ease of registering voters when somebody gets a driver's license. So, and I still have concerns with that law, with regard to, whether or not political parties are going to be able to ID 16-year-olds, essentially children, for voting and marketing purposes. But more importantly, I don't know why we would be shifting the age of an election clerk from 17 to 16, considering those 16-year-olds will never be able to vote in an election.
And which part is the age provision?
So that's in section 10 of the bill, which if I was going in order, we would have already done, but I changed up the order in the bill analysis, so we haven't gotten there yet. I'm sorry.
Oh, geez. I'm sorry about that. I came in late and I tried to catch up by reading the summary of the bill, and we'll get there, I guess.
Yeah, this is a lengthy one.
I've tried to put things in kind of groups, Representative Corey, so I did take them out of order. I apologize.
Hey, just real quick, what have we already taken care of? I know I was gone for about an hour, but could you just tell me what bills have already been taken care of today?
Yeah, we've only,
948.
oh, sorry.
LD
What-
948, which is the lottery bill, and then a language review on LD 714, which was a cocktails bill.
Okay, cool. And that lottery bill, that was just the one that dealt with giving the proceeds, or not the proceeds, but any leftover money to the Boys and Girls Club, or
Yes.
an organization that deals with after school program.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and on that one, it was the majority ought not to pass, but with a letter to see if we can develop some sort of charity program, because that would have a pretty substantial fiscal note.
Well, I'll certainly be joining the majority ought not to pass on that. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and we've held off on others, except for, yeah, that was it so far. Then we went to this one, because this one, this large kind of department bill basically has the contents of like 7 of the other bills that we have on the thing. So
Great.
it's,
Thanks.
it's a lot
Thanks,
of
team.
conflict. Yes,
Thanks.
right. All right, so oh, sorry.
I wrote down clarification over accessibility guidelines versus rules, and then outstanding question of who may use the Dropbox. Is that all I was supposed to write down?
I think that's about what I have too. Yeah.
Thank you. So moving on to the next part of the bill, bill sections 14 and 16, also about absentee voting. So this is the information required for absentee ballot requests. There are 2 changes. First, section 14 of the bill provides that a voter who wishes to be contacted by election officials, if the election officials later detect a defect in the voter's returned absentee ballot, must provide the voter's telephone number and email address, if any, as part of their absentee ballot application. This information must be kept confidential and be used only by the election officials to contact the voter. Because you're creating a law that talks about information in the government's hands that's confidential, it would require Freedom of Access Act review before the Judiciary Committee. So if a majority of the committee votes in favor of section 14 remaining in the bill, then I'll draft up a memo and we'll go to the Judiciary Committee and talk to them about this public records exception. In addition, section 2 of LD 148, which is the Speaker's ongoing absentee voting bill, would instead require that voters applying for absentee ballots or ongoing absentee voter status be asked to provide a telephone number and email address, if any. That bill does not require that the information be provided if the voter wishes to cure a defect, however. It's just that they're asked to provide the information. And also, as currently drafted, this provision of 1363 doesn't apply to an application for ongoing absentee voter status. I've been thinking about what might happen because I don't know what will happen with LD 148. So I was trying to think about this section of the bill. If you wanted to keep this in, it would be easy enough to move it to a different subsection so that it could apply to ongoing absentee voting if it gets enacted, but it wouldn't have to apply to that if it's not enacted. So I think there are ways I could work with the Secretary of State's office and figure out a way to make it so that if you like this idea that if you want to be contacted, you need to give your telephone number and or email address, we could make that so that it's generally applicable, but that it doesn't mess with the possibility of ongoing absentee voting or not.
Right. Yeah, I think if there's a way to do that where we could write it in this one, I mean, I guess we don't know the fate of this one or that one, but if there's a way to write it so that it would impact or move it to a different section, that it would impact the ongoing one as well, if it were to pass, that may work. Deputy Flynn.
Thank you. Our only reason for amending this section, and leave it to the analysts to see if we hit what our intention was, but is that the only section that really clearly laid out all the elements of the application is the section that talks about the written application. The online application and the telephone request didn't list all the requirements. And so we were just referring back to the requirements that are needed for a written application apply to these other two types of applications with the exception of a signature. Because obviously you don't get a signature when someone makes a telephone request or an online request. So that's all we were trying to do in section 15 and 16. Section 14, we are setting up the cure procedure by providing information that allows somebody to have their absentee defects cured if we can reach them, if the town can reach them. So I think whatever we can do to make it mesh with the ongoing absentee bill, I think there should be a way to do that.
Yep, section 16 and 15, which were next, do involve, as the Deputy Secretary said, making sure you list out exactly what it is that a voter who applies for absentee ballot by telephone or via the internet must provide. And I do think that it makes sense, if you want to keep this part of the bill, for me to work with the Deputy Secretary or someone in the Secretary of State's office to make sure that we talk only about the things that are required, because the way the bill is drafted now, it just says everything in section 753-A subsection 3 would be required other than a signature. But there is the provision in there about designating a third person, which you're not allowed to do by telephone or the internet. So we just want to tighten up sort of the cross references there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Writing those down. The next parts are section 17 to 21. Which talk about the issuance of absentee ballots, and there are 3 changes here in the bill. So first, under current law, a municipal clerk is required to immediately issue an absentee ballot and return envelope when the voter's absentee ballot application has been approved. Section 17 of the bill clarifies that you only have to issue them immediately once the official ballots become available. The Deputy Secretary explained that while this seems like obvious, it is true that voters may request absentee ballots 3 months before the election, but the ballots aren't actually ready yet until 30 days before the election. So this would be a helpful change to the Secretary of State's office. There is conflicting legislation, so both LD 451 and 456, which involve the party designation on the ballot, they both amend this same provision of the law to prohibit a municipal clerk from making any mark on the return envelope that indicates the party, the absentee voter. And this provision amends the same subsection about the timing of issuing the absentee ballots. So if separately enacted, they would create a statutory conflict. I do want to reassure you, however, people are very worried about conflicts, and I love that people are worried. I don't like conflicts either. But if you separately enacted each of those bills, both of them would be law. So it would be clear that you only have to immediately issue the ballot once it's available. And it would be clear that you couldn't put the party designation on the ballot. It would just look funny in the statute books because both of them would be next to each other and say, technically, there's a conflict. So I don't think any court interpreting it would think that either one wasn't good law. So I don't want people to panic and think we can't ever have a conflict. You can. That's what error bills are for, is to correct that sort of thing. But if it's possible to fix it, great. But I just don't want people to think they have to fix it or they can't move forward.
Right. Yeah, and this one seems to be kind of a common sense thing. That way the clerks don't get in trouble for not immediately issuing a ballot when they don't have ballots. So we can, like Janet said, work through it, and then if we have errors, issues, we can do it. But this would be basically the same in both. Did I misinterpret that? Other than the mark piece, yeah.
Yeah, it's just that the other bills do something different to the section. Neither of them says the other thing can't happen. It's just that they have a different thing that they're trying to do
Gotcha.
to this section of law.
Gotcha.
So the second change about issuing an absentee ballot. So under current law, municipal clerk may not issue an absentee ballot to a candidate who will deliver the absentee ballot to a voter who's not a member of the candidate's immediate family. Put differently, you can, if you're a candidate, deliver it to your immediate family under this specific provision of the law. Sections 18 and 20 of the bill would prohibit a municipal clerk from issuing any ballot to a candidate other than the candidate's own ballot. And this section of the bill actually, as is pointed out in the testimony, is consistent with existing different law, which is section 791, which establishes that a candidate commits a Class C crime if that candidate delivers, receives, or accepts any ballot other than the candidate's own absentee ballot. So it looks like it's a change saying candidates can't deliver their immediate family members' ballots, but they actually can't under a different provision of law. So I don't really think it's a substantive change. Conflicting legislation, both LD 208 and 1164. Repeal the provision of law that requires an excuse within so many days before an election to get an absentee ballot. I'm pointing this out because LD 1363 is actually adding a new paragraph below that and thus moving some semicolons around and ors and ands. I don't remember which. Oh, it's an or in this case. So technically that is a conflict. If you've moved a semicolon or an or and somewhere else, you actually just struck out the whole provision. But this is, I just wanted to use this word today. This is the quintessential type of conflict that's ordinarily resolved in the errors bill. So this kind of a comma here, but it was repealed over there. That's sort of what happened in the first section of this bill with the elections determined by ranked choice voting. That's the kind of thing that the errors bill's for. So I don't want anybody stressed out about that conflict. I think the stress should be left to me. The third thing that in this section about issuing absentee ballots is under current law, a voter may vote by absentee ballot in the presence of the municipal clerk without completing an absentee ballot application. Section 21 of the bill would require the clerk to establish the voter's identity by confirming the voter's residence address and year of birth with the information in that voter's record for in-person absentee voters. LD 208 does technically have a conflict because it amends the same exact provision of law to clarify that voters may vote by absentee ballot in the presence of the clerk until the end of the close of the polls, so 8 p.m. on election day. But it doesn't add the requirement of verifying the identity. In addition, LD 1575, which you'll hear next week, would amend the same provision of law to require each municipality that has more than 500 registered voters to allow in-person absentee voting for at least 3 hours on the Friday before election day. And like LD 208, it does that amending of this provision without requiring confirmation of the voter's address and year of birth. So again, these bills are trying to do different things, but they would technically make a conflict if you enacted any combination of them because they don't do what the other ones are doing. So since we didn't have answers to these conflicts, I'm not writing down a proposed amendment to any of these, but you can correct me later if you want.
Okay. I think, yeah, I know it's, yeah, I don't think 208 will necessarily, I guess, pass. So if I had to predict, given the, well, in its current form, so given the testimony from the clerks, so.
Yeah, it does depend on
the moving target. Yeah.
For sure. So the next section about absentee ballots in LD 1363, these are sections 22 to 24 of the bill. They talk about the process for detecting and curing defects on return envelopes. So under current law, when a voter returns an absentee ballot, the clerk must compare the signature in the return envelope with the voter's signature on the absentee ballot application, if applicable. And I say if applicable because the statute says that, and if you recall, you can apply on the internet or via phone, and you don't obviously sign that application. If the signatures appear to match, or if the signatures do not match, but the mismatch appears to be due to the voter's receipt of assistance in filling out either the absentee ballot application or in marking the ballot and return envelope, then the clerk initials the envelope and writes okay, and otherwise the clerk notes the discrepancy on the envelope. So that's all that current law says about defects. Section 22 of the bill would repeal this section, and in sections 22 and 23, they would enact new provisions regarding the process for detecting defects on return envelopes and allowing voters to cure those defects. So under those provisions of LD 1363, the clerk must examine the return envelope for the following defects: mismatched signatures, missing signatures, and incomplete aid or witness certificates. If none are discovered, then the clerk is directed to write OK and initial the envelope, which is essentially accepting the ballot. If the clerk does detect a defect, the clerk must hold the envelope with the ballot inside aside for 2 days while attempting to notify the voter, as described below in this chart. If the defect is cured within 2 days through the procedures noted below, then the clerk must accept the ballot and note whether the ballot is accepted with or without a challenge and why. If the defect's not cured within those 2 days, then the clerk must reject the ballot. But the provision of LD 1363 does provide that if a rejected ballot may be cured before the polls close, so even after the 2 days, they can still, the voter can come in and cure their defect or have someone else do so, depending on the type of defect. As far as notifying the voter, LD 1363 would require that if the clerk receives the ballot more than 24 hours before election day, then they must notify the voter of the defect within 1 business day. Otherwise, the clerk must notify the voter as quickly as possible. So on that last day, as quickly as they can. The clerk must call the voter, and if they're unable to speak directly with the voter, via telephone, they must leave a message if they can, and notify the voter via email. As far as curing mismatched signatures, so the next 3 parts of this chart talk about different types of defects, and they have different processes for curing. So if you have a mismatched signature, that is your signature on the return envelope doesn't match your signature on the absentee ballot application, then the voter must be notified by phone. Oh, sorry, excuse me. The clerk calls the voter, and the voter by phone must self-identify by their name, date of birth, and voting residence. They must verify that they requested, cast, and placed an absentee ballot in the return envelope or had their assistant do so, and they must verify that they signed the envelope. If they do all of that, then their envelope will be accepted. If not, then the clerk must accept and challenge the ballot. I want to make sure I got that right. Give me a second. I want to double check the bill because a lot of these have different ways of going. Yep. Okay. Then if there's a missing signature, there are a couple of options for curing that. The person could go to the clerk's office and sign the envelope that with the missing signature, or they could take the ballot out, place it in a new envelope, and then sign that new envelope. Although it's not stated in the bill, I believe the intent is that then the ballot would be accepted. Another option the person has if they didn't sign the return envelope is they could request a duplicate ballot. So they're being called, remember, by the clerk at their house. They could say, well, I don't have time to come in. Can you please send me another ballot? That's one of the options. Or the third option is if they don't want a duplicate ballot or come into the office, the voter can by phone confirm their name, date of birth, and voting residence, verify that they requested, cast, and placed an absentee ballot in a return envelope or had their assistant do so. And if this option is chosen, so the person doesn't actually cure the missing signature by physically signing it, then the clerk must accept and challenge the ballot. If the missing signature isn't cured by the close of the polls, however, so not one of these 3 options is taken, then the clerk has to reject the ballot. And I would point out, if the person requests a duplicate ballot, they're going to not keep the old ballot. They're going to reject the old one. They'll just keep the new one. I mean, they don't get rid of things, but as far as counting. And then curing an aid or witness certificate defect. Just to remind people, witnesses are required whenever an absentee ballot is delivered to or returned by the voter by means of a third person who's not the voter's immediate family member. And an aide is involved and must sign the return envelope if the voter needs the aide's assistance in reading or marking the absentee ballot. So these are the types of signatures we're talking about here. If there's a missing or defective witness or aid certificate on the return envelope, there are again 3 options. the voter can ask the witness or the aide to go to the clerk's office and complete the affidavit correctly, in which case the ballot will be accepted. The voter can instead request a duplicate ballot, or the voter can confirm on the phone, again with their name, date of birth, and voting residence, describe how they received an absentee ballot, and I think I'm missing some language there, but describe sort of their process and that they did in fact vote with the absentee ballot. And if that happens because the actual certificate hasn't been fixed, but they've confirmed it by phone, the bill suggests that the ballot should be accepted but challenged. And if they do none of those options, then the ballot would be rejected. So for all of these options for the voter to request a duplicate ballot instead of affirmatively curing the defect on the original ballot, the bill directs that when issuing the duplicate ballot, the clerk should include a notice explaining the reason the second ballot has been sent, and write second ballot issued right on the return envelope, and issue the, it also directs that the clerk issue the ballot via the method requested by the voter, so the voter can choose the method, but if the voter doesn't indicate their preference, must issue the ballot by mail. There were concerns raised by the Maine Town and City Clerks Association with the requirement that a municipal clerk challenge a ballot if the return envelope is missing a signature and the voter confirms by phone that the voter cast the ballot but doesn't come in to sign it. So I put a little star in the chart to show you what part of this whole defect curing process they were objecting to. The association noted that the registrar of voters must conduct a hearing on each challenge ballot after the election to confirm the qualifications of the challenge voter. That's language of the current statute. So they objected to that. The deputy secretary proposed in her testimony amending section 23 of the bill to further require when the municipal clerk originally rejects a ballot because it was not cured during the 2-day hold period, but then the voter subsequently cures the defect. So remember, I said they hold it aside under the bill after 2 days. If it's not cured, it'll be rejected, but somebody can come back and actually cure it later. So the proposed amendment in the testimony is to require that the central voter registration system be updated to reflect that now it's not rejected anymore, it's been accepted, and to change the date that the ballot was received to reflect the date that the ballot was cured or the defect was cured. There were several questions I had about the drafting of this. So if you remember in section 14 of the bill, we were talking about providing a telephone and email address. That's written in a way that says, I'm sorry, everybody's flickering on my screen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you with your screen maybe losing?
Okay.
Actually, one thing, Janet, maybe should we try to clarify that above concern before we get into drafting issues?
Whatever suits you all.
Okay, or I didn't know if the drafting issues relate to that proposed amendment, but I think if maybe perhaps Julie, did you want to weigh in on that concern raised in testimony in your proposed amendment?
Sure. The reference to the challenged ballot and the concern the clerks had about having to have a hearing after the election, as drafted, the language says they'd follow the challenge procedures under 673 subsection 1. Since the hearing is under subsection 7, the hearing would not apply. And there's nothing to have a hearing about. If someone's not registered, or there's an issue with their registration, they didn't prove identity or residency, that you can sort out after the election. But you know, if the ballot is challenged, it's counted. So it's just to protect the process in case you have enough challenges to affect the outcome of the election. That would be the only instance. And there's nothing a voter can do after the election to fix that. So I don't think their concern about requiring them to have a hearing is accurate, because they're not going to be required to have a hearing for those challenges.
Okay, so as long as they don't have a hearing, they're fine probably with that language then, it seems like.
I mean, we're talking about a fairly small number. These things that are curable rejections, with these essentially same procedures that we issued by procedure under the executive order last year, we had a very small number of rejected ballots that might have been cured through the procedures. So I think they worked, to get a lot of these things taken care of, so the ballots didn't have to be rejected. And the amendment, I think we're just proposing that because I think that, it's sort of common sense, but if something is rejected, but then the voter comes in after the whole period and cures it, we're just instructing them that they go back in and change the central voter registration system to change the ballot from rejected to accepted. It's
Okay,
sort of,
yes. So it's basically just that if somebody's ballot was cured and accepted, this just makes sure that gets entered into the CVR.
That's correct.
And this is an amendment to the bill, right?
Yes.
This would be something we would ask. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions on that? That would make sure it's more accurately logged, which makes sense. Okay. Sorry, Janet, to interrupt, but I think maybe we go to the drafting stuff.
I'm just writing down you like that proposed amendment. Okay. So if you remember in section 14 of LD 1363, which is this bill, it required the person who wanted to have an opportunity to cure their ballot to provide their telephone or email address, but nothing in the provisions here of the bill say that they only apply if somebody in fact did provide their telephone or email address. Obviously you can't call if you don't have a telephone number, but in my mind, I would like those two to be connected if you wanted to connect them. The second thing I asked was, as far as comparing the signatures, somebody might not have actually signed an absentee ballot application. So what would happen then as far as comparing them, their signature on the return envelope? Current law says that you only compare them if applicable, but I didn't see that provision in here. It may be in here, but I didn't see it in there. And I didn't know if you wanted to add that back.
So that's just more of a clarification that if it's a method that doesn't require a signature.
Right, then you wouldn't need to
Right.
match the signature because you don't have it to match against.
Yeah.
The third question, under current law, you don't have a defect. Your ballot is automatically written okay on by the clerk if you had somebody assist you in filling out the absentee ballot application, or you had somebody assist you in reading and marking the absentee ballot, and they filled out the aid affidavit on the return envelope. So then the clerks under current law aren't directed to say that the signatures are mismatched, because obviously it's not the same person signing. But here, that difference in signatures does require a cure process. And I just wanted to check whether you wanted to change the law in that way. That's totally fine. I just was checking.
Yeah, it sounds like we wouldn't want to apply the cure process in that case because the voter wouldn't be signing, right? It'd be an aide doing it for them. Is that right, Julie? Or
right. I mean, sometimes it's not clear that an aide signed because they haven't filled out the certificate properly. There's a way that we instruct people to sign if they're assisted, either like if I were assisting Janet, and she was not able to sign, I would say, Janet Stocco signed by Julie Flynn, aide, or Julie Flynn, aide, signed for Janet Stocco, so that it would be clear that that's not Janet's signature as the voter.
okay, so that might be a situation where we would want to leave the cure process then in case the aide signature didn't follow exactly the guidelines, that you would be able to verify it.
Yeah, I think if, we're giving an opportunity, to cure that by telephone by somebody confirming, yes, that was my aide that signed, that wasn't me. So, that would be curable with that.
Okay, so we'd probably just leave it as is then.
But the way I read it as is, even if it's very clear,
Oh,
that the aide was signing for you, you have to go through the cure process. And the only outcome,
So we would just have to clarify that if it was unclear that the aide did it properly, that the cure process would go through. Is that kind of the clarification? Because if it says that if the aide signs that technically is a conflict with the voter's signature, then might be something we don't.
Yeah, I guess I would love it if we could work on that together. I would want to see how we.
Yeah, that would be something we just want to clarify with Janet and Julie and Jenna working together.
And
Yep, Secretary Bellows. Sorry, I can't see many
Thank
people
you.
on the screen.
I just wanted to clarify that from our office's perspective, the cure procedures outlined in the agency bill were to provide clarity. Oh,
Got it. Yep.
And not designed to fundamentally make any restrictions on the ability of people to use witnesses or aides. So we would want to be very careful that we weren't, that a mistake of an aide or a witness didn't unduly preclude the voter from rightfully casting the vote. So I think this does require a little bit of work because it's certainly not our intent to make a fundamental change to that piece.
Sure.
If I could just add in 756 subsection 2A, it does say if the signatures do not appear to have been made by the same person, but this discrepancy is apparently the result of the voters having properly obtained assistance under either section 753-A, subsection 5, or 754-A, subsection 3, or both, then the clerk would note it, but write okay, essentially accepting it, not subjecting it to the cure process.
right, the problem is that's repealed in the bill.
Okay. Yeah, I think we may just have to hash out that language to make sure we don't fundamentally
Okay.
make a change.
Well, maybe we could add that back in, I think. Or put it into this section.
Okay. Yeah.
The next question I had was for a mismatched signature, if it's not cured, is the ballot rejected or accepted and challenged? As long as you all are okay with whatever the Secretary of State's answer is, I could work with the Deputy Secretary on that. But if you care fundamentally about that, now's your time to tell me.
So, Deputy or Secretary, yeah.
We wrote it so that a ballot would not be rejected for a mismatched signature. It would either be accepted if the voter cured it. If you reached the voter and the voter said, yes, I signed that, then they would accept that and accept the ballot. If they couldn't reach the voter, then they'd have to accept and challenge it. The only way it would be rejected is if they reached the voter and the voter said, no, I didn't sign an absentee ballot, then we'd have a different issue, but you'd certainly be rejecting it. And but as it's written, I think it is saying that you're either accepting it or accepting but challenging it.
Yep, so we could just clarify that in the other section so they're not inconsistent. And then the next question I had, under current law, the way it's written, the clerk writes okay and initials the ballot, or they write what the discrepancy is on the ballot, and then the warden ultimately makes the rejection or acceptance decision. And under different provision of this bill, the warden still makes the decision about whether to reject the ballot. So I just wanted to make sure that the language of this part of the bill and then the later part of the bill match. It's not, is it the clerk who's actually rejecting the ballot, or are they just sort of noting the discrepancy and then the ultimate decision is made by the warden?
I guess I would say that as a practical matter, the clerk is maintaining the central voter registration system, which becomes the documentation of what happens, the clerk is making a decision to reject, but we do allow the warden to override the decision. If the clerk's rejected it improperly, they say there's no signature and there's clearly a signature there. The warden could change the decision and decide to cast the ballot, or conversely, if the clerk said it was okay to cast and there's a missing signature and there's no indication that the cure process had been followed, then the warden could reject it and not open the envelope. And then that information would be relayed back to the clerk so that CDR could be amended appropriately. But so I think if there's a way, I mean, all these processes have developed over a number of years and been amended. So I think this is a good time to look at it and make sure it's absolutely clear and tight what happens. But that's what should happen.
So I would suggest if the committee agrees with that, maybe something like they provisionally reject and then the final rejection happens with the warden. Just an off the top of my head suggestion.
Right. I mean, so I guess I'm not familiar enough with the process. So does the clerk make the decision to reject, and then the warden always confirms or chooses or denies, I guess, or?
Well, I think practically there's many instances, the larger communities are not sending the ballots out to the warden, the clerk is processing.
Right.
When they're processing centrally anyway. And maybe this is more how it's developed procedurally over the years, but the clerk is making a decision to reject or accept and putting it that way in CDR. But the warden is supposed, it's sort of like a check and balance. If the warden's processing, they're looking at what the clerk has noted and making sure that they agree, and they can make a different decision if, hopefully correctly, if there's information missing or if it's there and the clerk said to reject. So if there's a way to make it clearer, I mean, unfortunately, I've been working with this statute for 32 years, and it was a lot of it were procedures developed before we had a central system to track the decisions. So, maybe it does need to be reworded so it's clearer to somebody who hasn't been, administering it for so long.
Yep. We can, we can perhaps have our analysts work with the Secretary of State's office to clarify the language. In basically like your last bullet point question, I think, where a lot of this is kind of technical stuff that isn't super, I guess, substantive, then we can, as part of a motion, I think it's pretty regular that people will, or not, I mean, it's common to vote in concept and then get the language cleaned up and then come back in work session or language review.
Yeah, I'm writing that down. I'm sorry, I'm slowing us down.
Nope, no, it's there's a lot going on in this bill.
Okay, so this is all about a cure process, and as originally drafted, LD 148 does have a different bit of language about the cure process, but I was allowed to send you all the speaker's proposed amendment for today, which would eliminate that part of his bill. So I'm just going to skip that part because hopefully that's good enough for you. Whether you vote for it or not, it shouldn't have a conflict.
Yeah, and I think we do have amendments coming on LD 148, which we can get to once we get through this, maybe it would be best to table for a little bit and then vote a couple other bills and then come back to it. I think we're gonna have to bounce around in between some of these bills where there's so much overlap. And if we know how one bill's gonna go, we can make better decisions on this.
And then as far as a bill that's coming before you next week, it has a different approach to the cure process, which would be to have the secretary put everything in rules instead of writing statute. And then, as I mentioned before, there is a provision in current law that the bill repeals and replaces, which is about the warrants the warden's decision about rejecting a ballot or not. So under current law, 759 subsection 3, the warden can reject a ballot if the signatures on the return envelope and absentee ballot application do not match, and the voter didn't have the assistance of an aide. The bill would replace that with a provision that the warden can reject the ballot if the clerk noted a defect and that defect was not cured through the process established in the bill that we just talked about. Under current law, the warden can also reject the ballot if the affidavit wasn't properly completed. That's all tied up into paragraph A of the bill. So it's any kind of defect, including an improperly completed affidavit. So that's all covered. Also, under current law, the warden can reject the ballot if the voter's not registered or enrolled where necessary. That part is not included in the bill's version of how the warden can reject a ballot. I would note for you that if the person is not enrolled in the proper party for a primary, that is a ground to challenge the ballot. So a rejected ballot isn't counted at all. A challenged ballot is counted unless it might affect the outcome of the election, and then you would go back and fix that. So that's a slight difference in the two. And on the part about not being registered is my drafting issue below. And then the other two reasons for rejecting a ballot under current law is the voter also voted in person or the ballot was received after the deadline. Those are identical in the bill's version of this provision. But my one drafting question was about the voter who's not registered. I wondered, should the person's lack of registration remain a ground to reject an absentee ballot? It's not a ground to challenge a ballot under current law. Instead, you can challenge a ballot because the voter doesn't meet the qualifications to register, but it doesn't say because they're not registered. And the reason I bring this up is current law does recognize that if a person submits an application for an absentee ballot, but they're not actually registered to vote, that they can be issued the absentee ballot, and the clerk will also issue them the registration card. So it's possible they might return one and not the other, and then they wouldn't actually be registered to vote. And so that's why I raised the issue, if that makes
Julie?
sense.
Sorry, Julie.
Thank you. I think we definitely made a drafting error here. We deleted, we had the legislature delete a number of years ago, 673 subsection 1A1, which said the voter was not registered as a reason for challenge because we were rejecting it under 759. I think we have to keep that in the new law, the 759, that if you're not registered to vote, the ballot is rejected. And somehow we just missed that. And the reason for the section 122 subsection 5 is to expedite getting a ballot to the voter, not waiting until you've sent them a voter registration application and got it back before you send them a ballot. You're able to send them both out together. But the law says that if they don't get them back, you know, if they haven't gotten the registration card back, then the ballot isn't counted. That's how we've interpreted the law. You can get them both back on the same time, on the same day, but if the registration card doesn't come back before the end of the close of business or the close of the polls, then the ballot isn't opened and cast.
Okay, if everyone's ready.
Yeah, just a quick, sorry, Julie, I had a quick question on that. So if somebody brings in an absentee ballot, they get an absentee ballot, they take it home, they take a registration card with them, they bring the ballot back first, but it's well before the election. They still have up until the election to return the registration card, correct? It's not the day that they drop the ballot off.
Right. I mean, if someone came into the town office to get a ballot, the clerk would have them register right then and there in person. Okay. This is for usually if somebody submits an application and we say it has to be in writing to establish this presumption of qualification because you want a signature of the voter. They can't do it online or by a telephone request. If those voters aren't registered, then they have to submit a signed absentee ballot application to set up the ability for you to even send them a ballot and a card at the same time.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the other parts of the bill are all different sort of subjects. So this is sort of a miscellaneous part, but it doesn't mean they're less important. It's just that I couldn't have an organizing principle for them. So section 2 of the bill is alternative signatures on petitions for citizens initiatives and people's vetoes. So under current law, an applicant for voter registration who's unable to sign the application because of a physical disability, or a registered voter who later becomes unable to sign the voter's name due to a physical disability, those individuals may sign a voter registration application using a signature stamp or by authorizing another registered voter to sign on the applicant's behalf in the presence of a corroborating witness who is also a registered voter. After filing this alternative registration signature statement, the law provides that the voter may authorize another registered voter to sign candidate petitions and Maine Clean Election Act petitions in the voter's presence and on the voter's behalf. The other registered voter must also print and sign the individual's own name and residence on the petition form and attest that they are signing on the voter's behalf. Section 2 of the bill provides that a voter with a physical disability that prevents the voter from signing the voter's name may use this same process to sign a petition for a citizens initiative or petitions for a people's veto referendum as authorized by the recent constitutional amendment that was approved by the voters. And it's linked here if you want to read it. The next part of the bill is section 3 of the bill, involves automatic voter registration. So it contains amendments to automatic voter registration law that were originally proposed by the Secretary of State and a required report submitted to this committee in January 2020. After receiving the report, this committee reported out a bill, LD 2114, which among other things replaced the requirement that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles scan documents used to create a pending voter registration record, and replace that with a requirement that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles record the documents. It also authorized the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to create a pending voter registration record, not only for new driver's license and new non-driver ID applicants, but also individuals who already had those documents so that all their proofs of citizenship and everything else were in the Bureau of Motor Vehicles hands, but they were appearing at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles for a different transaction. A majority of this committee voted in favor of amending that bill to clarify that the individual appearing at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles has to be given an opportunity to opt out of automatic voter registration before their documents are recorded in a pending voter registration application. That bill ultimately died, however, because it hadn't yet been reported out of the committee before the legislature adjourned due to the pandemic. So section 3 of this bill is similar to the majority committee amendment and LD 2114 because it clarifies that the Bureau records and doesn't scan the documents when it creates the pending voter registration record. It also authorizes the creation of that record for an individual who appears at the Bureau to renew a driver's license or non-driver identification card. So that's slightly different language, but it's similar to LD 2114. And also this bill before you clarifies that all individuals appearing at the Bureau for a driver's license or non-driver identification card have to have the opportunity to opt out before their pending voter registration record is created. So the only question I had was when the bill was before the committee last time, there was language added to clarify that the types of documents that are used to create the pending voter registration record are documents that provide proof of voter eligibility, not all sorts of documents that the Bureau might have on that person. So that was just a question if you wanted to add that in. I don't think they're going to be scanning and recording all sorts of other documents, but it was just a cleanup kind of a question that was included last time. There was also a proposed amendment in the Deputy Secretary's testimony proposing that under current law, the automatic voter registration laws take effect January 1st, 2022. And they proposed amending the law to require that automatic voter registration be implemented as soon as practical after that date, but in no event later than June 1st of 2022.
Do we run into issues if we don't have a date certain on that and it just?
I have been thinking about this.
Because it
pretty
would
much
give them
nonstop.
the power of, enacting a law. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I slept dreaming about it. And I think we can figure out a way to fix it. Normally, that is kind of an issue. But what really is the issue, just for people who are new to the legislature, is when it's not clear to the revisor's office when something is law. So it's like, it's going to be law between these two dates. That's a problem because you don't know what's the statute at the time. I think there's probably a way to put in statute, so what you'd do is you'd say the ABR laws right now don't take effect. They're not actually statutes until January 1st, 2022. So you would leave that, so they'd still become statute on January 1st, 2022, but you might say in those statutes, beginning no later than June 1st, 2022, this system happens. But I definitely talked to the revisor of statutes to figure out how to do it. I think this is something that can be done, although ordinarily you don't like to have an unclear date that something becomes law. I think this might be possible. This is how my dream said.
Yeah, because I know we've kind of spun around on that before, where you can't just all of a sudden have somebody say this is now law and jump to that kind of. So Secretary Bellows, did you?
Yeah, I'm so glad. Thank you, Senator Lucchini, and thank you, Janet, for the dreaming that you did. I just wanted to share that we consulted with the Office of the Attorney General before proposing this in our written testimony, because I think what we're just trying to differentiate is not enactment of the law itself, but with technology, you can set a goal for a new technology system to go live, and hope and pray that it in fact happens on that date. But we, just in working with the vendor and our IT team, have quickly realized that a fixed date for implementation of the technology that will implement this process is it may be possible to do it on January 1st, but it may not happen on that date certain. So thank you. I think
Sure.
this is an issue with all of our technology bills, where if we're implementing a new piece of technology, there needs to be some sort of range for the technology, not the law itself.
Right. Yeah, the law is where we run into, I guess, some issues. Deputy Flynn?
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the other issue that Janet raised. I think what I would suggest is on page 1, line 35, that you add the words of voter eligibility after the word documentation. So it'll be the Bureau shall record the documentation of voter eligibility provided by the individual and create a pending voter registration record. They're not, it maybe seems like a distinction without a difference, but you're not creating the record from the documentation. You're creating it from the data that the voter is providing for the motor vehicle transaction, but you do also have to prove your eligibility for both the motor vehicle transaction and ultimately the automatic voter reg transaction.
Okay.
So,
Yep. And I think on these more technical drafting issues, those are ones that we can direct Janet to work with you as well to just make sure that it gets to the intent.
Okay, the next part, sections 5 and 7 of the bill talk about the number of candidate petition signatures that are required. So they change the maximum, but not the minimum number of signatures from registered voters that the candidates in the candidates district that a party candidate may submit on a primary petition and a non-party candidate may submit on a nominating petition for certain offices. So the highlighted numbers, which are the maximum numbers, again, not the minimum numbers, are changed. And the testimony indicated that this would help the Secretary of State's office not have to process quite so many, but still give the candidates a bit of, I can't think of the right word. I'm thinking of bubble wrap, but that's not right. But a little bit of leeway to make sure they have the right number of signatures.
Right. Yeah, and that seems like a pretty easy change. In case a lot get invalidated or something, it gives you a little more buffer.
And then finally, after tricking Representative Corey to thinking he missed it, at the very end, We have the provision about the minimum age of the election clerk, which is section 10 of the bill. So under current law, an election clerk must be at least 18 years of age and a registered voter in a municipality or county where they serve, although they may be 17-year-olds if they're conditionally registered voter in that municipality or county. Section 10 of the bill would allow a 16-year-old who's conditionally registered to also serve as an election.
Okay, thank you, Janet. And so I guess is the rationale for that because the 16-year-old kind of works with the AVR stuff?
I think it's that, but it's also trying to engage younger voters in the process. So even though they're not eligible to vote yet, there are, you know, a lot, I think probably most high schools have a requirement for some community service projects, and this would be an excellent way to get young people to help out at the polls, whether they're just directing voters of which line to stand in or helping them look up their voter registration, or actually sitting behind, you know, sitting by the tabulator. And I certainly know that that younger people take to the technology a lot better than some of our older election workers. And that's not true across the board, but.
And it's not always easy to get election workers, is it, for towns? Is that kind of a chronic problem?
That is a problem.
Representative Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, for me, this just really feels more like a policy change than a kind of fix it, which is a lot of what this bill does. It seems to be sort of a more substantive change than anything else we're making here. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, any other questions on that piece? Okay, so we've gone through this whole bill, which I think, as we said, kind of covers a lot of the other bills as well. So I think it might be best if people are good that we just table this for a little while we work through some of the other ones, then we can come back and just have a better idea, because so many of them just are intertwined into this that, I mean, I think whenever possible, it makes sense to consolidate. That way we prevent a lot of the eventual problems. So if people are good with that, then we can kind of work through. I know we have amendments coming on a different bill, and then we can just come back to this in a little bit. If that's agreeable to people, we can do that, and we just need a motion to put it on the table and a motion to take it back off. So Representative McCray.
I would make a motion to table LD 1363.
Second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Wood. Okay, and we have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we do have 7. So the motion before us is to table, and I think we can just do it by show of hands. All those in favor of tabling LD 1363, please raise your hand, and I can just yell it out. So there we go. So we've got Representatives McCrate, Chiazzo, Supika, Corey, Harrington, Riley, Wood, and Lucchini. Great, thank you. So that will be tabled for now. And then I think Representative Corey, if you're ready, we can pick up LD 148. I think it's 148.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. It's hard to keep track of all these.
LD 148 is an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. This is the speaker's bill.
Thank you. And this was one previously tabled and that we've already done the analysis on. So I think Representative Corey, did you have an amendment you wanted to offer?
Yes, I'm just gonna pull it. This is an amendment that Secretary Bellows has sort of given to me, and my understanding, and she can nod, I believe she's on screen, that this comes with the blessing of the speaker. So let me just run through the pieces on it. We had already heard that the speaker was fine with upping the age to 65 by which somebody could qualify to do this. And somebody who self-identifies as having a disability. So you'd either have to be, over 65 or have a disability to apply to do that. That's in page 1, line 3. And that would be added between a voter and may apply. So that sentence would be who will be 65 years old by the next election or who self-identifies as having a disability. On page 2 in line 9, we want to change the effective date to January 1, 2023 to November 1, 2023.
Representative, would you like us to screen share this, or?
Sure, if Janet.
Do you have a copy of this, Janet, or?
I had the bullet point. I also have language, although the Secretary of State's office has a few changes to it, but I can point all of those out if you want.
Either way, whatever, Representative Corey, whichever is easier for you, because we can follow along too without. I know
Okay.
there's been some iterations. Yeah.
Cool. So we're going to want to add a section to it, allowing Maine to enroll in ERIC and directing the department, the Secretary of State to do so no later than January 1, 2023. And then what we're going to do is if a voter has ongoing absentee status and does not participate in either the general, gubernatorial, or the presidential election, the voter is removed from the list of ongoing absentee voters. So it wouldn't be, based on those sort of in between elections. It could be like, school budget or town council or any of that other stuff. It would just be based on whether or not they chose to participate in the, elections every 2 years that the rest of us participate in. So those are the changes.
Great, thank you, Representative Corey. And so this also, just so that I remember, this is a couple years out, right? I can't remember the exact date.
Yeah, it would give them the opportunity to establish the new system. They would be changing it from January 2023 to November 1 of 2023.
Great.
And then that gives them time to enroll in ERIC as well. And I believe the Secretary of State came up with what the pricing would be to join ERIC. And that seems to be, much more reasonable than I think anybody thought it would be, if she'd like to share that.
Great. Yeah, Secretary Bellows, if.
Thank you. And I don't know if Deputy Secretary Flynn is still with us. We don't have an exact quote yet. I did share with a few folks yesterday that it's definitely going to be under $500,000. It may be under 100,000. Deputy Flynn, do you want to add any additional specificity?
Sure. They are looking at trying to give us a quote based on some numbers we provided of how many voter records we have and how many motor vehicle records we have. But the initiation fee is $25,000. That's a one-time fee. And then there's an annual fee, which it has gone down significantly since we first looked at this about a decade ago, because of the number of states that have enrolled, because it's a per capita, prorated type of comparison of how many voters you have compared to the whole, the rest of the states, all their voters combined. So it's a percentage, and probably annually would be well under 100,000 a year.
Great.
So this, I feel at least goes a long way in, assuring, ballot access for, the elderly and disabled, and definitely helps, ensure confidence, in, our voter registration, system going forward. So I thank the speaker, and I thank Secretary Bellows for working on this amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Corey, for bringing it, and thanks, Secretary Bellows. I think doing that first upgrade of the CVR is something that makes me much more comfortable with this bill, as I've always voted against this bill previously, because it would have, I think it's just better once we can code it into the CVR. And just as one more potential amendment, Representative Corey, if you're amenable to that, we had talked about as we're trying to merge the bills that impact the same sections of law, we had the provisions about the party label on the general election envelopes and being able to make it so that that won't be on the envelope for general elections. And since I think what we'd heard, or what I had talked with Secretary Bellows about, is that that would be another thing we'd have to code into the CVR. So if we can set that out to the end date that this entire bill is going to be enacted, I would be good with adding that provision that's in 2 of the other bills. That way we make sure that that letter isn't on the general election return, absentee ballot return envelopes. If you're good with that, I think we can add that on there and it'll all become effective at the same time. Representative Corey.
I'm good with that because that cleans up 2 more, bills for us. And, I definitely think that that amendment, should be fine. Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
Right, I'd like to go to pass as amended with the new language that I just outlined, along with making sure that somebody's party designation isn't on the outside of the envelope, with the time frame, the new time frame set up with the implementation of the CVR system. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Chiazzo. Representative Harrington.
I'm just wondering, is there some sort of fail-safe that if someone were to pass away, that they're taken off this list?
Yeah. Secretary Bellows, do you have a? Is that kind of what the ERIC list would do?
Yeah. So I'll have Deputy Flynn give you more detail, but the ERIC list does in fact check. We'll be sharing our voter registration data, and there will be a screen against the Social Security Administration death indices in that process. And additionally, we do a vital records check on a regular basis. So deceased voters within our jurisdiction within the state of Maine are getting regularly removed. Deputy Secretary can also speak to this, but I think this is, joining ERIC will go a long way in cleaning these voter lists because it's exchange of data with other states and at the federal level and the Social Security Administration death indices.
Okay.
Any further questions? Janet?
Sorry, it was my understanding that the amendment would also, and I just want to check with Representative Corey, get rid of the section 4 of the bill, which is about the cure process, and leave that to the Secretary of State's bill. That's up to you. The only question I then have is about that section 2 of the bill, which is about the telephone and email contact information. If you have it where it is in section 2 of this bill, then it applies to any absentee ballot application and ongoing absentee ballot application. Problem is, if this bill doesn't pass, how does it work with 1363? So those are my only questions for clarification.
So I guess, is this cleaner to apply to everything in this bill or in the 1363, the language? Well, I think, or sorry, and this is probably for Representative Corey to answer rather than me since it's amendment, but.
I mean, I think if it doesn't pass in this bill and we haven't finished 1363 yet, we can always add it back into 1363, but I don't really think that this bill is that offensive. So I'm hoping that it, would pass with that language in it.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to suggest it was. I was just telling you the option.
Right. But in your amendment, you did take out the QR language stuff, and we'll deal with that in a different bill. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
cool.
fine.
And then I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to floor amend if we need on a lot of these, if we do run into stuff as it goes. So did that kind of address the drafting?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other questions or discussions on this one? Okay, Representative Harrington.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm probably going to be voting no. I'm just uncomfortable with automatically mailing ballots to anybody.
Sure. I've always voted against this one. I'm finally getting more comfortable now, so I understand the issue. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass as amended, made by Representative Corey, seconded by Representative Chiazzo. Seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote by roll call. Karen, please.
Sorry.
No problem.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative, starting to get punchy. Representative McCray. She froze.
Oh, she's frozen. Yeah.
I'll come back. I'll come back to her. Yes. Oh, Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney, absent. Representative Harrington.
No.
Representative Harrington, no. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 7 in favor of the motion, 1 against the motion, and 5 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So 7-1, the ought to pass as amended prevails, and people will have until I think noon on Tuesday who are absent to cast their votes.
Can I clarify that the minority report?
Yep, Representative Harrington, are you ought not to pass?
Ought not to pass.
Great, thank you.
Just want to make sure.
Great. So I guess the next 2 bills, once we finish up that voting procedures, would be 451 and 456, which I believe, Janet, you did I think they're almost virtually identical, or maybe exactly.
They are
we have kind of-
exactly identical, word for word for word.
Okay.
Except the
So we have-
title, I think.
Yeah. So Janet did a combined analysis because they are identical. And if you'd like, Janet, to go kind of, I guess you can go through it if you want just quickly. I know we just covered a lot of this in the previous bill for people who are listening in. These both deal with that envelope issue.
I don't need to, it's up to you, but I can.
Sure, if you'd like to. Just in the event that somebody, if anybody wants to vote for this separately, where.
Okay, so both of these bills, which are identical, prohibit state and local election officials from including any mark visible on the outside of a return envelope indicating the political party of the absentee voter to whom, not whim, the absentee ballot was issued during the general election. So the Maine Town and City Clerks Association and the Secretary of State explained in their testimony that the barcode labels that are on the return envelopes for absentee ballots are generated by the Central Voter Registration System. They include a string of numbers identifying the voter's ward or precinct, state legislative district, and party enrollment. Municipal officials reference these labels to ensure that the appropriate municipal legislative district and for a primary election, party ballots are placed in the return envelope for each absentee voter. In addition, when returned absentee ballots are processed, election officials compare the ballots included by the voter in the return envelope to the information on the barcode label and note which ballots the voter chose not to return. That information is subsequently entered into the voter participation history data maintained in the central voter registration system. Although they did say that election officials could obtain the necessary voter participation history information by comparing the contents of the return envelopes to the information on the absentee voter list, the use of the barcode label is more efficient according to the Clerks Association. Both of these entities agree that a voter's party designation is not necessary information for purposes of issuing the appropriate absentee ballots or for preparing voter participation history for the general election, however, but the central voter registration system is not currently programmed to produce a different barcode label for primary and general elections. There were some proposals by the committee about maybe waiting until the new central voter registration system was ready, which I think is the approach you took in the last bill, or instead, or maybe in addition, requiring the clerks to redact the party designation on the barcode label, perhaps with a black Sharpie or something similar. The League of Women Voters of Maine proposed amending the bills to also prevent any mark revealing the party designation on the outer mailing envelope in which the ballot and return ballot are mailed, and return envelope, are mailed to a voter who requested that a ballot be issued by mail. And then they also wondered if it might make sense to rewrite the bills to prevent any designation of party on the whole envelope system if you go ahead with the security sleeve proposal in a different bill. There was a request to see a copy of the barcode label, and that's attached. And you can see here that there's a bunch of numbers and then a D to designate the party for that voter. And that's what we're talking about by the arrow. And then there was a request for information on the cost and time to program the CVR. I know that the Secretary of State was working with their vendor to get that number, but I don't know if they were able to by now, but I know that they were trying to. And then there is a conflict with LD 1363, but we already talked about that because of the different amendments to the same subsection of law.
Great, thank you, Janet. So obviously we just took care of this issue from both of these bills and that other one in attempts to try to keep from accidentally making a conflicts in law. So are there any questions for Janet on this bill at this time? Okay, seeing none, is there, would anybody like to make a motion? Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a slight interest in keeping one of these vehicles alive in case that other one does not pass. I know that some members of my caucus want this, to happen, but they may not support that other bill. So I'd like to at least keep one of these personally alive, so that, we can make this happen if that other bill does not pass.
Sure. And so I guess we can, it's whatever the committee feels, we could kill one and table one, or kill one and vote one out and then kind of just hold it for a while. Whatever you think is best, we can do, just to keep the option open for everybody.
Okay.
Yep. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, we get a lot of bills. I want to respect Representative Corey's desire to hold one over, or not, shouldn't say hold it over, but to delay on one. But I think we've got a couple other mechanisms out there if we need to use this. I think we're all in agreement that removing that letter from an envelope is critical. So if we're kind of along those lines as a committee, if it doesn't make it through on that one, we've got a couple other mechanisms I think we can use. But I'm happy to defer to Representative Corey if he wants to keep a vehicle or a mechanism open. I'm happy with that. That's fine.
Yeah. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chairman, I want to report that I have returned from my doctor and my appointments, and I do have a heart.
That's good. Janet, did you?
I did want to say, I should have remembered when you voted on the last bill, 148, that the Secretary of State's bill, this is the provision of the Secretary of State's bill where there's a conflict where it says you don't issue absentee ballots until the official ballots are available. I don't know if you feel like that was part of your motion on the last bill to include it, so you don't need it in both, or if you just want to leave it to 1363. I just forgot to mention that when we went over. That again applies to this bill before you because it's all amending the same section of law. Again, it doesn't matter if you amended 2 different ways, the errors bill can take care of it. But I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it last
time. Representative Corey, do you think that was, I guess, encapsulated in your motion, or we can pass it 2 ways too, and then fix it in the errors bill, whichever?
I believe so.
Okay. If that's sufficient with everybody, rather than reconsidering and then revoting, I think it's fine. Representative McCray?
About the 2 bills, what 451, 456, would Representative Corey be amenable to tabling one of them rather than, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, she waited until you were eating.
I didn't have lunch today. Yeah, I would be amenable to
Don't choke.
tabling one of them. My suggestion on that would be that we take the earlier bill number like we always, do, just because that sponsor had obviously put it in first. So I think that would be the fairest way to do it.
Yeah, I'm fine with tabling one and killing one, and then if need be, we can vote that one later with whatever people want to put into it. So I guess I would entertain a motion. So on 451 is the early number. So if we wanted to table one, I'd entertain that motion if somebody wants to make
So
it.
moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion to table by Representative Tuttle.
Second.
He's back and he's ready to roll. And seconded by
I do have a
Representative
high,
Corey.
yeah.
Yep. Okay, so it's a tabling motion. So Karen, if you would please call the roll.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yeah.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney, absent. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff, absent. Senator Farren, we're just voting on a tabling motion.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, okay. Senator Farren, yes. So
Very emphatic table.
10 in favor of the motion, and that doesn't make sense because it looks like, oh, yes, 10 in favor of the motion and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So thank you, Karen. So that one is tabled, and if we run into a situation where the other one isn't determined yet and committee is ending, we can just vote it out at that point too and hold it and figure it out at that point. So related to 456, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move ought not to pass on LD 456.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Tuttle. We have a motion of ought not to pass. Any further discussion on this one? And these 2 bills were exactly identical.
Representative Wood, I apologize. If you wanted to second that, I'll withdraw my second. No.
Okay, any further questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is not to pass, and we will vote by roll call. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney, absent. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dollop. Representative Dollop, absent. 10 in favor of the motion and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present, and those who are absent will have until Tuesday at noon to call in their votes. And yep, again, we'll take up 451 whenever, and maybe we'll hopefully know the fate of 148. So next up, I think we will take, why don't we move to LD 208 and 1164, which are another group of very similar bills.
I'm getting there, I'm catching up.
Yep, you're good. You have a lot of writing and stuff to do.
So LD 208 is an act to expand access to absentee ballots from Representative Brooks, and LD 1164 is an act to expand the application period for absentee ballot requests and allow early processing of absentee ballots from Representative Bailey. So both of these bills authorize no excuse absentee voting through Election Day in Section 3 of each of the bills. As you know, under current law, a municipal clerk may not issue an absentee ballot in response to an application received after the 3rd business day before an election, which means after Thursday of the week before the election, unless the voter signed the application and stated that the voter would be unexpectedly absent from the municipality during the entire times the polls are open, or has a physical disability, or is a resident of a coastal island and is unable to travel to the polls, or finally has an incapacity or illness preventing the voter from leaving home or a treatment facility. This provision of law applies equally to voters who vote by absentee ballot outside the presence of the clerk or who vote by absentee ballot in the presence of the clerk. And that matters a little bit later, which is why I mentioned it now. So both of those bills would allow no excuse to absentee voting, which is how it's kind of referred to at all times. LD 208, but not the other bill, also would authorize third persons to return absentee ballots through the close of polls on Election Day. Under current law, a third person to whom the absentee ballot was issued has to return the ballot within 2 business days of the date the third person received the ballot, or by the close of polls on Election Day, whichever is earlier, unless a good cause is shown. In addition, the third person's failure to return an absentee ballot to the municipal clerk by the close of the polls on Election Day is a Class E crime under current law. Section 4 of 208, LD 208 would eliminate the 2 business day deadline for the third person to return the absentee ballot, but would retain the requirement that they return it by the close of polls on Election Day. It would also retain the Class E crime for not doing so if you didn't have good cause. LD 208 also clarifies that in-person absentee voting is permitted through 8 p.m. on Election Day. LD 1164, by contrast, would amend the law about when early processing of absentee ballots may occur, but the amendment that it makes has already been enacted by this legislature in Chapter 11 of Public Laws from 2021. For that reason, the sponsor did propose striking that provision of 1164. because LD 208 talks about when a third person can return a ballot, I'm not going to read through this here, but I did want to give you some information on the other protections in current law or restrictions in current law involving third person's deliveries or returns of absentee ballot, just so that you know sort of the whole picture there. I can go through if you want, but I sent it to you ahead, so I don't know if you want me to read through it. As far as the deadline for in-person absentee voting in the presence of the clerk, which LD 208 would set affirmatively at the close of polls on election day, I did think it's important to tell you that current law does not actually specify a deadline for in-person voting in the presence of the municipal clerk, other than the fact that you can't turn in any absentee ballot after the polls close. So inherently, current law implicitly says the deadline is the close of polls on election day, except for the fact that current law, as you know, does prohibit no excuse absentee voting after the third business day before an election. And the reasons that you have to give to vote by absentee ballot after Thursday before the election involve not being able to be at the polls on election day, which makes it difficult to understand how someone could claim that and then also be able to claim that they can vote in person at the clerk's office on election day. So although there's no explicit deadline for in-person absentee voting under current law, if you have this requirement for an excuse within a certain number of days before election day and including election day, then you probably aren't really able to vote in person in the presence of the municipal clerk on election day. There was information provided at the public hearing that I double checked in the governor's executive orders to explain that in the last election year, the governor issued 2 executive orders altering the requirements for absentee voting in the primary election, which was in July, and in the general election due to the public health emergency. So for the primary election, an excuse was not required to absentee vote through the day of the election, which is the proposal in both of the bills before you today. And then for the general election, an excuse was not required on the Friday before the election, but if you wanted to excuse me, for the general election, if you wanted to vote in person in the presence of the clerk, you didn't have to provide an excuse if you came in the Friday before the election or the Monday before the election, but you did have to submit a reason to submit a late absentee ballot application if you were going to do it in the traditional way through the mail, etc. As I mentioned, the sponsor of LD 1164 acknowledged that Section 4 of his bill was already enacted by the legislature, so he proposed striking it. As far as LD 208, the sponsor proposed amending the bill to retain the requirement that a voter provide one of the 4 existing statutory reasons for requesting an absentee ballot on the day before the election, so on Monday or on election day, but to permit no excuse absentee voting on the Friday before the election, because right now it's not permitted Friday, Monday, or election day. And so the sponsor said to amend the bill, or suggested amending the bill to not require an excuse on Friday, but to still require an excuse on Monday and election day. The League of Women Voters also proposed amending either of the bills before you in the same manner. So to require an excuse on Monday or on election day, but not to require an excuse on Friday before the election. In addition, the League of Women Voters proposed that an absentee, that municipalities be permitted to offer in-person absentee voting on the weekend before the election, but not on Monday or on election day. There were several concerns in the testimony from the Maine Town and City Clerks Association and the Maine Municipal Association, as well as many individual clerks who submitted their own testimony. They were concerned with repealing the requirement for an excuse to request an absentee ballot on the Friday or Monday before an election. They indicated that prior to requiring an excuse in 2011, there was a huge administrative burden caused by the large number of absentee voters who historically cast their absentee ballots on those 2 days, on the Friday or Monday preceding the election. And at those times, they reported that they're very busy completing their final preparations for the election day, including all of the different tasks listed there that they mentioned in their testimony. They also had concerns about repealing the 2 business day deadline for third persons to return voted absentee ballots to the municipal clerk. they were worried about the effect that would have on the election integrity and ballot security, and also the amount of time a voter would have to cure any defect with their signature on the absentee ballot return envelope or the affidavits on that return envelope if those ballots are returned later during the election cycle. The association and the municipal, both associations actually expressed concern about allowing voters to engage in in-person absentee voting on election day itself, because they said that this could be interpreted to require municipalities that otherwise close their municipal offices on election day to in fact keep those offices open, and to have the municipal clerk stay in the office, which would mean that the municipal clerk couldn't be at the polling place if it's a separate location to provide assistance. Alternatively, if the bills are interpreted to say that the municipal clerk would be at the polling place and the absentee voters could vote in the clerk's presence at the polling place, they thought it would be very confusing to have two types of voting going on at the same time in the same location. Some traditional voting in person and some absentee voting in person. The Secretary of State in the testimony agreed with the municipal office officials' concerns about in-person absentee voting in the presence of the municipal clerk on election day. The Secretary also testified that the deadline for requesting a mailed absentee ballot should be the close of business on Thursday before the election to ensure sufficient time for the mailed ballot to reach the absentee voter prior to election day. And I would note for you that there isn't actually a deadline in current law. So I put a question mark about whether that's a proposed amendment, because I think you would have to amend the law to make that the deadline. There was a request to have the Secretary of State provide information on the process under current law to apply for an absentee ballot after the third business day before the election. And the Secretary of State's office did send the special circumstances application and instructions that were used in the most recent election, the special election on March 9th, and they're attached to the bill analysis. So if you are online and looking at the bill analysis, you just keep scrolling down.
Veterans and Legal Affairs, Karen speaking.
Get there. As far as some technical issues, there's a bill that's going to be heard next week, LD 1575, which would retain the requirement for absentee voters to provide one of the 4 statutory reasons to vote by absentee ballot on the final business day before the election, so on Monday. In addition, LD 1575 would require the Secretary of State to develop uniform instructional language requiring the requirements about having an excuse to vote by absentee ballot on the day before the election, which the municipality would display in the office and on any website or social media that the municipality uses to communicate election information. So the part about the instructions is not included anywhere else, but this part about requiring an excuse on the day before election, I think that's the same, if I'm not mistaken, as the sponsor of LD 208's proposed amendment to her bill. Just wanted to double check. Sorry to scroll. I know that hurts your eyes. Another conflict, LD 208 would amend the provision of the law to clarify that voters may vote by absentee ballot in the presence of the municipal clerk until 8 p.m. on election day. So that's the law about voting in the presence of the clerk. LD 1363, while it doesn't talk about the deadline, does require that the voter first establish their identity by stating their residence address and year of birth, and that is not included in LD 208. Alternatively, LD 1575 amends the same exact statute, again, not specifying a deadline, but it does require each municipality with more than 500 registered voters to allow in-person absentee voting for at least 3 hours on the Friday before election day. So all 3 of these bills, 208, 1363, and 1575, amend the same exact subsection of law for different reasons, for different goals. So that may be something you want to consider combining, or if not, that can be fixed in an errors bill if different versions are passed. And then my only other technical thing was people kept talking about, and it could be, as Deputy Secretary alluded to earlier, I don't administer elections. I just look at what does the statute actually say. And there aren't deadlines for a lot of different things, including should there be a deadline? And I'm not saying there should be. I'm just asking you all to consider whether you want there to be a deadline when the municipal clerk must receive a request to vote by absentee ballot in the presence of the clerk. That's what LD 208 addresses. To have an absentee ballot issued to a voter who appears in person. Should there be a deadline for that? I don't know. How about to have the absentee ballot sent to the voter by mail? That was something the Secretary of State mentioned. Or to have the absentee ballot delivered to the voter by the immediate family member or a third person. So those are just things worth considering. I'm not suggesting you need to change them. It's just that there was a lot of confusion reading through the testimony about when are these deadlines, or should there be deadlines, and maybe there should not.
Thank you, Janet. Any questions on this analysis? Any Representative Tuttle?
So, Mr. Chair, has there been a decision whether we're probably going to go with one bill and not the other, or have we gotten there, or have we not? Where we are now?
Representative Tuttle, I'd say we haven't gotten quite to that point yet. These two are very similar, as Janet outlined.
Right.
I mean, I would say personally, I have concerns with both.
Yeah.
And so I
Me
will
too.
probably,
Yep.
I'll probably be voting against both of the bills, just so people know.
Well, would you like me to make that motion, Mr. Chair?
I think we have more
More
let's
discussion?
go one at a time,
Okay.
or one
All
bill
right.
at a time, and then we can make a motion. Sure.
I will defer, Mr. Chair.
Your call. Representative Corey.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be honest, I'm kind of in the same place as you, Louis. Like, after, having read the testimony from Maine Municipal, from, the Clerks Association, and then I look at some of the advocates that really follow this stuff out there, and a lot of them testified not for, or against, any of the stuff. I believe that we probably have one of the, best absentee, voting systems, in the country right now. I know there were some special things done, with regard to the pandemic, but, I really think that the burden of this work is really on our municipal clerks and everything come election time. And I don't want to, further burden them, with stuff that we had done, I think during the pandemic that may not, be necessary going forward. They really need, time to, do this and do it right, because we really rely on, our elections, and we certainly rely on our absentee, voting system in Maine in order to, make it so that, people have, good access to the ballot. So I appreciate, the sponsors, putting forth ideas, but I can't vote for, these two bills. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Representative Corey. And I think, just from speaking with all of my clerks, they are very strongly against many of these proposals. Representative Chiazzo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was gonna echo that. I don't usually hear from my town clerk on bills. She allows the clerks association to lobby, but I did hear from her on this one, so that tells me that I should probably heed her advice and not support either of these.
Senator Hickman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I came in a little late, obviously, can you just tell me which bills we are discussing so I can take a look before I vote? Thank you.
Yep, we are on LDs 208 and 1164. And I see the sponsor has her hand up. We can bring her in to quickly, she wanted to make a quick, see if it's, there we go. So Representative Brooks, if you can hear us. Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Welcome, Representative.
Oh, thank you. And I really appreciate all the work the committee is doing. I was able to participate or watch from the beginning of today's 1 o'clock session. And there's really a tremendous amount of work, and I want to, respect that as well, that your analyst and other Secretary of State and Deputy Secretary of State and all the committee members have been very thoughtful. So I don't mean to go off on that tangent, but with this bill, I would perhaps consider that Friday, extending it to that Friday, because a lot of people do think in terms of a business week, Monday through Friday or Monday through, either Sunday through Saturday or Monday through Sunday. So I do think I believe, I know that our town clerks are really, really busy, and they do a fantastic job coordinating the election and also with changes that have been made. Particularly during this pandemic, we saw across the country, other states where it didn't turn out as smoothly. So I really do think that Friday before the election, if we could even consider extending it, that the Friday would be included, or have some local control as well, working with that. Like maybe if the town hall isn't open typically on a Friday, I mean, kind of working under those constraints as well. But I do think it's important to keep in mind giving people the greatest opportunity to be able to cast their vote.
Thank you, Representative Brooks. Any questions for the bill's sponsor? Okay, seeing none, thank you for that. Okay, any further discussion? The one point I will add, I did run that option by because it seemed like an option that we could do to add back the Friday, and I can say the clerks that I spoke with were strongly against that. So I still find myself in the same position. So Representative Corey.
Thank you. I mean, I'd echo that. I know that Representative Chiazzo had, basically said that his town clerk, reached out to, him on this. Mine did as well. I think that town clerks association does a good job, communicating with their constituency, and it really seems like they're all involved in those meetings and everything else. I think that probably, the biggest thing when we're talking about, 2 or 3 days, in advance of the election and business days and everything else is that, come that Thursday, on Friday and Monday, I mean, those are really kind of the only business days our clerks then have, to pull it off, in advance of showtime. And I think if we cut in on that one day any more than that, I think that, it makes it harder for them to, process those ballots, in a reasonable amount of time. So one day may not seem like a lot, but I think it's a lot when you're talking about, only having 2 days. That election day is always going to be on a Tuesday, and we all know that. So.
Yeah, and what I've heard is you still have tons of people dropping off their ballots on that Monday. So that just, they're still going through. Representative Tuttle.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, being married to a former town and city clerk, she has advised me of the same. So you know how I have to vote on this.
Yeah, great. So I guess at this point, we have 2 bills. We can start with 208 if anybody's prepared to make a motion.
I would, Mr. Chair. I move ought not to pass.
Okay, so we have an ought not to pass from Representative Tuttle. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Representative Corey. Any further discussion on this bill? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we've got enough. All right. So seeing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote. And the motion before us is ought not to pass. And we'll vote by roll call if you're ready. Karen, please.
I am. Mr. Chair, what bill are we on? I'm sorry.
On 208.
208. Thank you. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren,
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Piazza,
Yes.
Representative Piazza, yes. Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle,
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika, Representative Supika, absent. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney, Representative Kinney, absent. Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey,
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dalla, Representative Dalla, absent. 10 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Unmute. Thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present, and anyone absent will have till Tuesday at noon. Representative Tuttle?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if it's in order, I would move ought not to pass on LD 1164.
So we have a motion of ought not to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Wood on LD 1164. Any further discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a roll call vote. If you're ready, Karen, and the motion again is ought not to pass.
Senator Lucchini,
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren,
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Piazza,
Yes.
Representative Piazza, yes. Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle,
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika, Representative Supika, absent. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney, Representative Kinney, absent. Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey,
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dalla, Representative Dalla, absent. 10 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So again, unanimous of those present for LD 1164. Okay, so we'll just take a minute to get those wrapped up and then we'll move on. Okay, I think the next bill that we will take up is LD 1061, an act to protect minor political parties that seek official party status. And Janet kind of briefly outlined this one as it was related to 1363. So we've talked a little bit about it already, but we can go through the analysis.
So this bill amends the provision of current law that involves creation of a new qualified party to reduce from 5,000 to 2,500 the number of voters that must be enrolled in a new or currently unqualified political party in order for that political party to participate in a primary election. There is an alternative process for a party to become qualified that's involving organizing around a gubernatorial presidential candidate. That's not affected in this bill. This is just the option for a new party to organize by having a certain number of voters enrolled, and it changes it from 5,000 to 2,500. The bill also requires that if the Secretary of State later determines that fewer than 2,500 voters are enrolled in the party, the Secretary must provide at least 90 days notice to the party before the enrollment status of the voters enrolled in the party is changed. At the public hearing, the sponsor proposed amending the bill to eliminate the requirement in Section 301 of current law that after a political party is qualified to have its party designation appear on the ballot in 2 general elections, at least 10,000 of its enrolled voters must vote in each future general election to maintain the party's qualified status. So that's a lot of words, but I think it's a little bit easier to see in the chart. So if you're organizing a new party and you want to qualify it around enrollment, you have to file a declaration of intent and enroll 5,000 voters under current law. The bill changed that to 2,500 voters. And then to appear on the general election ballot, there are certain requirements that are not affected in this bill. If you're an existing party, you have to have your municipal caucuses and state conventions as required. And then, as we mentioned in the other bill that we heard today or worked today, if the party's been qualified for 2 general elections, at least 10,000 party voters must have voted in the last general election to maintain the status as a qualified party. And the sponsor proposed amending his bill to eliminate that third requirement. So to maintain your party status, you would just have to have the municipal caucuses and the state conventions. So I think that helps explain it a little bit better, at least the way my mind works.
Makes it easier for me to see that way.
My mind tend to work in charts. As we mentioned before, LD 1363, the bill proposed by the Secretary of State, would amend the requirements about maintaining the party status to either allow the party to maintain its status if its gubernatorial or presidential candidate received at least 5% of the total vote cast in the most recent gubernatorial or presidential election, or to have at least 10,000 of its voters remain enrolled in the party as of the date of the last general election. That's a change because it wouldn't require that 10,000 voters to vote in the general, just that they remain enrolled. I am not going to read through all of this stuff about the past litigation unless you ask me to, but I did provide a history because there was a lot of testimony about how this affected a particular party where there's been a lot of litigation involving that party in the past. I'm happy to read through all of this if you want me to, but it's just to give you some history. That's kind of why I sent it to you the night before. Have a little light bedtime reading.
No, we do appreciate getting this in advance. It's very helpful.
And then for people watching or listening online, all of this bill analysis is posted online in the committee's electronic file, which you can find by going to the committee's webpage, so you can read it too. It's not that great because I wrote it, but it is there. There was an issue raised at the public hearing about the notice requirement in the bill. So in her testimony, Deputy Secretary of State Flynn observed that the bill's requirement that there be a 90-day notice is legally ineffective because that provision of the bill appears to be premised on the assumption that if a new party qualifies to participate in a primary by enrolling 2,500 voters, as the bill requires, then it might subsequently lose that status if its enrollment numbers fall below that $2,500 threshold. Based on that assumption, the bill imposes a new requirement that the Secretary of State provide 90 days advance notice before that happens. But as the Deputy Secretary observed, the Secretary of State does not have the authority to unenroll the voters of a new party in this circumstance. Instead, party members may only be unenrolled against their will, as it were, if fewer than 10,000 of the party's voters participate in either the second general election after the party achieves its status or a subsequent general election. Also, if they don't hold the required caucuses or conventions, but I think it's usually about the number of voters that this issue arises. The Libertarian Party of Maine proposed multiple amendments to the bill that's before you, including delaying the deadline, the January 2nd deadline for new parties to enroll voters to qualify for the primary. Also to repeal the requirement of maintaining 10,000 of the party's voters participating in general elections, starting with the second general election after qualifying. That is the proposal that the sponsor also gave to LD 1061 as his proposed amendment. In addition, the Libertarian Party proposed removing the requirements that a party that doesn't achieve the 10,000 voter threshold, the second general election, and moving forward, that the party proposed removing the provisions of law that would automatically disqualify their party and automatically unenroll all of their party members. The party also proposed removing the requirement that party candidates can only appear on a general election ballot if they're nominated at a primary, and also changing the law so that that currently provides that a party candidate's primary petition must be signed by a specified number of party members within the candidate's electoral division for the candidate to appear on the primary ballot. I think the testimony there was that there may be some electoral divisions where there simply aren't that many members of the party in that division. So if they could have other people sign their ballots, they can maintain their status, where they might in a different electoral division have multiple party members and it wouldn't be an issue. As far as technical issues, I just had the same thing that I noticed about the 90-day notice provision in section 1 of the bill, that it doesn't really have any legal effect. But other than that, I didn't have any technical issues, and we don't yet know the fiscal impact.
Thank you, Janet. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to point out a little Opla humor that if you did happen to read through the litigation section, subsection 3.4, Janet, if you could scroll down to that perhaps so that we could see it.
You noticed?
I did. A lot of people, there were a lot of opportunities to quote different case study, but I just thought I appreciated the statement, and I assume that was from the judge's ruling.
Oh, I didn't write it. No, he wrote it.
Right, but I just thought that was funny. The comment about playing Lucy to the non-major parties, Charlie Brown. So I did catch that. I thought that was kind of funny. I'm reading this being all serious, and then I get to that point, I had to read it 3 times. So it was like, is that a misprint, or was that like a hidden word or something in there? So anyway, little Opla humor.
It was not my humor. It was the judge's humor. I just want to clarify that.
But you could have picked any reference that you wanted, and you picked that one.
Well, there was a famous case where I think it was Justice Scalia wrote about the Jets and the Sharks and snapping their fingers going down to describe, I think, a law that prohibited loitering on the street. And he was talking about that, and it was declared unconstitutional, but I thought it was just an interesting quote.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you. Oops. Yeah, I'm thank you.
You're on. Yep.
Yeah. Janet, can you please scroll down to the, let's see, where am I? I'm trying to find some amendments that were suggested by the Libertarian Party. I just want to look at those. Okay, the 4th bullet point. It says, so if that particular bullet point went into law, then would that mean that it wouldn't matter? I mean, that doesn't, how do I even ask this question? It's Friday, I'm tired. Would that mean, is that specific to a new party, or is that specific to any party? So for instance, in B of that bullet point, would anybody be able to sign the petition of anybody if that went into effect, or just a new party?
I believe that would be up to you. I was just trying to read through. There was a lot in that particular individual's testimony. That is how I understood it. I could have misunderstood it, but I think the idea was it might be difficult in certain districts to have enrolled voters from your party. So if you're a smaller party, you might be more concentrated in one area of the state than the other, I believe was the meaning of that. But I really can't speak for him. I think it would really be, if you like that idea, up to you to decide if it's only certain parties that are new that have that option. It's really in your hands. I think that's a policy choice for you to make.
Thank you.
And interestingly, I think that is in one of the open primary bills, or something very related to that, that would let candidates essentially get signatures from anybody, basically. If we were to open the primary, then you could, one of the amendments that was offered to that one would probably achieve what's, I think, might be wanted here, where somebody could get, although they are looking for party members, but this would allow non-party, it'd give a broader
Yeah, I
broadly
think
to people.
that's LD 303. That's Representative Lookner's bill. He asked that you consider getting rid of the rest of his bill, but just, even though it's not in the bill now, he proposed amending it to say that unenrolled voters could sign party candidate petitions at the discretion of the party. And I highlighted party members here because that was the problem. So I think that that does match this proposal here.
Right. And so I guess, Senator Hickman, did you have a follow-up or?
Oh, no. No,
Okay.
that answers my question. Thank you.
Great. Actually, I see the sponsor is here, so we'll bring in Representative Fecto. And Janet, maybe for the moment, can we go off the screen share? I think I just brought in Representative. There he is. Yep. Welcome, Representative Fecto.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
You too.
May I speak?
Yeah. Yeah. Please. Yep.
So, thank you for having me. I learned a lot of things that I wanted to learn with 1363, and also a lot of things that I probably never cared to learn. But anyway, it was an education. I know what I don't know, and I don't know everything about election law. And I've learned a lot with this bill right here. It is my understanding that Mr. Tyler Rowe is here today to speak on some of his intent behind the amendments he did propose. He's much more capable at this than I am. But the key points that I wanted to bring up, which I think you all have kicked around today, is that the two thresholds to become a party are kind of silly in my opinion. Either you have successfully assembled or not. That's just kind of how I personally feel about it. And the 90-day threshold for me, as I stated kind of in my testimony, is that I just took the bill and ran with it and came here to hash out the details, realizing the revisor's office asked us to kind of, presiding officer asked us to kind of bring it to the committee. So I really think that removing the 10,000 threshold is a great start. Reducing it to 2,500 to just qualify as a party, and then giving the parties notification that they are going to be taken off the ballot. And I know there was some issues with the January 2nd provision. I believe that's in section 303 of the statute, subsection 2, mentioning the January 2nd. And I know in the litigation portion, I did see that come up as I was scanning through, as that is an issue of concern. And so I really feel that we can allow minor voices, which was really the main voters approved RCV. And they approved RCV, and one of the conditions they approved RCV was that it was going to embolden minor parties and give minor parties a better position at the table. And this is something that Team Red and Team Blue just really don't have to wade through a lot of this stuff. So I really hope that we can clean up some of this language, create one threshold to be and stay a party. And if Mr. Rowe is here, I think he would be able to give more information on what his intent was. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Chiazza, do you have a question for the sponsor? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Fico, for sticking it out with us, especially on a Friday. We tend to be running some marathons on Fridays for some reason. I'm wondering, you heard, you sat through the work session a little bit already, what we've heard on 1363. There is some similar language in 1363 regarding this issue. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on using that language or using that vehicle versus a separate one that you're proposing here.
Sure, and I definitely won't do it justice, but I appreciate your question. I did see the portion in 1363 where the department was discussing just capping it at 10,000 voters, period, not 10,000 voters that voted. That is a move. That is a move in a good direction, because a minor party would really have to safely register 20,000 voters in order to make sure that they had enough that actually went out and voted if they were passionate about those candidates anyway. And so I think it's a move in the right direction. However, it still creates the double hurdles. It still creates this January 2nd deadline of 10,000 voters. So essentially, minor parties have to go and get all of these people interested in politics in off years when people could care less about politics. And so there are still some hurdles, but I was encouraged by that wording. It's a move in the right direction, but it doesn't really address the issue of multiple hurdles. I really think, have they successfully assembled? Yes or no? Not an A and B with all of that stuff. So that's my understanding, what I saw, and my assessment of it.
Right. And
Thank you.
And Representative, does it, because I like that suggestion that they made, especially when combined with like the coattails provision where it does, I think that's what used to be the law. And I think it worked fairly well initially at the time, was that if you had somebody, a governor's race or presidential, that was able to meet the 5% election threshold, that automatically lets the party carry through. And that seems like a pretty, it seems like a much easier way potentially to help keep, and I don't know why it was repealed, but I think it was in 2009, but it seems like those two things combined actually loosened up significantly. I don't know if you had thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it does give opportunities for a minor party for a Ross Perot effect, if you will, to quickly assemble and use the coattail provision. But I think really those are usually unknown and those movements are not started within our state. And I think we have libertarians and democratic socialists and communists and constitutionalists that would love to participate with a clear set of guidelines that that Team Red and Team Blue don't have to deal with.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fecto, my almost constituent, I call you, I guess, since you teach at Moretta Cook. Could you just tell me, if you had a vote on this committee right now, what version of your own bill would you be voting for?
If I had a vote right now, it would be to place in exactly what Mr. Rowe put in. If I had a vote right now, if I couldn't get that, then it would be to establish one 2,500 voter threshold to become an official party always, and to stay an official party, and to move the January 2nd deadline to a later time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the sponsor while we have him here? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Fecto.
Thanks for having me.
Yep, thanks. Okay, any other discussion or questions on this on this bill? As we said, we went through, or I guess I'll just put out there, I think my preference would be to kind of stick with the amendments offered by the Secretary of State, that two-tiered approach, making it just enrolled in the party rather than voting, because as Representative Fecto said, it's very difficult. That makes it, if you need 10,000 voting, then you need to have probably 20,000 registered. So keeping it at that level, because I do think there needs to be a minimum interest, I guess, in order to have a party formed, to know that there's enough people in the state who support it. But that's just some thoughts out there, along with the coattails provision. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some clarification. Are you suggesting we amend 1061 with that information, or defer to the 1363, the language in 1363?
I'm fine to amend this bill that way. I think if we're, especially depending on, I don't know where people are. So if people are going to divide on this, it would be better to strip it out of the larger bill and then vote it out with this, in my view. But Representative Tuttle.
He's on mute.
Representative, you're still muted.
I said if it's in order, I would put that in a form of a motion, Mr. Chair.
The Secretary of State's amendment, or?
Yes,
Okay, that would be a motion of ought to pass as amended, with the amendment being what's suggested in LD 1363 by the Secretary of State. And now, is that correct, Representative Tuttle?
that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Supika. Okay, and just to kind of go over that amendment again, because that bill is so large, it would kind of soften the 10,000 number so that it is 10,000 voters were enrolled in the party at the date, and it would include the coattails provision for the 5% from the previous elections. Senator Hickman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the Secretary of State's amendment cut it from 5,000 to 2,500, or does that remain intact?
That I believe remains intact, but Janet, you may know better than I off the top of my head.
She's on mute.
Janet, you're on mute, sorry.
Sorry,
Yep.
the Secretary of State's bill does not talk about becoming a party, only maintaining party status. So it doesn't address the 5,000.
And do we have, I guess, either Secretary of State Bellows or Deputy Flynn available? Just to, oh, there's Deputy Flynn. Can you just kind of explain why the rationale is, I guess, for that first 5,000 threshold? Is that to allow parties to get started with a lower amount and then give them time to get to that 10,000?
Yes, that's right. And they have 3 years to do that. So, by giving them until the second general election after the formation, then that gives them time to hit that first, tier. There are other states that do that in a 2-tiered fashion to say, this is the minimum for you to get started. And then, really to maintain a party and nominate candidates, they need to show they have a modicum of support from the electorate. And, what that number is really something for the legislature to decide, but we were just trying to address a couple of, other options. Certainly having the coattails, having a candidate who gets 5% of the vote does also show a modicum of support. But
Thank you for that. Any other questions for either Deputy Flynn or Secretary Bellows? Okay, seeing none.
Can I just clarify that the proposal from Representative Tuttle is with the technical change, which is to clarify that maintenance of either the 5% or the 10,000 remaining enrolled, both of those only apply after the second general election, right?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we do have a motion before us. The motion is ought to pass as amended. And seeing no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote by roll call. And we've got Christian filling in for us as clerk. So welcome, Christian. And would you be able to roll call vote us?
Absolutely. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Nay.
Senator Hickman, no. Senator Farren. Senator Farren is absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney is absent. Representative Harrington?
Nay.
Representative Harrington, no. Representative Corey?
No.
Representative Corey, no. Representative Dolph? Representative Dolph is absent. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yes, 3 no, and 3 absent.
Can we, yep. Sorry, can you say that again? So we're picking up. Oh, actually, we do have Senator Farron here, actually, if you want to. Yeah, there he is.
He popped in. I'll be a nay.
Senator Farron is no.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you, Mr.
so,
Chair.
yep, yeah, no problem. So I guess we need to know what the minority reports are. Senator Hickman, did you?
My minority report would be what the bill sponsor suggested at the answering my question. So it would include Tyler Rose amendments, and if there were any other technical drafting errors that I missed in the discussion.
I think he offered multiple amendments, but
yeah, it would be all of the amendments that he offered attached to the original bill. So the Representative Fecto answered the question, which is that's what I want the amendment to be.
The
And-
only question, sorry. The
Yeah.
only question I have is I don't know what the 90-day notice does. And he agreed that it maybe didn't belong there, but if the 90-day notice is before you unenroll, I don't know when you'd give that notice or how it would help, because you either have your municipal caucuses and your state conventions or you don't. So learning 90 days, like I just don't know. I don't know where that would go. Would you want to just adopt all the amendments and get rid of the 90 days or what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
okay. So I guess we also had Senator Farron, Representative Harrington, and Representative Corey. Representative Corey, sorry, I didn't see you there.
Hey, Janet, where we don't have those amendments on the screen anymore, can you just state what those other 3 amendments are real quick?
Sure. So in addition to the getting rid of the 10,000 requirement just completely, it would be delaying the January 2nd deadline, but I don't know to when. So thank you for having me screen share it again, because I need to clarify that with the senator. It would also be removing, well, you don't need to remove the requirement that the 10,000 people who don't reach the 10,000 goal are automatically unenrolled, because you're not going to have the 10,000 goal anymore. And then you would allow candidates that aren't nominated in a primary election to still appear on the general election ballot. So I don't know if that's any party candidate or not. And then you would also allow a primary petition to be signed by anyone, not just a member of your own party. Unless that's not, you don't want all of those details. We need to be clear on that. So I thank you very much, Representative Corey, for asking.
Yeah, we do need to be specific on the minority reports. So, do you know what you want to do, Representative Corey?
I want to listen to Representative Farron real quick.
Okay. Is Senator Farron here? I can't see everybody at the moment. Yeah, Senator Farron.
At this stage of the game, I think with the minority report being what it be, I'd just do a straight ought not to pass.
I would as well.
I'll agree with that.
Okay, so we've got 3 ought not to pass. And Janet, did you need clarification on Senator Hickman's amendment?
Yes, so if you're delaying the January 2nd deadline to gather the now 2,500 enrolled voters for a new party, I need to know when you're delaying it to.
When is the deadline for getting enough signatures to qualify for a primary right now?
I don't
You
know.
mean as a candidate?
Mhm.
Oh,
I'm just-
geez.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Janet would know that off the top of her head. Perhaps. Let's see.
March 15th.
Thank you, Julie. I had a feeling you would know that.
So let's delay it until March 15th.
Okay, so that will be the first bullet point.
Mhm.
The second bullet point, you're gonna be eliminating keeping the 10,000 voters to stay as a party. This automatic disqualification, do you want it to now apply that you don't automatically disqualify if they don't hold the caucuses in the convention, or do you just want to get rid of this because this seems like a backup provision if you keep the 10,000 voter requirement?
I don't need anything to be redundant in the amendment. So
Okay,
that's
so we don't need that.
correct.
And then if you don't have to go through the party primary process to appear on the general election ballot, is this going to apply to everyone? So if I was enrolled in a very established party and I'm not enrolled in any party, let's just be clear on that. But let's pretend I was, and I was in a very established party, but I didn't win my primary. Could I now appear on the general election ballot just generally, or are you only applying this to certain party candidates, or for this A?
This provision would seem to, in my opinion, only be applicable to the minor party for the time frame that they are still in that category of minor party. Does that make sense?
Well, I don't think there is a minor party category unless you're saying for the first two general elections, because you're actually getting rid of that provision entirely. So I don't know what would make them minor.
Got it. So then it would be, I don't want it to apply. Well, let me think about this. Just leave it as is. Just leave it as is. Just leave it like that.
So anybody can go in the.
Just leave it. Yeah, you don't have to get into the detail, to the weeds of that provision. Just write the amendment that way, and it doesn't matter who it applies to.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
And then the last one, the same. It's just going to be anybody can have anybody sign their primary.
For the purposes of this amendment, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to need a second to write that down, folks.
Yeah. Take your time. Representative Wood, did you have a question or?
I never heard what the final count was.
Oh, the vote count. I believe it was 7 ought to pass as amended. And now we'd have 3 ought not to pass and 1
Okay.
other ought to pass as amended with 2 absent, I believe that's what I had. I don't know if Christian is there, if you've got a different total than I do, or.
Nope, you got it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I should have announced that.
Okay, I think I have it. I'll probably have to email Senator Hickman to make sure I got it right, but I'll try not to change it from what you all heard to make sure I wrote it down correctly.
Thank you, Jenny.
Okay, so now we have a couple of bills that really are also kind of in 1363. So I guess we can move to LDs 1165 and LD 1276.
One sec.
Yep.
So both of these bills involve drop boxes. LD 1165 is Representative Bailey's bill, an act to provide secure drop boxes for absentee ballots. And LD 1276 is an act to ensure all legal voters are able to participate in elections from Representative Roberts. Just as a reminder for the people who popped in after we went through LD 1363, under current law, an absentee voter who votes without the assistance of an aide and who receives an absentee ballot either in person, by mail, or via delivery of an immediate family member has the option under current law to return the absentee ballot personally or by mail or by an immediate family member into a secured drop box accessible only by the municipal clerk. So that's current law, and that's all it says in current law about a drop box. LD 1165 would enact a new statute authorizing but not requiring the Secretary of State to provide secured drop boxes that are accessible only by the municipal clerk to each municipality. Only a voter described in current law would be authorized to return the ballot by depositing in the drop box personally or by means of an immediate family member. LD 1126 would enact a new statute authorizing municipalities to obtain an absentee drop box for return of absentee ballots by any absentee voter, including a voter who is authorized to use a drop box currently, or who needed the assistance of another person in reading or marking the ballot, or who submitted a written application designating a third person to deliver or return the absentee ballot. So basically any absentee ballot voter, unless you're voting in the presence of the clerk, in which case you don't need the drop box. So under LD 1276, if the voter's immediate family member, the voter's aide, or third person delivers the ballot to the drop box, this action would constitute delivery of the ballot to the clerk under the bill. At the public hearing, the sponsor proposed amending her bill to align more closely with Section 13 of LD 1363, which was submitted by the Secretary of State that we went over a little bit earlier. I don't know if you want me to go through all of this again. I am absolutely happy to. I just want to be sensitive to your time.
I think we can keep moving, Janet. Thanks.
So, okay. So you, by that you mean skip over what we already did?
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you.
So then there is other pending legislation, which is LD 1575, that's going to be heard by the committee next week. And it would authorize only those individuals currently permitted by law to return absentee ballots into drop boxes. It would also authorize municipalities to have multiple secured drop boxes, and it would require the Secretary of State to adopt rules governing access to and security of drop boxes. So instead of all of this, which is in LD 1276 in statute, there would be provision for rulemaking, perhaps to have similar provisions. At the public hearing on both of these bills, which were combined, the Secretary of State testified that her office may be able to purchase some drop boxes for municipalities using federal election security grant funds. The Maine Town and City Clerks Association suggested that the committee amend LD 1165 to authorize not only the municipal clerk, but also the clerk's designee to access the secured drop box. As Deputy Secretary Flynn said during the testimony in LD 1363, however, sorry, not the testimony, but the work session, any action that a clerk can do under the statute, the clerk can have a designee do, certain designees do. So I don't know if that alleviates the Town and City Clerks Association concerns or not. In addition, though, the Clerks Association did have several other concerns about the proposal in LD 1363, and because that's now the same as LD 1276, if you adopt the sponsor's amendment, they're written here. Just as a reminder, there are staffing concerns about sufficient staff to monitor the drop boxes and retrieve them from the drop boxes on election day. They suggested amending either bill to permit municipalities to lock the drop box on election day and post a sign telling individuals to return the ballots to the polling place on election day or another location. They also expressed concern about multiple drop boxes because if they're permitted in each municipality, there might be political pressure exerted about where to put the drop boxes. In addition, there would be additional staffing challenges to access and monitor and then retrieve the ballots on election day from those different drop boxes. And depending on where they're located, if they're located quite distantly from the polling place, there would need to be a method designed to securely transport the received ballots to the place where they're being counted on election day. The League of Women Voters did support the option for municipal officials to install multiple drop boxes, but they expressed their hope that those would be located in ways that do not disproportionately favor any one group, party, or issue. And then, as alluded to earlier, actually, I didn't mention this earlier, I should have. So if you have the Dropbox provisions in any of these bills, my question would be, should the language of the bills clarify that the absentee voter can submit the completed voter registration application, which has to be in a separate envelope, but in the Dropbox? So if you remember, there's a provision of current law that if somebody submits a written application for an absentee ballot, so they've signed that written application, but they're not actually registered to vote, current law, which is quoted here, allows the clerk to send them both the absentee ballot and the voter registration application. They can submit both, but they can't be in the same envelope. So it may be worth clarifying in any of these bills whether that application can be submitted in the Dropbox as well. Although I will point out that in both LD 1276 as amended and in the Secretary of State's bill, LD 1363, there is a provision about you're not supposed to use the Dropbox for anything other than an absentee ballot, but if something else is placed there, they are supposed to bring that document to the appropriate official. So that probably covers it, but it's just worth deciding whether you want to clarify it or not. There are also inconsistencies with current law, which we talked about with LD 1363, about which voters can use the Dropbox. And if you are going to adopt either 1363 or 1276 as amended, it might be worth also amending the current provisional law, which suggests that people who have the assistance of an aide to mark their ballot or to read their absentee ballot, or people who use a third party to deliver or return the ballot, aren't allowed to use the Dropbox. So if they can, you might want to say it in both sections, not just in one, or you might want to not allow it in either. That's up to you. And then, yeah, so that's all technical amendments that involve the same issue. And then there was the guidelines versus rules issue. So for people who weren't here earlier, the provisions in 1276 as amended and in 1363 say that the drop boxes have to comply with Secretary of State guidelines for accessibility to voters with disabilities. Ordinarily, whenever I see guidelines, a little alarm bell goes off in my head, because if you want something to be judicially enforceable in Maine, it needs to be adopted through rulemaking and not through a guideline. But at the earlier work session, there was a suggestion that what the Secretary of State's office would issue as guidelines would be explanations of what is required by federal law. So therefore, it would be judicially enforceable. You might not need those to be in rulemaking. And then I also asked for permission, if you go forward with 1276 as amended or with 1363, to work with the Secretary of State's office to kind of streamline the language and make sure I didn't miss any other like little tiny things that we could fix to make it clearer.
Great, thank you, Janet. And I know we've kind of gone through the analysis on a lot of these already on LD 1363 earlier. It's, you know, and these are ones that are, through all three of them are very repetitive. And as you pointed out, the bill sponsor for 1276 indicated that, I guess she liked the language from Secretary of State better. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I want to be upfront before I make any motions that I am 100% in favor of ballot drop boxes, and I will support them in 1363. But I think Janet's analysis here does bring up some questions I think that we could tie into 1363, and I think there's a lot of benefit of having that discussion in one place rather than multiple locations. So I know Representative Corey doesn't like this, and I apologize, but I would make a motion of ought not to pass on 1165.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, ought not to pass on 1165. And was that Representative Wood? Okay, thank you. Okay, discussion. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'm okay on not to passing. I mean, if you were, making reference to making a motion, right out of the gate. But I think one of my biggest concerns, at least with regard to drop boxes right now, is that, we've done this in one election cycle, and we've done it in an election cycle when we had a pandemic, right? Where people were, terrified to go into buildings, terrified that their ballots wouldn't get there because of the postal service and some of the national debate surrounding the postal service. Obviously we have these big blue drop boxes all over the place, fewer though than when I was a kid. They've been gradually disappearing as we go, as fewer and fewer people use the mail itself. I mean, I'm fine not to passing this. I don't know how I feel about drop boxes. I almost would love to try them for one more, election cycle and actually see how, they're used, rather than, going ahead and, making it a permanent part of how we do things now. But I'm okay not to passing this one, but I wonder if, maybe we drop a sunset provision on one of the other ones, in the future, and, phase them and see with the report back, how voters feel about them in the future. Anyways, that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Representative Corey. Other discussion on this? I think, again, just generally speaking, where we have three bills on the same, it's I think consolidating as much as we can will be helpful from drafting in time on the floor spent. So is there any other questions? Okay, or debate, discussion? All right, seeing none. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, seeing none, we will proceed to a vote by roll call. The motion again is ought not to pass. Christian, if you please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman is absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle is absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney is absent. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph is absent. That is 10 yes, 3 absent.
Great.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
9 yes, 4 absent.
Yeah, 9-4. Great. Thank you. So
Chair.
thank you. The vote. Yeah, just hold on just a second. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Senator Hickman. Yep, Senator Hickman is back.
So we close the vote. Yay.
Yep. Thank you. I couldn't tell where that was coming from.
Okay.
So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that'd be 10. You got there right before the bell.
That was the intent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for doing that. So 10 to 0, unanimous of those present, 10-0 and 3 absent. So regarding LD 1276, which is the other bill, is there a discussion or a motion on that one? Let's see. Anybody prepared to make a motion?
I'll move ought not to pass. I was trying to leave the gate open a little bit, but I'll move ought not to pass.
I was about to do it, but then I
Second.
thought I might be called out of order. So no. So ought not to pass by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Supika. Okay, discussion. And again, I think where these three are duplicative, the plan is to use the one other bill. So any other discussion on LD 1276? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. And again, the motion is ought not to pass. So Christian, if you can call the roll, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yes. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Piazza.
Yes.
Representative Piazza, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle is absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney is absent. Representative Harrington, sorry.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph is absent. That is 10 yes and 3 absent.
Great. Thank you, Christian. So unanimous of those present, ought not to pass. Those who are absent will have until Tuesday at noon. Okay, so I guess leftover, I do see the time of day is getting late. We have one more that I think we haven't gone through, which would be 1013. Is that right, Janet, or do we have multiple others? Two more?
Well, we have 1013 and then we have 941, which was tabled in the past.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so let's, I guess, go with 1013, I guess, since this one hadn't been tabled. Yeah.
So LD 1013 is an act to provide absentee ballot tracking for Maine voters from Representative Bailey. It requires the Secretary of State to maintain an online absentee ballot tracking service that allows a voter who requests an absentee ballot to track the following: whether the request was accepted or rejected, the date the ballot was issued to the voter and the method of delivery or issuance, the date the ballot was later received back by the municipal clerk, and the method of return, whether the ballot was accepted or rejected, and if rejected, the reason for the rejection, as well as whether the ballot was challenged. The sponsor testified that his intent was to codify in the election laws the absentee ballot tracking process established by the former Secretary of State for the 2020 general election. The reason I don't normally put press releases in here, but I did put this in here today just to show you that this shows you what the absentee ballot tracker looks like, and it shows you the type of information that was in fact tracked in the 2020 election. That's the only reason I put that in there. There's the website that you can find the absentee ballot tracking service, because it's still up there now. The differences from the existing system, the reason I put that in there was to show you that LD 1013 is identical to the system that was used in 2020, except that it also would require the tracking system to include the reason why an absentee ballot was rejected, which wasn't included before, and then whether the absentee ballot was challenged wasn't included before, but it would be included under this bill. At the hearings, the Secretary of State testified that those two additional pieces of information are currently available in the central voter registration system and could be included in the online tracking system. There are no technical issues or fiscal information at this moment.
Thank you, Janet. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I want to give, in deference to the bill sponsor, Representative Bailey, I think we are in agreement, and I heard from the Secretary of State as well, I think when we were talking about 1363, I think that obviously ballot tracking is something that we're going to be doing for sure. I think rolling that into the 1363 bill as an amendment would certainly be appropriate, so that we can kind of consolidate everything under one discussion, as we've been talking about before. So based on that, I am going to move ought not to pass on 1013.
Okay, we have a motion of ought not to pass on LD 1013. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that was Representative Wood. So it was made by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Representative Wood. So I think, as the House Chair said, given that we have multiple bills that kind of change the same statutes, trying to consolidate may be the best way to do it. Senator Farren.
Yeah, not really a question, but just a comment to the House Chair is my apologies for leaving you to do the motions to kill bills. Usually I take great satisfaction in that. And I apologize for not being on my game on a Friday afternoon and leaving that burden to you.
I appreciate that, Senator Farren, but I am desperately trying to earn that title of Grim Reaper. So.
I feel like the outfit should be different for the Grim Reaper stuff. I think maybe like a hooded sweatshirt or something like that, and maybe a sickle. Like I think you got to dress the part.
Probably a good background too.
I was going to say maybe some props in the background.
We could zoom background that thing. Any other discussion on this? Again, certainly don't think it's a bad idea necessarily, but I think consolidating as much as we can on the same provisions in law would be helpful. So any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion before us again is ought not to pass. And Christian, if you can call the roll, please, that'd be great.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yes. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle is absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney is absent. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yeah.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph is absent. That is 10 yes and 3 absent.
Okay, sorry, I was talking while muted. So 10-0, unanimous of those present, and the absent members will have until I think noon on Tuesday. So I guess the next bill that we have was previously tabled on a different day, and it is LD 941, an act to provide or to protect the privacy of absentee voters. And this is the one I think about the privacy sleeve or protection envelope.
Yes, it is. I don't know what you want me to do where we had it before. This is the bill that does require that when the absentee ballot is issued, that it be wrapped in a security sleeve. It doesn't say anything about when it's returned by the voter.
Right. Thank you, Janet. I think, yeah, this one we did kind of talk about for a while in the previous work session.
I did have notes. I could summarize what you talked about if you wanted. I was just trying to understand my handwriting. It's up to you.
Okay, sure, yeah, if you'd like to, yeah, might as well.
So at the first work session, there was discussion that current law in section 759, subsection 2, which is in LD 1363 for a completely different reason, but that current law does direct that the ballot not be unfolded when it's removed from the return envelope.
So it's another conflict one?
Yeah, I can't remember. I think it might have repealed it, replaced it.
That's okay. I was more joking. I know these all kind of overlap.
Oh, no, it doesn't repeal and replace it. So if you have 1363 in front of you, you can see the provision. It's on page 10 in the middle of the page. Also, there was discussion about the procedures. So they're not in statute right now that the Secretary of State issues to direct clerks, and it requires them, the guidelines they issue, to place the folded ballots together after they return them from the envelope. I think they put them like in a little bucket until they accumulate a group of ballots. Only then do they unfold them and either set them aside for counting later on election day, or if it is election day, then for counting, and then at the close of the polls. And then if it's in a tabulation town, then they would feed them into the tabulator, but not run the ballot total. Also the guidelines require there always to be at least 2 people at all times that they're handling and taking the ballots out of the return envelopes, and poll watchers are allowed at all of those times, and they have to have notice in advance. So those were the things that were discussed. And then Representative Corey had some proposals for amending it, which I'm sure he knows, but I could review what he said before if he wanted me to. You want me to?
Representative Corey, would you like to, or would you like Janet to?
She can. I'm all about creating the weirdest minority reports today. So let's do this.
I'm not sure you are 100% sold on it yet, but you had mentioned what your thoughts were. And your thoughts were to not include the privacy sleeve, so not keep the bill as drafted, but instead to put in statute rather than just in the guidelines that groups of absentee ballots had to be accumulated before the ballots could be unfolded. That was what I understood it to be. I didn't know if you also wanted to put in the 2 people at any one time that they're processing, or the poll watchers, but the poll watchers are already in statute, so I don't think you needed to add that. But it's up to you.
Great. Representative Corey, did you?
Yes. So that was my concern right there, is that, you know, like if you've got sort of like a bucket, you know, as Janet said, of absentee ballots, and say you put 1 absentee ballot in there, and at the end of the day, there's still only 1 absentee ballot in there, and then you unfold it, you could potentially see, you know, how that individual voted, and it's still probably in your mind whose absentee ballot you open there. So what I was thinking is that, you know, in the process, and, you know, they state a process to the people, but it's not in statute. And what I'd like to see is at least, like, I don't know, like a dozen, you know, absentee ballots, you know, accumulated before you open them up, and then put them in a larger, you know what I mean, tray before flattening them. Otherwise, you know, somebody's vote could actually be seen. So that was my concern. The only time when I don't think that, you know, if we put a number on this, that becomes workable is when you've got your last group of absentee ballots on election night. What if there's only like 2 or 3, you know, there that you still have to run, you know, through the machine? I think in that case, you just gotta open them and run them through. But I just, you know, I think that if we're going to avoid, you know, that privacy sleeve that the Representative Fuckingham is looking for, I think the way to do that is to, you know, assure there's at least a, you know, a small lot of ballots in that bucket before they get flattened.
Okay, Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just don't think this is necessary, and I would move not to pass.
Okay, we have a motion of ought not to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. And this is 941, sorry. So LD 941, motion ought not to pass by Representative McCrate and seconded by Representative Wood. Discussion. Representative Corey.
So you guys are going to force me into weird event. Here we go.
Yeah. To kind of add to, Representative McCrate. Yeah.
I was just going to say to Patrick Corey, not necessary. You can just join me.
Right. And just to add to Representative McCrate's comments, I don't think there's a problem here necessarily that would require a absentee or a privacy envelope, and I don't want to stray too far from the bill. So, but I understand Representative Corey's got some amendment that he'd like to offer, but Senator Hickman.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am not interested in adding something that could be challenged because it's just not necessary. Thank you.
Right, and to that point, I think in Pennsylvania, this caused big issues having these sleeves. And I mean, it's not the sponsor's intent. That is how he indicated it, but I think it's unnecessary, as you said, yeah. Other discussion? Okay, seeing none. Okay, we've got enough to vote. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a roll call vote. If you're ready, Christian, and again, the motion is ought not to pass.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Farren. That's not right. Sorry, this vote sheet doesn't have your name on it, Senator Hickman. We'll start. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator
He
Hickman.
was a late addition, so he may not have been on the original sheets.
I've got an older one apparently. Now Senator Farren. Senator Farren is absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle is absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika is absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney is absent. Representative Harrington.
Nay.
Representative Harrington, no. Representative Corey.
No.
Representative Corey, no. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph is absent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 yes, 2 no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 absent.
Great, thank you, Christian, for that. So we have 6 in favor of the ought not to pass, 2 against, and 5 absent. Representative Corey, did you want to make a minority report as well as Representative Harrington?
Yes, I'm ought to pass as amended. And what I'm going to say is that the clerks can flatten the ballots once they've accumulated 10 or more. And on election night, if they have fewer than 10, they can flatten them. If it's the last lot of ballots they've taken in.
May I ask, in early processing, when they're at the last 10, if they don't have 10, would they just leave them folded until the next time they early process? Or would the sort of forgiveness for the fewer than 10 apply at the end of each time?
So just on that Thursday night or that Friday or whatever, when they end processing that initial group, or are you?
I'm talking about there's early processing that I believe you amended so that it can happen the week before the election now. And I'm just wondering, maybe the deputy secretary could answer this better because I don't actually do it, but I do know that yes, you might have less than 10 on election day, but I don't know if you might have less than 10 when you finish early processing on other days. If
Sure,
that makes sense.
I'd love it if Deputy Flynn would answer that question. She's on mute. We can't hear you.
Sorry. It's late. Yeah, I mean, there may be, the larger communities are batching them in big amounts.
Yeah.
So they're doing like 100 or 50 in a batch. When we do Uokava, we have, at least batches of 35 to 50 is how we do them. And then we're taking them out and leaving them folded and putting the whole batch in a bin folded and then taking them over, unflattening them and putting them through the tabulator. But there may be smaller towns that they might early process, but they just don't have that many if they're doing them in smaller batches. I mean, what I would not want to happen is you have them out of the envelopes and you can't just have them loose. You got to put them in the tabulator so that they can be secured. So I'd rather not have them open them at all. If they ended up with just 10, leave them to do on the next day when they've got more. Or if it's election day, you're right, at 8 o'clock, they got to do whatever they have left, no matter how many there are or how few there are.
That's what I'll do is that, if they've early processed and they have fewer than 10, those need to remain in the envelopes until their final processing.
And then I believe you wanted to strike the provision in the bill, right?
Yeah, I don't need a sleeve.
I guess I'll go with Patrick on that.
Senator Farron, did you want to cast a vote?
Sure, I'm gonna be a nay, and I'll go with the report, the amendment.
Okay, with the Corey amendment. Gotcha.
Good. Yeah, all right.
It's a good amendment, Brad.
Wait, which one is it? We've got like 12 now. I was
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah, I know. I everything. Yeah.
It's a good. Okay, so we're good on those amendments, Janet. So we're good to draft.
I hope so.
Okay, and if you have questions, you can reach out to Representative Corey, obviously.
Thank you.
Great, so I think that pretty much clears up our agenda. What we have left is 1363, and we had intended to come back to it, but I think given the hour, and that's Friday, it'd probably be best for people just to take some more time to look at it and maybe think of, where they'd want to be eventually for this. Because it is a fairly big bill, though a lot of it is not substantive stuff, but there is some stuff in there that could be, especially around the ballot boxes. So, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to check in with Janet to make sure she has enough information from us on 1363 to work with the Secretary of State's office to try and work on some of that language and stuff maybe before, or do we need other things? Do you need other things from us before that?
I don't think we really voted on anything, so it's going to be hard for her to clarify necessarily.
Well, right. I know there was some language, well, I'll let you talk, Janet. You just tell me, do you have everything you need from us?
I would rather wait till you vote it to work on the language, only because I don't want to count them work sessions next week. But if I have time, I absolutely will work with the Secretary of State's office. They're fabulous. They're so generous with their time with me. But I just don't want to promise that I'll have it ready by a certain date. But I do have a list of everything you said, and I noted what is in 1061, what is in 148, and what you wanted to add from 1013 to this bill. So I would have that list ready. If you wanted me to put that together for you, I could. But
no, I don't need any extra work. I just want to make sure that we're not delaying the process any more than we have to. That's all.
I'll do what I can.
Yeah, not you, us.
Yeah. I think it's mostly on us to come back with something we're ready to go with, and then Janet can write it at that point, rather than writing something we may end up opposing.
Yeah, yes, understood.
I do feel bad. We put about 50 work sessions in 10 days for Janet, so.
That's okay. I'm not complaining. I just can't make a promise about amendment. That's all.
Yeah. Great. So that is pretty much it, right, Janet? Am I missing anything, or was there anything else I was supposed to cover?
If you're missing it, I'm missing it. So.
Okay. Great. Well, thanks everyone for sticking it out on another long Friday. Hopefully we won't have many more of these. So we'll.
You just jinxed us, Senator.
Yeah, sorry about that, Rep Riley. Yeah, I think we're back in Monday, right? Yeah.
That's got a good ring to it, Rep Riley.
That's right. Rep Riley has two first names, so I often mess them up. So.
Yeah, we're the committee with two first names, Rep Riley and Rep Corey.
Okay. All right. Well, see.
Everyone have a good weekend.
Yeah, everybody have a nice weekend. With that, we will adjourn for the day and